A snowstorm enveloped a lonely house on a cold winter night. The boy suffered from unbearable pain and desperately prayed for help. He shuddered sharply, feeling the pain gripping his body. Through his tears, the hero firmly decided that he would never die. And then he noticed a strange glow outside the round attic window. Without wasting any time, the boy started running straight through the deep snowdrifts. Suddenly, mysterious lights began to dance in front of him, beckoning him to follow. In the middle of the forest, the boy froze, enchanted by the magical heavenly light. But in fact, a black cat was waiting for him in the snow. The traveler stopped right in front of the beast, holding his breath with curiosity. The hero and the cat looked intently into each other's eyes. Suddenly, scarlet blood splashed onto the clean white background. The boy gently stroked the mysterious creature with his warm hand. And then he realized that all the suffering was finally over. Estio opened his eyes with difficulty in the gloomy attic room. Meanwhile, a furious cry made the guy instantly flinch. It was the elder brother Theriot who appeared and angrily kicked down the door. The relative rudely wished the beaten boy to just die quickly. The young man sat alone on the floor, covered with his holy blanket. But in fact, Theriot ordered to remember the important day. Estio wearily promised his brother that he would definitely come to him soon. The young man stood in front of his relative, tightly wrapped in his holy blanket. Theriot ordered him to change into clean clothes, barely concealing his strong disgust. The beaten boy only meekly lowered his eyes, absorbed in his own sadness. He froze in the middle of the room, still clutching the old rags in his hands. And then he remembered about today's coming-of-age ceremony. In their village, all 19-year-olds celebrated their entry into adulthood. The hero slowly descended the stairs towards the most important event of the year. Suddenly, someone's piercing female scream made him flinch. The neighbor recoiled in horror, mistaking the tormented guy for a real ghost. Roger sniffed with disgust, sensing the heavy odor coming from the beaten Estio. His sister and father vied with each other to shame him for his dirty, tramp-like appearance. The father bitterly admitted that he was disappointed in his worthless son. Suddenly, Roger roughly pushed the guy, afraid of shame in front of the guests. The relatives left first, ordering Estio to wash himself and catch up with them. The young man stood alone in the courtyard, digesting his family's poisonous words. He looked at the old well in confusion, not knowing where to go. Estio undressed, silently examining his terrible bruises and road dirt. Meanwhile, a familiar meowing made him distracted from his heavy thoughts. And then the guy greeted his faithful Siki with a sincere smile. Estio flinched sharply as the clean cloth suddenly touched his battered skin. But in fact, Tsiki was already waiting for him on the roof. The cat brought a mysterious gift, leaving the guy very surprised by such a strange gesture. And then he was finally convinced that his furry companion was talking about gifts. They looked at each other for a long time in silence under the clear sky. Estio asked about the origin of the gift, and Siki only confirmed the fact of receiving it. The little predator rubbed herself affectionately against my leg, promising to prepare another surprise. Then the black cat slowly walked away, continuing to watch her friend's reaction closely. Suddenly, a terrible girl's scream in front of a galloping horse came to mind. The woman hugged the child tightly, feverishly thinking of how to thank her mysterious savior. Estio looked at the festive outfit, surprised by such an unexpected and expensive find. He realized that Tsiki had shown true stubbornness in obtaining this gift. The guy stroked the cat affectionately, calling his companion incredibly smart. Dressed in white, the young man finally felt truly worthy. He remembered how Tsiki helped him with medicine during difficult times. The owner petted the animal again, amazed by her unique feline sense of smell. Suddenly, Piria flew in, touching her good friend's face with her wing. Estio was happily discussing the news with the animals, genuinely enjoying the conversation. Meanwhile, the guy's attention was drawn to the cat's strange and frightening gesture. And then he froze, seeing something completely unexpected and shocking. The beautiful blonde Bella in a pink dress suddenly appeared in front of the young man. She looked at the stranger in surprise, not recognizing her old friend at all. The girl asked directly who this guy really was. Estio only looked sad as his worst fears were confirmed. He realized with pain that the beauty really did not remember him. Suddenly, Bella recognized a familiar voice and timidly asked Estio's name. It turned out that they were both just heading to the ceremony. Cheerful Bella invited her old friend to go to the party together. Meanwhile, in the noisy hall, alcoholic drinks were already being poured at full blast. The heated crowd loudly demanded that they immediately raise their heavy mugs to the holiday. Father and Roger were quite indignant at Estio's absence from the festive feast. The sister laughingly recalled how lazily her younger brother always got ready. Meanwhile, Theriot simply wanted to erase his relative from his memory as quickly as possible. The rest of the guests readily supported the idea of forgetting about the strange guy forever. The old man offered everyone to drink immediately, without waiting for anyone else. Suddenly, one of the young men made the crowd fall silent. He loudly announced that the beautiful Bella was also still missing. People became restless, not wanting to start the celebration without the evening's main character. And then the door swung open. Bella entered the hall with Estio. The girl cheerfully made excuses about her untied shoelaces, while everyone froze in amazement. Louis stood dumbfounded as Bella laughed off his ridiculous questions. The beauty confirmed that she had indeed brought with her the transformed neighbor Estio. Meanwhile, Louis turned pale, feeling how everything inside him treacherously contracted. The handsome man in white only nodded coldly to the boy who was scared to death. The sweaty blonde frantically tried to figure out how this trash could have changed so much. Suddenly, Louis roughly pulled Bella by the arm away from the crowd. The girl remembered her mother, who had once promised to have dinner with her in a warm house. Little Bella then joyfully hugged her uncle, not knowing any adult worries. In fact, Dino had been planning their future wedding ceremony for a long time. And then she screamed in rage, exhausted by endless and false boredom. Bella beamed, dreaming of a fairy tale love straight out of the pages of a novel. The beauty called out to Estio tenderly, noticing his sudden and strange confusion. She asked him about his well-being with concern while the young man was in shock. The girl hastened to apologize for touching him without any permission. Meanwhile, Bella suddenly remembered her false and dreary past. The guy just silently looked into the distance, deciding not to notice anything. The mugs in the hall began to clink loudly, praising the children of their village who had become adults. Estio quietly addressed his companion, singling her out from the noisy crowd. He thanked his friend, completely confusing her with his kind confession. In fact, Bella was glad that she had escaped ridicule thanks to the escort. Bella was genuinely happy for her friend, while passers-by were whispering behind her back. Louis froze suspiciously with his mug, looking at the guy's unusually expensive outfit. An argument broke out in the family about where the money for something like this could have come from. Louis tried to justify himself to his acquaintances, amazed by the sudden transformation of the younger one. Suddenly, the blonde man came close to Estio, demanding an explanation about his clothes. Estio just coldly said that it was just a gift. The enemy clearly didn't believe it, continuing to ask meticulously about the outlandish design. The hero calmly confirmed his words, not wanting to go into unnecessary details. Meanwhile, Louis was completely confused, asking again about fate's sudden generosity. And then he hugged Estio in a familiar manner, greedily asking for the name of the mysterious giver. The enemy laughed maliciously, doubting that the outcast had any rich friends. And then he directly accused his younger brother of brazen theft. A nightmarish moment from his bloody childhood came flooding back to Estio's mind. But in fact, he remembered the fury of the crowd and the terrible screams. Then the little boy lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood. The child, in horror, begged his tormentors to simply spare his life. After that massacre, he was locked forever in a cold, dark attic. Now Luis mockingly claimed that Estio had gone into town to steal. Dirty rumors immediately began to spread among the guests, completely discrediting the guy. Estio only sighed sadly, realizing that there was no point in trying to justify himself to them. Bella looked sympathetically at her friend, who denied any accusations. Suddenly, some boy threw a ripe apple at Estio. The shell hit the target right as the guy was sitting at the table. Sticky red juice ran down his face, completely ruining the party. Meanwhile, the children ran away laughing, calling the hero a strange eccentric. Estio froze in resentment, feeling the crowd's sidelong glances on him. And then the stern and eternally dissatisfied father came to mind. Then he remembered his mother, who always remained frighteningly indifferent. In fact, even the brother only encouraged this cruel bullying. The guy bitterly realized that his family would never be the same. Estio finally realized that there was no place for him in this stinking hole. Suddenly, the walls of the room shook from someone's eerie, very loud laughter. The boy burst into tears, trying to warm himself in his endless, icy loneliness. And then he resolutely packed his things, planning to escape right then and there. He simply walked forward, not caring where he ended up. Estio took one last look back, leaving the past behind forever. But in fact, the young man simply madly, truly wanted to live. Meanwhile, he froze before the fork, wondering about his path. The hero hid his face in his collar, saving himself from the evil night frost. A sudden voice asked sympathetically why he was dragging himself out into such cold. Estio stood alone on the road, pondering his uncertain future. A cart pulled up to him, and the old man kindly offered him a ride. The guy politely thanked the stranger and quickly jumped into the old truck. Meanwhile, he rode forward, immersed in his dark thoughts. Suddenly, the small face of his faithful cat, Sika, appeared from the bag. Estio smiled sincerely, finally seeing his furry and tailed companion. That night, he left the borders of his home village forever. And then the hero suddenly jumped up, his eyes wide open in horror. A red-haired knight sat in front of him, surprised by his sleep in the cold. The stranger laughed merrily, amused by the violent reaction of his fellow traveler, who was scared to death. The red-haired knight teased Estio, calling him a cute country bumpkin. The boy wondered if this swordsman was guarding the cart. The companion decided that the young man was simply too embarrassed. Suddenly, he demanded to speak, afraid of dying of boredom. Estio finally pulled himself together and introduced himself to his new acquaintance. The warrior was genuinely surprised to hear the rather strange name. And then the red-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself as Rina. Meanwhile, she proudly shouted out her last name, Rani Kandar. Estio did not at all understand the reason for her sudden joy. The knight suddenly froze, feeling a serious gaze on her. The knight suddenly confessed his sympathy to Estio. The interlocutor decided to clarify whether the guy was going there for work. He taught the villagers that they should devote themselves entirely to their favorite work. Estio admitted gloomily that he hadn't even thought about it before. The guy felt his worthlessness in the face of a real defender. The knight asked directly what this fragile fellow was capable of. Then Estio whispered softly about his connection with animals. The young man confirmed that he gets along well with any wild animal. The warrior suggested a circus, although he immediately doubted the weakling's endurance. Meanwhile, Estio knew that he understood the secret thoughts of the animals. The knight laughed, mockingly asking if the guy could read his thoughts. Estio understood that there were no people with such talent in the city. His ability allowed him to penetrate the depths of someone else's memory at will. Suddenly, he admitted that he hears voices even against his will. This terrifying power was clearly not intended for the average person. Suddenly, the cart shook violently and Estio almost flew out. The young man stared in fear at the knight, who instantly jumped to his feet. The warrior deftly jumped out, sensing some danger ahead. He called out loudly to Estio, causing the boy to become completely confused. And then the defender asked anxiously what had happened there. The warrior complained that the horses had become frozen and were flatly refusing to eat. He wondered irritably if the poor animals were too tired. After 3 hours of agonizing waiting, the situation on the road had not changed one bit. Estio calmly chewed a bun while the others were indignant at the prolonged stop. The frozen people in the crowd were already thinking about killing the horses for the sake of another cart. The knight cursed loudly, cursing this fierce cold and the annoying delay. Then suddenly it dawned on him. The boy's gift was the key to the thoughts of animals. He shouted sharply at Estio, causing him to jump in surprise. The warrior's strong hand grabbed the boy and unceremoniously dragged him out of the carriage. The puzzled young man was ordered to go forward, without giving time for unnecessary questions. The knight suggested testing Estio's gift on those very stubborn horses. The boy was worried that the empty heads of the animals would not make any sound. The warrior was genuinely amazed at the boy's ability to literally hear someone else's consciousness. He simply pushed Estio out to face his first real test. Meanwhile, the enraged coachman was already waving his heavy whip with all his might. The man, in a rage, threatened to kill the horses if they did not move. And then Estio timidly asked the aggressive driver to wait a little. The guy decided to at least once look into the eyes of the frightened animals. The stunned cart driver did not understand at all what this young man wanted. The hero gestured for calm, deciding to sort everything out himself. Meanwhile, the sullen driver only grumbled discontentedly under his breath. Estio slowly approached the horses frozen in the middle of the forest road. The boy gently touched the beast's muzzle, trying to establish mental contact. And then he realized the full depth of the horror of the frightened animals. The horses trembled with fear, sensing a mortal and imminent danger ahead. The puzzled young man asked why exactly they felt so scared and uncomfortable. The image of a monster with huge, sharp claws appeared before my eyes. The animals cried, fearing the death of all who had shown concern for them. Estio froze at what he heard, and a chill ran down his spine. The knight impatiently asked what the boy had found out from the horses. Estio pointed forward into the dense, snow-covered forest. He described a white monster with claws and scarlet eyes. The knight's face darkened, realizing the scale of the impending losses. The horses stood up to warn people about the forest threat. The warrior thought hard about the monster with long claws. The frightened driver asked in a trembling voice about the monster. Meanwhile, Estio doubted that they would believe him at all. The young man walked away silently, leaving everyone in their thoughts. Suddenly, the knight called out to him, remembering the mountain creature. The man struggled to remember the name of the terrible beast. The knight finally remembered the exact name of that very white-furred monkey. Meanwhile, the driver confirmed that this rare animal lives in the mountains. The mercenaries immediately perked up because of the expensive skin for the aristocrats. And then the stern warrior ordered everyone to be on guard immediately. But in fact, the old man doubted whether it was a monster or a beast. He decided to check everything personally for the safety of his frightened horses. Estio looked at the warriors in silence and felt a growing excitement inside him. The knight sternly ordered the boy to sit still and wait for his return. Suddenly, all the mercenaries drew their swords at once and were ready. The commander noticed that only half of the detachment went into the thicket of the forest. Estio sat obediently in the snow, perplexed by the strange proposal. Suddenly, the knight grabbed him tightly by the arm and pulled him along. The young man asked in confusion why he needed to go into the thicket at all. Suddenly, the warrior cheerfully announced that they might need an experienced translator. The horses warned of a monster that was much more terrible than the white monkey. Estio seriously considered leaving everyone and simply returning to his home village. He deliberately did not reveal to people the true depth of his frightening talent. The boy silently watched the knight, wondering about his true intentions. Those around him always began to fear Estio once they learned about his mind reading. That's why the hero once decided to close his heart from people forever. The group continued on their way, despite the trust of their companions. Suddenly, a sharp shout made the entire squad freeze immediately. The knight and Estio peered intently into the night darkness. The mercenaries moved cautiously along the snowy, dangerous slope. One of the fighters quickly lit a lamp to reconnoiter the area. The magical lights in the trees dimly illuminated their sullen faces. Meanwhile, the monster in the shadows furiously cursed the impudent humans. A huge white monkey vowed to cruelly kill every human being. Estio froze in horror, feeling the extreme hatred of the forest beast. And then a gigantic and deadly enemy appeared before them. Estio felt an alien will, thirsting for blood, right in the frosty air. The guy realized that this creature only dreams of mass murder. Suddenly, a giant monkey with scarlet eyes emerged from the shadows. The experienced knight ordered the squad to retreat immediately to save lives. The mercenary objected, because there was simply no other way through the mountains. Estio confirmed that real and inevitable death awaited them. The warrior resolutely drew his blades, preparing to meet the enemy face to face. The knight's companions also armed themselves upon seeing the legendary white-furred monkey. Meanwhile, the monster roared furiously, beating its chest furiously. The defender instantly shielded Estio from the beast's deafening cry. The knight angrily confirmed that it was that same white monster in front of them. The sorceress mockingly wondered if the monster's fur was only white. A hail of arrows and magical sparks fell upon the huge forest beast. The girl released several fireballs right into the thick of the brutal battle. Mages and archers joined forces to suppress this powerful threat. One of the arrows pierced deep into the flesh of the monster, which roared in pain. Meanwhile, Estio watched this chaotic and bloody battle in silence. The monkey roared furiously again, trying to throw off the annoying people. The frightened archer froze in horror, seeing death approaching him. The monster's huge paw instantly caught up with the poor fellow, giving him no chance to escape. The frightened warrior fell to the ground, desperately begging his pursuer to stop immediately. A huge shadow paw hung over the poor fellow, paralyzing him with primal terror. Estio held out his hand resolutely, trying to reassure those around him that everything would work out. The young man shielded the warrior with his body, gently urging the enraged giant to calm down quickly. The boy boldly touched the thick fur, looking into the bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, the red-haired swordsman attacked from behind, plunging his sharp blades. The attacker rudely ordered Estio to step back and not approach the monster again. The sharp blades slashed across the beast's spine, causing blood to spray in all directions. The white giant roared piercingly in pain, shaking the air with its eerie scream. Surrounded by flashes, the monster fell to its knees, hiding its head from new blows. The wounded beast rushed away, while the warriors furiously called for pursuit. Watching him go, Estio decided that he had to get this over with as quickly as possible. The young man sank helplessly to the ground, bitterly regretting his strange act. He remembered the moment of realization when the monster actually stopped its attack. Now, because of this mercy, the giant could pay with his own life. Estio was enveloped in the shadows of the past, and he called out for his mother in terror. However, the boy overcame his weakness, realizing that he had to continue on his way immediately. Soon he found a quiet cave, hidden from the eyes of his cruel pursuers. The smell of fresh blood inside made Estio cover his face with his hand in alarm. There sat a wounded giant, mournfully turning his back to the uninvited guest. The flash transported Estio to the very heart of alien snow-covered memories. The tragic past of that very white-furred giant was revealed to the guy. The huge animals discovered a barely alive stranger in the deep snow. The girl jumped up abruptly, not believing her eyes at the horror she saw. The monster showed kindness by handing the frightened beauty a piece of fresh meat. They lived peacefully, raising a charming and fluffy baby together. The mother gently touched her son, deciding to name the baby with the snow-white name Neju. Suddenly the peace was broken, and the woman told the child to hide immediately. She went out to meet the hunters with guns, desperately protecting her family. Seeing the threat, the giant bared his teeth furiously and flashed his scarlet eye. Estio quietly called out Neju's name, finally breaking the silence that had lingered in the cave. The tortured animals suddenly asked with hope if this was his mother. The guy sadly replied that he was not at all the one they were looking for. Then the giant was completely confused, wanting to quickly find out who was standing in front of him. Estio introduced himself openly, not taking his eyes off the sad eyes of the forest giant. Neju asked bitterly if the young man had come to kill him too. Having received a firm refusal, the monster, completely perplexed, inquired about the true purpose of the visit. The young man admitted that he simply felt a calling and could not pass by. The beast sank, remembering how people had cruelly exterminated his entire forest family. Estio sympathetically confirmed that he knew about his mother's death at the hands of hunters. Estio suggested that the people were driven to murder by the simple thirst for profit. The beast naively asked if the money would return his mother and family. The guy bitterly admitted that even gold couldn't resurrect the dead. Then Neju wanted to know if wealth would help him commit bloody revenge. Estio answered hesitantly that revenge was indeed quite real in this world. The giant suddenly realized the true and terrible purpose of human money. The forest giant roared shrilly, releasing all the burning pain that had accumulated inside him. The young man watched the glow in silence as the vision slowly faded into thin air. Neju confessed to a furious desire to destroy all who had caused him pain. But the appearance of Estio gave the beast long-awaited peace and faith in the best. Estio bitterly admitted his guilt for controlling other people's feelings. The young man assumed that he was able to control any animal emotions. Ne felt better and gave up revenge for human money. The giant did not want to become as soulless as the gold coins. Having spoken his mind, the wounded animal simply asked to be given a little rest. Estio wished his friend peace and resolutely walked out of the dark cave. The boy found himself alone in the snow, pondering his next important step. Suddenly he felt someone's presence and called his black cat. At that very second, Estio deftly intercepted the bag that suddenly flew in. Siki only snorted in irritation, jumping down onto the snow next to her owner. A small black cat suddenly appeared on the path, watching Estio intently. Siki immediately assured her master of her safety because she was not weak at all. The young man thoughtfully offered to carry his companion in his arms, but she only proudly refused. The cat strode away resolutely, causing Estio to ask anxiously about the purpose of her journey. Siki headed straight for the cart, not caring at all about Neju's fate. The little companion dryly ordered the giant to be left behind, considering his fate finally sealed. Estio timidly objected, seriously fearing the beast's imminent death at the hands of cruel people. Meanwhile, the cat reasonably asked whether the guy himself would freeze to death here. The young man realized the bitter truth and decided to quickly return to the warm shelter of the cave. Siki only thoughtfully noted the extraordinary intelligence of her kind and faithful master. Siki reproached the owner for his eternal habit of sacrificing himself. Estio had absolutely no idea what his little companion was getting at. The cat believed that the guy was expecting only betrayal from everyone in advance. She snorted in displeasure, because she didn't like this position at all. The tired young man sat down in the snow, leaning against Neju's warm side. The icy wind made Estio press himself closer to the beast's thick fur. The boy suddenly realized the harsh conditions in which the giant had survived for years. Tsiki again insistently suggested that they immediately get away to the warm carriage. Meanwhile, the cat told us to leave this stupid child out in the cold. And then the black tiger appeared, blaming Estio for his own pain. A huge black tiger hid, carefully watching the young man sleeping in the cave. The predator lay down next to Estio, guarding his peace in the icy captivity. Meanwhile, the tiger remembered his past in the laboratory under a secret number. The scientists declared the experiment a failure and coldly ordered the immediate destruction of the beast. The wounded animal ran away, desperately begging for relief from the pain. Soon his strength finally left him, and the little cat collapsed dead in the snow. Suddenly, little Estio picked up the poor fellow, pressing him tenderly to his chest. The boy affectionately noted the similarity between the color of her fur and his dark hair. Tsiki realized that this child became her only and true savior. And then he gave the discarded experiment a new good name, Tsiki. The huge tiger suddenly woke up, hearing the familiar name of his little companion. Estio asked softly if his faithful protector had finally awakened. The boy warmly thanked the predator for saving him from inevitable frostbite that night. The beast asked anxiously about the pain, but the young man immediately assured him that everything was fine. And then the tiger began to melt, turning back into its usual black cat. Suddenly, the rescued Neju appeared, looking adoringly at his hero. Tsiki sternly asked how much longer they would stay in this cold cave. Estio reassured his friend, confirming the long-awaited safety of their current secret hideout. The young man checked Neju's back, amazed at the rapid and miraculous healing of the wounds. Fortunately, the noisy pursuit of the ghostly monster finally died down in the woods. Estio gently stroked the top of Neju's head, quietly telling him to take care of himself. In response, the giant suddenly clearly and consciously pronounced the name of his savior. Tsiki was literally speechless when she heard human speech from a wild beast. Neju broke into a happy smile, begging Estio to let him follow. The young man clearly did not expect such a sudden and touching affection from the forest giant. The guy directly stated the danger because he couldn't even protect himself. However, Neju comically flexed his muscles, promising to become the hero's personal bodyguard. Estio realized that this kind monster was simply terrified of loneliness. He doubted whether the forest beast was ready to meet the noisy city. Meanwhile, the hero was afraid that he himself would break down at the sight of the family's killers. But the giant promised to remain completely indifferent to the rest of the city's inhabitants. Neju closed his eyes contentedly, remembering all the kind words of his only friend. Estio warned sternly that someone in the city would certainly want to kill him. Then the forest giant naively asked if he would be allowed to just be angry. The strange trio froze, having finally decided on this rather dangerous adventure. Soon, a majestic and very noisy city spread out before the eyes of the travelers. The friends entered Gamatia, and the young man asked Neja solicitously about his fatigue. Meanwhile, Estio noticed that the black cat had mysteriously disappeared again. A sharp shout made the heroes turn around in fear right in the middle of a crowded street. The guard sternly asked why such a huge animal was walking without a leash. The guard raised his hand, threatening Estio with problems because of the predatory monkey. The soldiers immediately decided that the two had come from some village. One of them shoved a collar at the boy, threatening him with the law for walking him without a leash. Estio only listened to them silently, maintaining a strange calm in his eyes. He approached his furry friend and asked him to put it on. The beast smiled humbly because the guy couldn't change anything anyway. Estio personally fastened a heavy iron chain around the neck of the mighty creature. The satisfied guards promised to help the villagers get used to the capital as quickly as possible. The patrolman left, asking everyone to continue to behave reasonably. The guy looked guiltily at his companion, apologizing for this humiliating step. The companion suddenly remarked affectionately that Estio had become an exact copy of his mother. And then a memory surfaced of how my mother was always apologizing to the beast. For a long time, the guy was incredibly interested in what she repented for, but the woman stubbornly remained silent, no matter how much her son tried to find out the truth. It was only years later that Estio began to truly understand those strange words. As it turned out, my mother's apologies were her special way of expressing her feelings. But in fact, behind her words there was always hidden deep love. Meanwhile, the local merchant drove the boy away, calling him a hopeless weakling. The man was deeply struck by the proximity of the fragile youth and the predator. Finally, he offered some advice to look into the guild if you needed work. Estio asked again, puzzled about the guild, considering the merchant's unexpected offer. The man confirmed that they would definitely find a suitable task in the city center. The bright Ignis sign promised all customers almost 100% success. The young man walked decisively into the building, leading his massive companion behind him. Inside, they were greeted by a joyful cry and a welcoming raised palm. The charming blonde immediately began to praise the impeccable reputation of her guild. The guy said outright that he had come to enlist in the ranks of the new volunteers. The secretary politely asked whether the mysterious guest had writing skills. Estio calmly confirmed that he had learned to read and write and could fill out papers. He bowed politely, waiting for a decision from the smiling employee behind the counter. Estio headed upstairs with determination, ignoring the heavy chains. The stern man with the scar looked at the strange couple with a keen gaze. He was clearly unnerved by the proximity of an ordinary boy and a dangerous monster. He spoke first, barely containing the curiosity that was overwhelming him. Yusak asked incredulously whether this young man was really aiming to become a rookie. In his mind, he had already branded Estio as a completely hopeless country bumpkin. The guy calmly explained that he came specifically to recruit into the guild. The owner of the office asked whether the guest understood the seriousness of their tasks. Estio answered simply, because the essence of the work seemed perfectly clear to him. The man introduced himself as Hawk, the head of this Ignis branch in Galacia. Estio bowed politely and formally introduced himself to the stern branch manager. Hawk called his guest to follow him, inviting them to discuss business in the office. The man admitted that he usually checks absolutely all documents first. Hawk joked that he would now accept help even from a wild monkey. And then Hawk asked where this young man came from. Estio calmly replied that he had come straight from the distant Revo district. Usak repeated the name thoughtfully, trying to remember such a wilderness on the map. The guildmaster asked whether the boy considered those lands his homeland. Suddenly, he asked directly where exactly this Revo was located. The young man explained that his homeland was the tiny and forgotten village of Selbia. Hawk asked if Estio's specialty was simply training wild animals. The man advised avoiding vague answers and always speaking only to the point. He wanted to know the newcomer's talents in order to choose the right future assignments. And then Estio calmly admitted his ability to read the thoughts of any animal. The head of the branch was surprised, because he had never even heard of such a rare gift. Meanwhile, the world was teeming with magicians, mediums, and other powerful fighters. Many drew their power from ancient secret knowledge or contracts with spirits. In fact, the young man's gift was unique and completely incomprehensible. Hawk swallowed nervously, realizing the incredible value of the nugget sitting before him. Suddenly, he apologized for his rudeness, deciding to immediately accept Estio into the guild. Hawk mentally compared the mysterious boy to an undisclosed trump card. The man decided to take a risk and entrust the newcomer with his first serious task. He told Estio to find the merchant at number 3 on Shark Road. The client had clearly reached a dead end in trying to tame rare and dangerous animals. For success, Hawk promised a valuable coin, which served as a pass to the guild. Usak sent the hero on his way, ordering him to return immediately after completing the task. The young man walked along the night streets, checking the note he had received in his hands. The huge Neja silently pointed the boy in the right direction to the intended goal. Suddenly, the silence of the alley was broken by a furious and extremely threatening bark. From the darkness, 2 ferocious and very hungry dogs bared their teeth at Estio. Neja suddenly appeared behind Estio and silenced the dogs instantly. The young man crouched down in front of the frightened animal and kindly asked him not to be afraid. He calmly explained that he just wanted to talk to the local owner. Estio looked straight into the eyes, confirming his exclusively peaceful and honest intentions. And then the dog was amazed to realize that his fear of the stranger had suddenly evaporated. The boy politely introduced himself to the puzzled dogs and clearly pronounced his sonorous name. Meanwhile, Neja watched closely as the dogs tried to speak. The faithful comrades confidently walked deeper into the courtyard towards a new and dangerous meeting. A stern man with glasses blocked the way immediately after the mention of the Ignis Guild. The stranger very rudely doubted the young guest's rare talent for taming animals. The bald merchant told Estio to follow him deeper into this strange place. Suddenly, they found themselves in a gloomy hall filled with cages containing wild animals. The man led the guest to a large terrarium and ordered him to look carefully inside. There lay a tiny purple dragon, constantly twitching and rolling its eyes. The skeptical, bespectacled man complained that he had paid a fortune for this rare creature. Meanwhile, the animal behaved madly and flatly refused any food. Estio studied the baby closely, trying to catch his weak and painful thoughts. And then he realized how scared this small and defenseless creature was. But in reality, this formidable predator was just an ordinary child. The merchant flew into a rage, demanding that the monster be tamed immediately for the safety of the people. Estio asked thoughtfully, realizing the full complexity of this extremely strange and dangerous matter. The merchant looked closely at the boy, amazed by his incredibly deep and wise gaze. The man was finally convinced that a completely unusual and gifted person stood before him. Estio heard a quiet complaint of pain, but could not determine the cause. Suddenly, Estio felt a sharp flash of alien pain that literally pierced his body. The boy clutched his chest while the faithful Nedja worriedly supported his wounded master. The shop owner screamed in fear, but Estio explained that the torment was not his. The young man exhaled heavily and admitted that he felt the unbearable agony of this tiny dragon. The amazed merchant froze, watching the mystical glow emanating from this sick creature. The young man suddenly found himself in the middle of a starry ocean, trying to comprehend the greatness of the power he had seen. Estio suddenly fell into the deep and sad memories of this little dragon. The bespectacled man yelled at the guy in rage, demanding that he immediately stop this strange silence. The young man quietly explained that the poor little boy's icy heart was literally melting. The merchant just stared at Estio incredulously, considering his words to be complete nonsense. And then the guy revealed the secret. The animal was used to living only in icy water. Meanwhile, the dry earth and sawdust in the cage were simply slowly killing the baby. The bald, bespectacled man was furious because he believed that dragons were exclusively inhabitants of hot deserts. But in reality, Estio was only trying to save a heart born of ice. The man called the guest a madman, not wanting to believe in the existence of such strange creatures. Suddenly, the merchant became completely speechless, struck by the frightening confidence and calm of the young man. The owner promised the dragon to recreate the desert because of the coming cold weather. A tiny beast with purple eyes waited obediently on the sand. Yusak irritably called Estio a damn guy for his slowness. Suddenly, the young man shuddered sharply, clutching the shovel in his hands in fear. The old man commanded him to immediately run outside for snow. And then he added that young people have a responsibility to help the elderly. The man carefully handed the small blue dragon into Estio's hands. The baby froze in the enclosure under the first falling snowflakes. Meanwhile, the angry bearded man again shouted at the hesitant guy. Then Estio rushed headlong into the snowstorm, clutching his shovel tightly. Estio brought snow, and the old man pointed out exactly where it should be thrown. The grumpy owner told the boy to stop talking and to carry snow without stopping. The rare ice dragon finally felt the cool air and noticeably perked up. It turns out that these creatures are incredibly rare and have been little studied by humans. Seeing the contented animal, the bearded man decided that now everything was going as it should. Suddenly, the old man ironically asked if it was time for the young man to rest a little. Without waiting for an answer, he commanded Estio to follow him immediately. Estio quickly discovered the splinter that was preventing the poor horse from walking properly. The guy advised to quickly resettle the predators because of their fierce fight for territory. Finally, the old man admitted that this boy really did have a unique gift. The old man handed Estio a heavy bag while his companion watched silently. The owner strictly ordered the boy to take care of what he had received and not to lose it. The mustachioed man waved goodbye to them, watching the departing couple. The blonde companion called out to Estio with concern, noticing his strange state. The animal spirits vied with each other to wish him luck and ask him to return quickly. The young man realized with amazement that he could now hear the world much more clearly. The little friend asked solicitously if Estio was too tired. Estio brushed off his fatigue, deciding to turn back immediately. A lonely figure stood frozen in the night, tormented by thoughts of internal changes. His cursed gift continued to whisper frightening and strange revelations. Estio suddenly collapsed, quite frightening his white-haired companion. He immediately rushed to hug the guy, fearing that he was cold. Suddenly, faithful Siki gracefully emerged from the darkness of the night. The cat silently approached Estio, carefully studying his condition. The little girl immediately understood that it was not a matter of illness at all. She told him to get up before the cold completely took hold of his body. The young man stroked Tsiki affectionately, thanking her for her loyalty. The guy admitted that he really appreciates her willingness to be there. Tsiki was genuinely surprised, not understanding why she would avoid him at all. And Estio simply remembered how much she hated any kind of touch. Tsiki admitted that human hands make her feel extremely disgusted. But then the cat added that right now everything felt different. She called the guy annoying because he is not at all like a human being. Estio asked again in confusion, not believing such a sudden revelation from his little companion. Tiki jumped down abruptly, allowing the young man to do whatever he wanted from now on. Turning around, she firmly promised never to avoid her master again. The snow-white beast roared joyfully, seeing the outline of that very house in the distance. Meanwhile, 2 heavy gold guild coins gleamed enticingly in his hands. The man was amazed by the generosity of the meticulous old man, who gave 2 coins to the guild at once. Estio looked at the gold in fascination, confirming the authenticity of his honest reward. Usopp happily declared Estio a new full member of the Ignis Guild. He ordered that it was mandatory to wear the guild uniform while working. The man quickly ran away to bring the boy the necessary things. Soon he handed Estio a package containing his new equipment. The owner offered the young man the use of a dormitory on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, he reminded about the obligatory morning visit to the department. Finally, the good-natured fat man wished the guy a good rest. An empty room with bunk beds was waiting for its new tenant. Estio began to carefully wash his huge furry friend, and then he appeared in a luxurious dark guild uniform. Estio asked hesitantly if he seemed strange in his new form. The snow beast happily admitted that now its owner looks really cool. Finally, the guy just fell onto the bed and started to race his thoughts. Meanwhile, the view from the window made him remember the past again. And then he realized that his past life was truly left behind. Estio quietly called his furry friend and asked if he was sleeping. He immediately muttered in response that sleep was not coming to him. The guy asked him directly if he regretted his difficult choice. He was worried whether the beast should have followed him into the city at all. After all, now because of him there is a heavy chain hanging around his friend's neck. And Neju thought that things could get even more difficult from here. Estio decided that tomorrow he would definitely release the beast on that mountain. In his dream, the boy was tightly hugging someone's huge furry paw. He suddenly turned around, hearing his own voice in the silence. The white beast admitted to himself that he was very happy just to be nearby. The baby wanted to give love instead of endlessly hating everyone. The young man quietly whispered words of gratitude and finally fell asleep peacefully. He remembered how he once learned words alone in the attic. And then he understood the true meaning of the important word: connection. In the morning, Estio, dressed in a cool uniform, came down to the people, attracting attention. Estio came down to the people and it was simply unrecognizable. The director laughed contentedly, because the new uniform suited the guy very well. Rosalie, with a book in her hands, immediately became interested in the new face. Usopp cheerfully introduced Estio to her, putting his arm around his shoulder. He immediately clarified that the guy would not go to regular departments. Rosalie was genuinely surprised, because the newcomer seemed very capable to her. The director only answered mysteriously about the young man's special and rare gift. Then suddenly the boss offered Estio to try his candies. And then the man persistently shoved the candies straight into the guy's mouth. But in fact, the director found the taste of the onion to be the best. Estio was completely confused by his new boss's strange taste preferences. Rosalie only watched skeptically as her director's latest outburst of delight erupted. She advised the guy to simply ignore the constant quirks of their noisy boss. And then Estio finally made up his mind and swallowed the strange candy. The satisfied boss praised the young man, calling him the future treasure of the entire guild. Meanwhile, Estio found the taste more disgusting than truly pleasant. The boy started coughing while the director continued to admire his strange delicacy. Finally, the boss decided that the newcomer would work in their department for now. Rosalie sent the guy through the first door, telling him to start work immediately. Estio walked in and immediately froze in front of an endless mountain of boring papers. Rosalie asked Estio if he had seen her black elastic band. Estio didn't see anything, but she immediately ordered him to buy her a new one. And then they just froze in silence, looking at each other amusingly. Meanwhile, Rosalie sent the guy to immediately go and get a new purchase. She issued the guild seal and ordered a unicorn feather to go with it. Soon, Estio and his furry friend went outside again. A passerby told the guy where exactly in the square to look for the right bench. Finally, the heroes entered a very cozy store filled with herbs. There they noticed someone fiddling around very high up on the stepladder. Estio simply apologized, drawing the attention of the man working high up under the ceiling. Meanwhile, the girl on the stepladder muttered that she was very busy right now. Suddenly, she joyfully fished out the ball she had been looking for so long. Here she finally noticed Estio and froze from the unexpected meeting. The girl suspiciously asked if he was a client and why he was here. Meanwhile, the fluffy Neju simply silently looked at her with his red eyes. Suddenly, the poor thing screamed in horror, mistaking the beast for a monster. She was so frightened that she couldn't hold on and fell down screaming. Estio deftly caught her, and the blushing girl only stuttered and thanked him. The guy calmly explained to the frightened girl that his friend was not a monster. And then the young man seriously added that this fluffy one's name was Neju. Estio apologized, holding the frightened girl tightly in his strong arms. Then suddenly he explained that Neju was not a tame pet at all. Poor Sally was terribly embarrassed and began awkwardly making excuses for her stupidity. Meanwhile, Estio assumed that Neju was the name of her old friend. The pink-haired stranger smiled sweetly and finally introduced herself as Sally. The guy politely ordered black rubber bands and a rare feather from a magical unicorn. Sally understood everything at once and nodded obediently to her serious guest. And then she rushed like a whirlwind to the shelves to look for the necessary goods. Estio calmly gave her permission to take her time and waited a minute. Finally, Sally, with a smile, handed the treasured paper package to her dear client. Sally suddenly screamed loudly, clearly taken aback by the recent shock. Estio calmly pointed at the blue ball that had fallen from her hands. The pink-haired merchant laughed joyfully, finally finding her treasured item. Suddenly she called out to the guest, wanting to quickly find out his name. The young man turned around and briefly replied with his name, Estio. Meanwhile, Sally playfully suggested that the guy test out one curious thing. It turned out to be a rare magical artifact for reading human souls. The girl inspiredly described how the colors of the ball reveal hidden human emotions. However, Estio coldly refused, which greatly puzzled his new acquaintance. Estio explained that people are unlikely to appreciate having their minds read. Estio considered the unceremonious reading of other people's thoughts and memories a bad habit. He called this gift the most useless ability in the whole world. Sally noticed that he spoke exactly like a true reader of souls. Suddenly, the blue ball in her hands instantly turned jet black. Soon, the boy and his powerful companion walked away along the pavement. Meanwhile, a mustachioed gentleman came out to meet the hero and greeted him loudly. The man immediately reported that the hero had been recruited into the special department. Estio received a mysterious piece of paper and began to study the conditions of his new job. The boss explained that wealthy clients had been inundating them with boring and simple requests. However, the order itself on the paper was written extremely vaguely and unclearly. The main measure of success was considered to be only the complete satisfaction of the capricious nobility. Estio noted to himself that a task of this level was a stroke of luck. The boss reminded that aristocrats can easily turn life into hell. It was necessary to give it your all, even for the sake of the child's whims. Meanwhile, the mustachioed man wished the hero good luck with the good puppy's business. Soon, a truly luxurious building of a huge estate appeared ahead. The guy and his shaggy companion confidently approached the gate. The guards blocked the way and demanded to see the official petition of the guild. Estio silently handed over the document, and the knight ordered him to follow him. And then they slowly walked along the carpet inside the rich house. Estio immediately heard that the sounds coming from these dogs were completely different. In front of him sat a tiny white dog with pink bows. The little brat growled and told the boy to get lost. Suddenly, a loud child's voice called out loudly to the angry beast. A smartly dressed Bella in a fluffy pink dress ran out to meet the guest. She began to shame her pet for his rude behavior. Meanwhile, the owner gently reined in the little protector named Hiru. The guy briefly confirmed that he had arrived on a mission from the guild. And then the girl asked if he was really a member of the organization. Bella clearly expected to see a menacing man, not a skinny guy. The little aristocrat asked curiously how old the guest was. Estio calmly replied that he turned 17 this year. Here Hiru barked menacingly again, trying to protect his mistress. Suddenly, Neju made a stern face and powerfully intimidated the impudent man. The girl simply froze in complete shock at this sight. Meanwhile, she screamed with delight when she saw a huge white monkey. The mighty Neju only chuckled sweetly upon hearing his name, and then the little girl was completely delighted by the insane beauty of the beast. She politely introduced herself as Saraline and asked to be called simply Sarah. The frightened maids began to quickly drag their mistress away from the dangerous predator. The maids began to praise their kind and beautiful mistress with all their might. Estio was confused and tried to figure out the true intentions of this impudent girl. Sarah asked to quickly solve the mystery of her pet's eternal malice. The little girl was all beaming and eagerly awaiting the start of the magic session. It turned out that the little dog was actually terribly scared. The hero politely asked his formidable partner to step aside for a while. and then he carefully crouched down right in front of the frightened Hiru. Estio realized that in order to succeed, he needed to touch the animal. Meanwhile, he noted a clear increase in his unique abilities. The guy took off his glove and promised not to harm the animal. The entire hall was silent as Estio patiently waited for little Hiru to trust him. Bella watched the guy's every cautious movement with undisguised amazement. Suddenly, a bright flash marked the beginning of the dog's descent into memory. Horrible memories of the creature's cruel treatment of its sick mother surfaced. Little Hiru barked desperately, seeing off his mother as she disappeared into the unknown. The owners abandoned the puppy completely alone, ignoring his bitter cries. The poor little thing looked completely broken and betrayed by the whole world. He was kept in a cage for profit, with the dream of selling him to aristocrats at a high price. The poor fellow was deliberately starved to maintain his miniature appearance. Meanwhile, the mysterious Count Fabian hastily disappeared behind the door. The merchant hastily promised to wash the dirty puppy before selling it. But in reality, the poor little thing was drowning in the icy water. The baby realized with bitterness that people only hurt him. Suddenly, young Cerilyn appeared in this dark story. The father gave the girl a gift and told her to take good care of it. The girl was beaming with happiness and constantly hugged the charming Hiru. She considered her new pet a real precious angel. And then the enraged father kicked the puppy, ordering him to be thrown out immediately. Cerilyn, in tears, swore that she would raise her pet herself. But the man only called the dog a stupid and ferocious beast. Nenjie too sternly ordered to submit an official petition to the guild. Suddenly there was a threat to get rid of the poor guy because of his character. Bella became worried and asked if the pet really didn't like anything at all. Estio replied that Hira was simply frightened by her excessive displays of affection. The guy sadly assumed that no one had ever loved this puppy before, and then he fell silent, choosing frighteningly difficult words to explain. But in reality, people will one day simply kill this defenseless animal. It turned out that the same cruel fate had once befallen his mother. Bella was upset and admitted that she dreamed of learning to read other people's minds. Meanwhile, Estio snapped that abilities alone were clearly not enough for understanding. Estio told how people starved Hira for profit. Bella turned pale at the shocking news of the puppy's mother's death. It turned out that the owners simply threw away the sick dog because it was useless. And then the girl covered her mouth with her hands in horror upon realizing the truth. She burst into tears, lamenting that she knew nothing. The maid immediately rushed to console her mistress, who had suddenly fallen into hysterics. Bella sincerely swore that she only wanted the best for her pet, when suddenly Estio plunged them into a mysterious body of water. Meanwhile, the girl froze in amazement in the middle of the shining magical ocean. But in fact, the puppy himself clearly called Cerilyn for the first time. Bella was completely confused by this strange magical space, but in fact, the puppy sincerely doubted his owner's feelings. The girl was seriously worried that the baby might hate her. Suddenly, the dog allowed himself to be hugged, but only not very high. Meanwhile, reality returned, and the maids immediately surrounded the mistress. A happy Bella enthusiastically thanked Estio for this incredible miracle. She admitted that she didn't even believe in the existence of such abilities. And then the princess realized how wrong she had been about Hiru. It turned out that her furry friend had been trying to talk to her all this time. Estio gently reassured her, lifting the heavy burden of guilt for the past. Estio sternly blamed Hiru's fears solely on these greedy and dishonest merchants. But in reality, this little animal is simply not used to love at all. Bella looked thoughtfully at the sparkling gold coin of the magic guild in her palm, and then he wished her good luck and strictly ordered her to guard the reward. The little girl enthusiastically acknowledged that the hero had this truly unique and frightening gift. Suddenly, she screamed joyfully and immediately rushed towards her friend Nenji. Estio stood silently to the side and watched this family reunion closely. Meanwhile, Nenji tenderly hugged the girl and honestly admitted to his little deception. It turned out that the noble men had just returned safely to their native estate. Theriot noted sullenly that he had heard her loud and desperate crying from afar. Bella screamed indignantly that she hadn't been crying that loudly. Suddenly, Nenji laughed, confirming that his daughter had a powerful voice. Meanwhile, he remembered about the guest in time and stopped the farce. Nenji formally asked if this was the master from the guild. Estio calmly introduced himself and confirmed his status in the Ignis department. And then he realized that the owner was eager to learn the essence of talent. The young man honestly admitted his rare ability to hear the thoughts of animals. In fact, Nenji was very surprised when he heard about this gift. A rather strange and suspicious grin suddenly flashed across the man's face. The owner of the house suddenly snapped that he considered what he had heard to be complete absurdity. The man sternly reminded them that it was extremely dangerous to brazenly lie to the nobility. He asked which animal's thoughts Estio could easily read. He asked if the guy had control over the souls of monsters or insidious half-breeds. Estio became visibly nervous as he was pressed against the wall by tricky questions. Suddenly, the aristocrat declared that the young man's true gift was reading hearts. Bella, shocked, hugged the dog, not believing the truth she had heard. Witnesses to the conversation froze in shock from the incredible and frightening discovery. The boy realized that his ability to see souls only caused fear. In the eyes of those around him, Estio instantly turned into a frightening and dangerous monster. Meanwhile, the interlocutor admitted that such a unique ability is extremely interesting. The nobleman emphasized that he had never seen such a rare and valuable specimen. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder with authority, declaring the boy's abilities to be unique. Usak ingratiatingly asked if Estio understood the true meaning of his powers. The realization of the scale of the disaster sent an unpleasant chill through the boy's body. The aristocrat declared the existence of a job that was only feasible for such talent. Estio froze in confusion, unable to immediately digest the proposal he had heard. The man confidently promised to send an official request to the guild soon. The young man cast a farewell glance at the charming Bella he had saved. The girl suddenly came to her senses, realizing that she had even forgotten the name of her hero. Bella thanked him warmly and promised to definitely invite him again. Bella's brother asked apprehensively if there was a limit to the young man's abilities. Estio reassured him that he did not see everything and would not read them. But the boy began to doubt whether Estio was lying about his true limitations. In the end, he rudely showed the hero the door, telling him to get lost immediately. The blonde shouted in rage that Estio should not dare to cross the threshold again. The shocked Bella tried to stand up for the guest because he had helped a lot. In tears, she shouted to her brother that now she simply hated him. A bright and very disturbing sunset was slowly fading over the luxurious mansion. Estio looked at the sky alone, thinking about everything that had happened that day. He picked up the gold coin, realizing that his life had changed dramatically. Furry Neju grumbled that humans were unusually strange creatures. The beast looked doubtfully at Estio, whose calmness seemed surprising to him. It turned out that Neju was genuinely happy that the guy read his soul. Estio noted sadly that Neju probably hated being in this place. The furry companion once again confirmed how crazy the logic of ordinary people seems to him. Neju suddenly realized that Estio was not a scary person at all, but a kind person. He remembered how caring the hero was compared to the angry crowd. And then it became clear that Estio was the friendliest of all those he had met. Neju was not frightened by the young man's gift, but by the rotten thoughts hidden behind the masks. Estio stroked his friend affectionately, not afraid of being labeled a strange and misunderstood eccentric. Estio stroked the white beast, emphasizing his complete indifference to what was happening. He remembered the dark days of confinement in a cramped, cold attic. Meanwhile, with his friends by his side, Estio finally felt alive. The young man snuggled affectionately against his furry companion, finding long-awaited peace. A few days later, the guy was intently adjusting his snow-white gloves. He stood in the rays of morning light, ready for new achievements. Suddenly, the hosts joyfully greeted Estio, loudly applauding his success. The mustachioed man praised the guy, since he clearly caught the eye of some important gentleman. The woman noted that Estio's gift helped him achieve his goal very quickly. The guardians beamed with pride as they congratulated the hero on his brilliant triumph. Estio received a request from a special department of the powerful Ignis Guild. He was looking into the details of the case of the closed shop and the jewelry. To succeed, it was necessary to find the owner of the mysterious company, a certain Thompson. For completing the first request, the guild promised the hero 1 gold coin. The second part of the task promised a pleasant bonus in the form of 3 coins. Meanwhile, the snow-white Neju was happily playing with the good-natured woman. Estio called his pet to follow him, heading off to meet new mysteries. Suddenly, the mustachioed owner called out to the guy, wanting to say something important beforehand. He asked Estio to be careful because there was danger ahead. The woman promised to bake delicious bread for the return of her young hero. Estio promised his guardians that he would return home immediately after completing his mission. The hero studied the route with concentration, together with his faithful white companion. He decided that they just needed to follow the wide main road. And then the guy realized that the path to the outskirts of the city was not short. Estio estimated that it would take them at least an hour to get there on foot. Suddenly, Neju offered to give his master a ride on his back. The beast reminded that he runs many times faster than any ordinary person. Meanwhile, the proud young man politely refused his friend's help. The poor baby drooped, considering himself completely useless to his master. But Estio quickly changed his mind and asked him for a ride anyway. Estio jumped on the beast and asked it to take care of itself. Suddenly, the furry giant rushed forward at breakneck speed. Neju smiled as he turned out to be a really damn fast runner. The boy thanked his friend, gently stroking his soft white fur. Looking at the jewelry, Estio called them just useless colored stones. Meanwhile, he was perplexed as to what exactly it was that those around him admired so much. Approaching the entrance, the young man knocked insistently, checking for the presence of people inside. And then he realized that there was dead silence behind the door. Neju inquired about the plan, since the owner was supposed to live here. Estio crossed his arms, confident that the mission's purpose was definitely hidden within. Estio suggested that the shop owner might have simply gone away for a short while. Neju was worried that his persistent master would freeze to death on the threshold. And then the guy smiled warmly, confidently assuring his friend that everything was fine. Suddenly, a man jumped out of the darkness, frightening the guests with a loud scream. The stranger was outraged by their stupidity, suggesting that they wait at home for his return. Estio immediately realized that the elusive Thompson stood before him. The owner confirmed the identity, wondering about the purpose of the visit of the aristocrat's servants. The man was amazed at the persistence of the couple who waited for him at the door until night. But in fact, he was scared, suspecting the guests of committing suicide. Thompson ironically advised them to find a more comfortable place to die. Estio waved them off, but the owner rudely ordered them to leave immediately. Suddenly, Thompson grabbed the guy sharply, having completely lost all patience. Dark shadows and requests to never have children came to mind. Once upon a time, this stern man was head over heels in love with the beautiful Till. But soon, their happy fairy tale was replaced by a dark and hopeless reality. The endless loss of babies and miscarriages simply burned the life out of the couple. Finally, Leah was born, filling the cold house with her first loud cry. Thompson was beaming because his baby finally looked truly healthy. But in reality, the mother was just waiting for her inevitable imminent death. And then their marriage finally fell apart due to monstrous stress and depression. Thompson fell to his knees, begging his wife to finally come to her senses. He screamed, was she really going to let their daughter die? Meanwhile, the father closed the shop, devoting himself entirely to saving Leah. Suddenly, Thompson screamed, seeing an animal next to the guy. The guy ironically advised me to simply ignore my wife since she was silent. The merchant was simply stunned by such insolence, his eyes wide. In shock, he asked again, not understanding the meaning of the words he had heard. Estio explained that it was useless to force a person to talk. And then the hero realized the true reason for the sudden closure of the shop. The enraged man grabbed Estio's collar with a death grip. An enraged Thompson threw Estio to the floor, causing him to stretch out painfully. The man demanded an explanation as to how the boy had even found out about Till. Meanwhile, Estio sat under the heavy, oppressive gaze of the shopkeeper. The hero calmly introduced himself, stating his affiliation with the Ignis Guild. Thompson covered his face with his hand in despair, cursing all the annoying aristocrats. The shopkeeper looked at the skinny boy with distrust, doubting his status. Faithful Neju looked worriedly into his master's eyes, checking his condition. And then Thompson sighed heavily, accusing everyone of being obsessed with jewelry. The man suddenly extended his hand, apologizing to the guests for his rudeness. He officially introduced himself as the owner of the shop, changing his anger to mercy. The owner asked why the guild member Ignis had come to his shop. Estio explained that he had come to help the merchant get back to work as quickly as possible. The man grumbled that the aristocrats were clearly in a great hurry to get somewhere. Thompson then invited the young man inside for a more serious conversation. The boy calmly confirmed his identity as he followed the gloomy shopkeeper inside. The merchant offered Estio something to drink as a gesture of reconciliation. He suggested that young people certainly liked sweet fruit drinks. The shopkeeper took a hearty sip straight from the bottle without waiting for his guest to respond. The owner noted ironically that the guy now looked damn stupid. He explained that the success of a business depends on the ability to please the interlocutor. Estio mentioned Till, causing the shopkeeper to instantly change his tone to serious. Thompson muttered that digging into someone else's life was not a good idea. The man called the boy a child who doesn't know the harsh truth of life. The shop owner was determined never to open his doors to customers again. Suddenly, the merchant himself suggested that the guest ask about the reasons for such a decision. Estio asked why the man was so stubborn about refusing a profitable business. Meanwhile, Thompson was struck by the complete lack of curiosity in the young man's eyes. The owner offered another drink, trying to ease the sudden tension. And then the guy thanked him politely, maintaining his usual composure. The owner laughed, recognizing Estio as a damn interesting and strange guy. The man spoke tenderly about how much he cherished his wife and daughter. However, after the death of her first child, his wife forever forgot about her sincere smile. He desperately begged her to leave the room and not torment the family. And then she went mad, almost losing her tongue. The shopkeeper drank sullenly, remembering his futile attempts to help the unfortunate woman. Estio learned that the girl's mother flatly refuses to see her own child. The man only lamented, unable to cope with this long-term mental pain. Suddenly, the hero realized that he had once again unwittingly activated his hidden abilities. The interlocutor decided to wrap things up because it was time to put little Leah to bed. He apologized for the failed mission and confirmed his refusal to work further. Estio suddenly interrupted the departing shopkeeper with his intriguing question. He clarified whether he would return to work after his wife's recovery. The man nodded sadly, continuing to slowly walk towards the exit. Meanwhile, the guy confidently offered his selfless help. The interlocutor froze in complete shock from such unheard-of audacity. Estio began to explain his special significance to this family. The young man remembered that only he was capable of solving such problems. And then he firmly promised to take the recluse out of the room. The shopkeeper was completely surprised, not understanding how this was even possible. The hero just silently stared at him with his serious gaze. Estio suddenly extended his hand towards the startled shopkeeper, demanding his attention. And then even the faithful beast stared in amazement at his determined master. Meanwhile, the young man boldly touched the man's head, beginning the magical effect. He confidently declared that he would solve the problem with the help of his mysterious power. The shopkeeper was completely surprised, not understanding what exactly was happening to him. The hero merely calmly adjusted his hair, while his interlocutor remained in deep confusion. Suddenly, Estio gently told the man not to be afraid and to trust him completely. He asked for trust, convincing everyone around him of his exclusively good intentions. And then the poor guy realized that he had just heard someone else's voice right in his head. Estio extended his hand to the fallen man, inviting him to rise and finish this job together. Estio seriously asked whether the man was ready to trust him to save his family, and then a firm handshake finally sealed their unusual deal. Meanwhile, they headed together into the depths of this oppressive house. The man knocked cautiously on the door, warning Till of his visit. He gently informed his wife that they had guests today. Following the owner, the hero crossed the threshold of the gloomy and stuffy room. The unhappy woman sat motionless in the rocking chair, staring into space. A mask of deepest and hopeless despair froze on her pale face. Suddenly, Estio noticed her frighteningly frozen, almost wooden face. The shopkeeper hurried to close the window, asking his wife how she was feeling. Estio noted with alarm that Till's hands were absolutely icy. The young man politely asked for forgiveness and prepared for the risky dive. He carefully placed his palm on the head of this frozen woman. Meanwhile, a frightening dead silence suddenly reigned in the room. The hero decided to penetrate deeper, trying to fine-tune the mental connection. For the first time, he used his unique power of his own free will. The guy's gaze flashed with determination before jumping into the abyss of memory. Suddenly, a blinding blue glow united their minds into one. The shopkeeper recoiled in horror, stunned by this inexplicable magical miracle. Soon, all three unexpectedly found themselves in the middle of a sunlit forest. The heroes suddenly found themselves on a forest path from the distant past. It was incredibly hot, and the poor peasants were driven to work in the fields. Young Till left the hut, dreaming of getting at least a little rest. The shopkeeper was stunned to see his wife so young and beautiful. Meanwhile, she looked absolutely happy, just like before. Estio was even at a loss because he had not planned this at all. And then the guy realized that they had fallen into the depths of memories. The girl hummed cheerfully as she walked towards the dense forest. She seriously considered dropping in on Juan and playing by the river. It turned out that Till had previously been just the daughter of a poor peasant. Her parents died early, leaving the girl with very young children. She took care of them alone, working hard in the fields. Meanwhile, Till made homemade toys and beads for the children. The brother and sister joyfully called her, bringing brushwood and herbs. The girl caressed them with love, considering her loved ones to be the best. Suddenly, the younger brother handed her a beautiful plucked white flower. He tenderly decorated his sister's hair, admiring her modest beauty. She soon blossomed with happiness as she fell truly in love for the first time. Her chosen one was that same shopkeeper, who was still very young at the time. Till waved her hand joyfully at him, glowing with her sincere love. Meanwhile, poverty began to drag the lovers into its viscous swamp. There was a catastrophic shortage of money even for food and medicine for sick relatives. The sick brother asked hopefully about the recent marriage proposal. Till just waved it off, admitting her latest refusal to the annoying groom. And then she stunned the poor man with the news of their final separation. The girl firmly decided to let Juan go as soon as possible for his own good. At that moment, their bright love finally faded away forever. The poor thing took on a mountain of work, trying to get to all the places. She even decided to skip lunch in order to complete all orders before sunset. Finally, the girl thought with relief that the money she had earned would be enough for a month. Suddenly, the poor young man stumbled and fell shamefully right before Till's eyes. The kind girl immediately rushed to the stranger, sympathetically asking about his well-being. She looked at the fallen boy with concern as he slowly came to his senses. And then the shopkeeper realized that this was the day of their very first meeting. Till then selflessly helped him, and soon their communication grew into love. Meanwhile, she devotedly looked after him while the boy was recovering his strength. The girl smiled tenderly at the awakened young man, like an angel against a backdrop of beautiful flowers. Later, the enamored Juan knelt down and proposed to her. Suddenly, he heard rumors about her imminent wedding with another man. Distraught, Juan threatened to commit suicide if his beloved really left him. Juan clutched the vial of poison convulsively, deciding to take extreme measures. Till froze in horror, realizing that he was actually going to settle the score. Suddenly, he started yelling after her that life without her was sheer darkness. The poor guy begged Till to come back, causing quite a drama in the middle of the forest. But she only snorted contemptuously, allowing him to do any stupid thing. She walked away, openly declaring her complete indifference to him. Meanwhile, the girl said that she would not be impressed by such a cheap show. Finally, she dryly wished Juan to finally become happy. The guy was left alone, staring hard at the bottle with the skull on the label. And then she turned around abruptly, sensing that things had taken a bad turn. Juan collapsed and Till rushed towards his body in panic. The girl sobbed inconsolably while Estio silently watched the scene. It turned out that Till was hiding her lover from her rich legal husband. Despair washed over her, as if Juan's action had become an eternal curse. The husband realized the bitter truth. His wife chose him only for his money. Meanwhile, Estio confirmed her selfish rejection of the poor farmer's feelings. The guy asked if the husband was now ready to completely change his mind. He froze, struck by the directness of this sudden and very difficult question. If her decisions are driven only by profit, then there is no love in the marriage. Will a selfish woman still remain a truly close person to him? The man cried out in despair that he loved Till more than anyone in the world. Estio calmly asked what had changed in their lives then. The man drooped and admitted that nothing had really changed. For him, she still remained his truly beloved wife. Her husband was frightened by her strange fixation on just one dark memory. He hated her belief that it was impossible for her to ever be happy again. The poor man, through tears, acknowledged his wife's frightening emotional emptiness. The whole family gathered in the room, but Till remained completely cold. The man pitifully begged Till to at least look at their tiny child. Estio countered that it was physically impossible for her to be completely devoid of feelings. Estio stated that poor Till was trapped in her own personal hell. She considered the deaths of her children to be cruel retribution for her past sins. The man was completely at a loss from such a terrible and sudden revelation. Suddenly he fell to his knees, furiously denying any guilt on her part. He gently squeezed her hand, reminding her of her little living daughter, Laya. The poor guy begged her to come back as the ghostly walls began to crack loudly. He promised that they would definitely overcome all troubles together. The husband whispered hopefully that they would become a real family again. And then the imaginary glass shattered, freeing her tormented consciousness. Till finally woke up from the nightmare, looking at her savior in surprise. The husband smiled happily, catching the lively gaze of his beloved wife. But suddenly Till perked up, feeling a strange uneasiness in the silence of the house. She breathed out her daughter's name and resolutely jumped up from her seat. The woman ran as fast as she could to the cradle, driven by maternal instinct. Till hugged Laya frantically, tearfully begging the little one for forgiveness. The husband brought a bottle, gently explaining that the girl just wanted to eat. He offered Till something to eat while the baby greedily finished her milk. The family finally found the long-awaited peace in sincere and warm embraces. Suddenly, Estio fell to the floor with a crash in an unfamiliar place. The sleepy old man grumbled at the guest who arrived in the middle of the night. The man carried Estio into the house while the others crowded around in fear. The boy lay unconscious, his face burning with intense heat. The old doctor examined the guest, lighting the room with a dim kerosene lamp. The couple explained that Estio passed out immediately after using his powers. Suddenly, the doctor admitted that the case was beyond his knowledge. And then the family became worried, not understanding where to look for salvation. The old man advised rest or urgent contact with the Mages Guild. Meanwhile, the doctor hastened to leave, leaving the owners in complete confusion. Nenji looked devotedly into his friend's face, sensing something truly evil. Suddenly, the beast screamed that Estio was suffering from terrible pain. The man was quite surprised when Nenji suddenly began speaking in human language. The husband promised to pay the bills and hurried home to his little daughter. Meanwhile, the beast seriously reminded him about the renewal of the old case. He paused for a moment, considering the value of the help he had given Estio. He confirmed the deal, entrusting the wounded hero to the care of his faithful companion. The happy couple left together, supporting each other in their new lives. Estio was still lying in a fever, completely exhausted. The help paid off, the request was fulfilled, and the family finally found peace. Nenji waited faithfully by the bed, begging his friend to come to his senses quickly. And then the guy finally opened his eyes, waking up from a heavy oblivion. Estio paused thoughtfully, recovering from his recent magical triumph. Nenji looked at his friend devotedly, barely holding back tears from the relief that washed over him. The old doctor suggested that the heroes stay for a couple more days to recover, but the guy only thanked him politely, resolutely refusing to rest any longer. The faithful comrades moved on, leaving clear traces on the foggy road. Meanwhile, the mustachioed rich man spoke enthusiastically about Estio's incredible talents. He enthusiastically admitted that absolutely no one had ever achieved such phenomenal success. The man slyly reminded us of the enormous interest in the hero on the part of the aristocracy. Estio was genuinely surprised to hear about the strange rumors that had spread throughout the area. And then rumors began to spread about the appearance of a man with a truly unique gift. Estio, along with his faithful Nenji, finally reached the luxurious residence of the Fabiens. The guards opened the doors, inviting the guests to enter the huge and bright mansion. Suddenly, a small white dog with a smart red bow jumped out to meet the guy. The dog joyfully jumped on Estio, demonstrating genuine delight at the long-awaited meeting. Bella asked her pet, offended, if he really loved the guest more than her. The girl pretended to sigh, admitting complete defeat in the battle for the dog's attention. Suddenly she froze, noticing an important sealed envelope in the guy's hands. The blonde asked if her father had really called Estio to him personally. But in the end, Bella smiled sweetly, sincerely happy to meet her friend again. Estio only sighed dully that things weren't going well for him right now. Bella became alarmed and began to ask what had happened to the hero. Estio asked her directly if she was not at all afraid of his frightening abilities. But the girl only laughed, not seeing any reason for fear. The guy warned that he could find out all the secrets and tell them to everyone. The blonde thought for a moment and admitted that such a scenario would be quite inappropriate. But in fact, he was also able to completely control other people's emotions. Suddenly, Bella was overwhelmed with delight by such incredible power. Estio was completely at a loss, asking again if all this was scaring her. The girl was surprised in response because she knew that he would not do that. And then the guy only humbly admitted that she was right, turning to her as Milady. The old butler interrupted them, announcing that the gentleman was expecting a guest. Bella told Estio to find her before leaving and not to run away. Meanwhile, the girl, smiling, demanded a promise from him. Estio entered the office, hearing from inside an authoritative permission to enter. The guy said hello, but the owner suddenly asked him about cacti. The hero was at a loss, admitting that he knew almost nothing about them. The gentleman spoke enthusiastically about the vitality of amazing plants in the desert. He explained that excess moisture will quickly destroy even a cactus. In fact, the condition of the flower depended entirely on the care. The owner can very easily destroy his small plant. By the way, the mustachioed blonde thoughtfully looked away, deciding to change the subject. Suddenly, he asked Estio directly about the ability to read the souls of plants. Suddenly, the cactus screamed shrilly, complaining about the unbearable noise around it. And then the guy was quite surprised, not expecting such a violent reaction. The man came closer, still clutching the screaming cactus in his hands. Meanwhile, he admitted that he considers plants to be completely spineless creatures. In response, the cactus became angry, ordering its owner to shut up and leave quickly. Estio was stunned by this absurd verbal altercation. The gentleman explained that the plants were left with no choice, but Estio could. And then the aristocrat officially invited the guy to become his new master. The red wax seal sealed his new status as a common family servant. And then Estio asked in amazement whether he was really destined to be a soldier. L'Emile de Fabienne burst out laughing, denying any interest in the boy as a warrior. Suddenly, the gentleman narrowed his eyes slyly, offering the hero a position as a personal advisor. The majestic mansion promised the respect available only to Lemel's chosen favorites. Meanwhile, Estio cautiously inquired about his real tasks at the estate. The aristocrat mysteriously emphasized that he expected only unique abilities from the young man. He put his arm around the guy's shoulder in a friendly manner, promising a complete absence of complications. But in fact, the gentleman asked him to dig into heads. The prickly cactus immediately sensed a trap, calling its hospitable host a dangerous manipulator. Estio politely declined, citing his ideal job at the guild. And then Lemel grinned ominously, hinting that the guy had misunderstood something. The aristocrat sternly retorted that his proposal was a real order. Suddenly, the young man boldly clarified the consequences in case of direct disobedience. He slyly promised that this decision would have serious consequences in the future. But in fact, the cactus only silently watched the conversation. The hero insisted that such orders should be discussed directly with the guild. Lemel noted to himself that he liked the guy's obstinacy. Meanwhile, he graciously gave Estio time to think again. Finally, the owner ordered the cactus to be removed in favor of something more pleasant. The servant grabbed the pot amid the cactus's indignant cries about the pathetic commoner. The butler politely invited the guy to follow him straight to the exit. The prickly bully was indignant because he didn't even have time to prick anyone. Suddenly, Estio called out guiltily to his guide, not taking his eyes off the plant. He timidly offered to take the cactus for himself since they decided to throw it away. But the servant merely waved it off, considering the weed useless and too troublesome. And then the young man boldly asked who had considered this plant completely sterile. But in fact, the butler gave in and simply gave Estio the loot. Meanwhile, he asked the hero to stay behind to say goodbye to his lady. Thorn shook from the fierce blow, resigned to its icy death. Estio gently promised the cactus that he would not let it die. The hero honestly admitted his complete ignorance regarding leaving. And then he kindly asked the thorn to immediately talk about thirst. Estio added that he heard him and was ready to remove any discomfort. Suddenly, the plant recognized him as a god, calling out its complex name. The guy instantly shortened the pompous name to the simple and capacious Akru. Nenju did not hide his admiration. Amazed by his friend's talent for understanding even greenery, the little animal cheerfully greeted the baby, sincerely admiring his cute appearance. In fact, the cactus also found its furry neighbor extremely cute. Nenju timidly touched his friend, amazed that he was not at all prickly. Akru confirmed his peculiarity because he only stabbed everyone else. The baby complained about his temporary inability to move freely around the world. Estio was genuinely surprised to hear about such hidden possibilities of an ordinary plant. It turns out that strong-willed adult cacti can go wherever they want. Young Akru boasted of his will, hoping to soon move at least the thorns. Meanwhile, a stern voice was heard in the corridor, driving the guy away. An arrogant stranger in a pompous outfit inquired about the state of the hero's memory. He came close to Estio, demonstrating his obvious superiority and anger. The Viscount mockingly asked whether the reader of animal hearts had taught human speech. But in fact, he contemptuously called little Ninja a real monster. And then the Viscount continued to make sarcastic remarks about the hero's strange company. He remarked dismissively that a talking monkey was a rather rare animal. Suddenly, the aristocrat with a cheeky grin offered to sell Estio his pet. The young man stood frozen in silence as Nenju huddled fearfully at his feet. The Viscount hypocritically offered to spare the boy the expense of feeding the carcass. Meanwhile, Akru was inwardly outraged by the impenetrable stupidity of this upstart. Estio firmly stated that he would never sell out his friend. But in fact, the Viscount had no intention of even listening to any objections. He smugly poured a handful of gold into his hand, considering the deal closed. The gentleman brazenly advised the hero not to be greedy and to take the offered payment. The impudent Viscount insistently demanded that a price be set immediately for his furry friend. And then Estio icily snapped that Nenju was not for sale. The aristocrat was furious at the audacity of the guy who dared to openly contradict him. The hero calmly reminded that he was here solely at the invitation of the master. Suddenly, the Viscount grabbed the collar, accusing the young man of immorality. An enraged Nenju bared his teeth, demanding that his beloved master be released immediately. After a sharp push, Estio barely stayed on his feet next to him. Meanwhile, he hastened to assure the faithful beast that everything was fine. But in fact, the madman simply raised the bet to 30 gold. He commanded the guards to immediately take the white monkey away by force. Estio shouted furiously that he would never give up his friend. The Viscount was simply stunned by such unrealistic audacity of an ordinary commoner. He roared, indignant at the guy who dared to raise his voice at the aristocrat. Armed guards instantly surrounded the heroes, preparing for a fierce brawl. And then Estio realized that the peaceful squabbles had finally come to an end. Suddenly, the guard collapsed to the floor, choking on his own blood. Nenju growled menacingly over the enemy's body, frightening everyone around. But in reality, Estio clenched his fists in rage until they turned white. Meanwhile, the frightened Viscount was trying in panic to understand the essence of what was happening. He hysterically ordered that these dangerous madmen be immediately dragged into prison. Estio thought bitterly that it was people who first called him a monster. The young man wondered why people sometimes behaved worse than all sorts of monsters. Meanwhile, the guards drew their swords, preparing to finally deal with the defenseless beast. Suddenly, Nenju went berserk, letting out a deafening, pain-filled roar. Suddenly, Mr. Lamille himself appeared in the hall, interrupting his son's crazy outburst. But in reality, the aristocrat, in a rage, gave the heir a resounding slap in the face. The owner roughly grabbed his offspring, blaming him for the complete failure of all plans. He coldly ordered his son to shut up and clean up the room immediately. Lemel emphasized that the boy was needed alive, and the fate of the animal was not important. The soldiers obeyed their master's will with discipline, marching towards the exit. The guard suddenly began to conjure strange fire signs with his fingers. Nenju apologized guiltily for trying to protect his friend Estio. Suddenly, Estio replied that the beast didn't need to apologize at all. The wounded Nenju only smiled sadly and meekly accepted his ending. Meanwhile, Estio was bitterly reflecting on the consequences of that refusal. And then the guy firmly declared that it was not Nenju who should apologize. In fact, Estio looked wildly pretentious with the cactus. The stunned enemies couldn't understand how this guy survived. The crowd furiously demanded that he be removed and called security. The knight backed away in fear at the sight of the determined and menacing Estio. The enraged guard swung his sword over young Estio's head with a scream. The attacker suddenly froze and began to sweat from wild, primal horror. The soldier clutched the hilt with trembling hands and did not dare to attack anymore. Relatives watched in shock as this shameful and very quick defeat occurred. A second later, the defeated enemy collapsed and stained the floor with his blood. The remaining warriors surrounded the guy but were afraid to come even a step closer. The last defender finally gave up and meekly threw down his sharp blade. Estio sighed heavily and felt very tired from the stupid fight. The guy's bloody face expressed only icy calm and complete indifference. Suddenly, Bella appeared on the stairs and called out to her loved ones in confusion. Estio stood alone among the fallen enemies on the blood-soaked carpet. Little Sarah was in complete shock and couldn't take her eyes off the horror. Suddenly, the girl simply fainted from the bloody scene she saw. The father caught Sarah in time and looked at his son with hatred. Meanwhile, he bitterly asked if Estio really wanted more blood. But in reality, the guy was seriously wondering why he should hold back at all. Estio remembered how he himself had been brutally beaten for years in this house. The young man realized that there was never a reason for their unjustified cruelty. And then he realized that his power was enough to destroy everyone. But in the end, Estio wearily promised that this time he would stop. Estio told his father to pretend that nothing had happened in the house. The shocked father simply did not believe his youngest son's audacity. The enraged brother jumped up and loudly accused the hero of terrible murders. And then Estio sternly cut off that this was not a request at all. The young man, with an icy smile, clarified that this was his personal order. The family, completely helpless, realized that the young man was now the boss here. Meanwhile, Estio quietly uttered his name as if it were an important spell. But in fact, he simply called his faithful Tsiki. Suddenly, the cat turned into a huge and extremely ferocious predator. Estio asked the tiger why he had stunned Ninja in the midst of the events. Estio carefully laid the wounded Ninja on the powerful back of the black tiger. The young man asked his companion to leave without him, but she resolutely objected. Meanwhile, Tsiki growled menacingly that excess weight was not a hindrance at all. And then Estio obediently climbed onto the beast and hugged his friend tightly. The ferocious predator left this cursed place forever with one powerful leap. Suddenly, the boy quietly called his faithful cat by name. But in fact, Tsiki only asked in surprise what was bothering him. Estio sadly realized that he had turned into a real monster, breaking the destinies of others. The abandoned bloody blade was a reminder of the crime committed and the complete emptiness. The boy understood the gravity of his sins, but no longer felt fear. Estio, riding on a huge cat, reflected on the significance of his dark actions. Tsiki bloodthirstily declared that in his place she would have killed absolutely everyone. The predator told the guy to throw away unnecessary pity and not be overly soft. The young man sadly admitted that he was the only real aggressor in this house. Suddenly, Tsiki replied that she perfectly understood the reason for his deep sadness. Suddenly, the cactus spoke up and politely asked permission to put in his weighty word. The plant ironically noted that those who doubt themselves are not monsters at all. In fact, the cactus apologized for his unexpectedly long speech. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was shouting furiously throughout the building. The polite postman made excuses for a complex order from influential members of the local guild. The enraged manager called the postman a fool and loudly demanded a clear answer. The man clutched his head in despair at the sheer stupidity of his subordinate. The elderly chief looked completely broken and sighed heavily from endless fatigue. The bespectacled assistant sternly told her boss to finally pull himself together. Meanwhile, she was anxiously thinking about the pressure from headquarters on the dangerous Estio. And then the manager shouted furiously that the guy would never harm people. But in fact, the secretary just wanted to report some extremely important news. Suddenly, the missing young hero himself appeared on the threshold of the office. Estio politely apologized to everyone for his rather long and strange delay. The manager froze in shock and could not believe his own eyes. Estio looked tired with dirty spots on his pale face. The kind manager patted the boy and praised him for his work. Suddenly, the hero sharply asked if the boss really didn't need details. Meanwhile, the boss reminded him of the report and the secretary's strong feelings. Suddenly, the winged postman coughed loudly, attracting all attention. The manager admitted that many of the guild's employees died on the mission. And then he suddenly asked where his faithful partner had gone. But in fact, the boss was looking for that white-furred monkey with his eyes. Estio sadly replied that his wounded friend was now recovering his strength. Meanwhile, poor Nenju slept peacefully, all wrapped in white bandages. The manager happily noted that the hero's tailed partner was very lucky. The boss told the guy to rest and submit a report in 3 days. Suddenly, the winged postman shouted about the problems that had arisen with the manager himself. The man didn't understand why the wounded hero couldn't be given time to sleep. And then Estio froze in shock and mistook the guest for an angel. Meanwhile, the feathered messenger ordered the guy to immediately report to headquarters. In fact, this strange guy demanded to perform right now. The manager was surprised by such a quick and submissive agreement from his young subordinate. The young man replied that guild members are obliged to obey any orders from the leadership. The elderly chief only sighed heavily and admitted the truth of these words. Estio, in the carriage, mentally thanked the manager and felt deep guilt. The hero was sincerely glad that there was a place where he could go. Suddenly, a cactus in a pot loudly announced Estio's problems. The plant reproached the guy for his inability to refuse people and for being too soft. Meanwhile, the winged companion asked in surprise what had happened to the hero. In fact, Estio simply replied that nothing at all had happened. Cactus continued to grumble that due to long reflections he was completely exhausted. The young man politely asked his prickly friend to finally be quiet for a bit. The feathered messenger froze in complete shock at the guy's strange behavior. And then the guest, amazed, asked if Estio had really spoken to a cactus. The green-haired boy in uniform excitedly asked Estio to read his thoughts. The protagonist remained calm, although internally this impudent man infuriated him. Meanwhile, the white-furred beast Neju made a quiet and sleepy sound. Estio looked at the monster with apprehension, wondering about his own safety. The interlocutor suddenly became nervous, regretting his stupid and impudent question. And then he apologized in a panic, completely embarrassed by the situation. The guy tiredly closed his eyes and asked not to bother his head anymore. Estio touched Neju gently, coaxing him to sleep a little longer. However, the furry friend responded cheerfully and was worried that the owner looked tired. Neju offered Estio to lie on his soft fur, but he refused. Neju pulled the boy close and showed off his soft fur. Estio timidly thanked his friend as he finally felt the long-awaited warmth. The officer stared at them, clearly noticing some important detail. And then he sincerely compared this strange couple to a family. Later, the soldier thoughtfully suggested raising the temperature so that the guests wouldn't freeze. But the young man politely refused and assured that they were doing very well. Estio noted that life here was much better than in the attic. The guy even missed those candies from the manager a little. Suddenly it started raining outside the window and filled the cabin with noise. The setting suddenly became perfect for scary ghost stories. Estio tried to sleep, remembering all sorts of scary stories. He philosophically noted that only evil people are truly frightening. Suddenly the officer screamed loudly, completely waking up the entire carriage. The guy realized with annoyance that his fellow traveler was snoring unbearably loudly. Estio told the beast not to be distracted and to quickly return to sleep. However, Neju sensed the presence of something that was not human at all. The white beast realized with horror that the enemies were thirsting for their death. Suddenly, the driver burst in with wild cries about a monster attack. The astonished officer instantly jumped up, feverishly thinking up a plan of retreat. The carriage was surrounded by fierce harpies with colossal fighting force. The officer was surprised by the appearance of harpies at this time of year. The driver gloomily noted that the creatures would overtake even their horses. Here, Neju resolutely volunteered to scout out the dangerous situation outside. Estio anxiously tried to hold on to his furry companion. Suddenly, the beast jumped out into the rain, telling the guy to wait. The coachman doubted whether it was worth letting the white monster go alone. Meanwhile, the officer, in panic, recalled his helplessness. The young man firmly decided that he would definitely rush to help his friend. Estio calmly confirmed that he was no fighter either. And then he added mysteriously that he did not plan to fight. The messenger shuddered, noticing the frightening icy cold in Estio's eyes. He was afraid that the boy had decided to voluntarily become the harpy's dinner. The winged youth called out to Estio, trying to stop his mad stride. Meanwhile, harpies circled in the night sky, searching for prey. The envoy warned that his forces would not be enough to win. He screamed desperately, begging his companion to finally listen to reason. Neju fought fiercely, realizing the futility of fighting against the entire pack. The fellow traveler demanded that they run before the ring of enemies was completely closed. Suddenly, a harpy fell from the sky, catching the winged boy by surprise. And then blood spurted. The monster dealt the messenger a crushing blow. Estio fearlessly intercepted the monster, which scared the poor messenger to death. The ferocious harpy plunged its beak into the boy's shoulder, drawing the first blood. The young man only looked coldly at the enemy, thinking about the end of the battle. The companion screamed in horror when he noticed a deep wound on Estio's shoulder. A flock of red creatures surrounded the heroes in a tight and deadly ring. The huge monster loomed over the boy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow with its beak. Suddenly, Neju's powerful fist whistled and slammed into the monster's face. The white beast furiously rushed into battle, scattering the predators with one blow. Neju flew up to his master in alarm, noticing drops of fresh blood. Estio dismissed the wound as a trifle, while the officer showered him with sincere thanks. From above, a flock of harpies could be seen attacking the heroes right on the field. Estio doubted that it would be possible to subdue so many wild, hostile targets at once. The boy's eyes flashed azure as he commanded the creatures to stop. The monsters froze, and the young man wondered whether he should kill them. Estio simply waved his hand and told the pack to go away. The predators instantly obeyed and shamefully disappeared into the night sky. The green-haired messenger was completely surprised by the miracle he had just seen. He didn't believe that the ferocious monsters would obey a simple human order. Estio suggested returning, and Neju enthusiastically supported the owner's idea. And then they wandered off to the carriage, because Estio was always cool. Ark froze as the flock of harpies instantly disappeared into the sky. He understood why headquarters was seriously interested in the mysterious young man. Estio solicitously told Nej to be careful when entering. Meanwhile, Ark watched the calm hero with apprehension. And then he realized that this guy was incredibly dangerous. Later, Estio lay with his shoulder bandaged and grumbling quietly. Suddenly, the cat Siki accused him of being too independent. His faithful companion told him to sleep and beware of monsters. The guy just tiredly apologized to his grumpy little girlfriend. Siki sternly advised him to stay away from further trouble. Siki faithfully guarded her master's sleep and asked him not to get sick anymore. Morning came, and the indoor cactus cheerfully greeted everyone around. Estio woke up and inquired suspiciously about the strange activities of his prickly neighbor. Cactus suddenly asked the wounded boy about his ability to move. The young man was surprised by the impudence of the plant, which began to speak immediately after his awakening. The little cactus also felt the shock of the madness happening around it. Neju was delighted by the new skills of his little prickly friend. Neju happily congratulated the cactus, receiving modest thanks in return. The awakened officer froze in silent shock at the sight he saw in the morning. Ark admitted with a smile that Estio's friends were truly unique. Ark realized that the walking cactus was a trifle after pacifying the harpies with a word. The messenger decided that Estio would even befriend a dragon if he wanted to. Ark enthusiastically acknowledged the guy's ability to command hearts as truly cool. And then the young man suddenly praised the unusual wings of his new acquaintance. Ark scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and happily thanked the guy for the compliment. Meanwhile, the heroes began to devour the bread, enjoying a well-deserved breakfast. The wounded Estio thoughtfully offered his prickly friend some fresh water. However, Duru began to twitch cheerfully and assured that he was already full. The guy was genuinely surprised because the plant refused feeding so quickly. Suddenly, the cactus began an intriguing story about its owner's injury yesterday. Estio responded to someone's voice with confusion, adjusting his fresh bandages. The interlocutor suddenly asked whether the wounded young man had lost too much blood. The boy glanced at his shoulder and reluctantly confirmed the seriousness of his deep wounds. Suddenly, the cactus giggled and boldly admitted to stealing someone else's blood. Estio was simply stunned by such a strange and eerie revelation. And then he asked in shock whether the plant had really drunk his blood. Those around were dumbfounded, listening to this crazy conversation between the guy and the pot. Meanwhile, the frightened thorn began to justify itself by a random and very unfortunate coincidence of circumstances. In fact, the cactus blossomed for the first time in its life after taking a sip of blood. Estio asked curiously if it was because of his injury that the flower had blossomed. The witness tried to digest the absurdity of the situation, nervously chewing his bread. Suddenly, the cactus handed Estio its only flower instead of a heart. The young man warmly thanked his prickly friend for this unexpected, generous gesture. And in response, the plant literally exploded with bright light from happiness. And then the deep wound on the guy's shoulder began to heal rapidly. Estio realized with surprise that the scarlet bud he had given her had melted away without a trace. Meanwhile, the cactus suddenly screamed in shock upon seeing the magical light. And then the guy stared in shock at his own shoulder, radiating a glow. He realized that the plant's gift had the most powerful and instant healing. But in fact, the satisfied cactus was simply bursting with pride. Estio asked Neju if Tsiki had visited him at night. The monkey answered evasively that it was impossible to answer this question definitively. It turned out that the black cat had slept on the roof of their carriage all night. The guy finally realized that the events of the night were not a dream at all. Suddenly, someone called out loudly to Estio as he appeared outside. The companion screamed in panic about the danger of jumping from a moving carriage. Estio fearlessly climbed out and called out to Tsiki, feeling her nearby. He insistently asked the cat to come down immediately for her own safety. Suddenly, Tsiki ironically noted that the owner was taking a much greater risk. The little companion jumped nimbly from the roof straight into Estio's arms. Estio jumped into the carriage where the faithful Tsiki was already waiting for him. Parker was stunned and inquired about the status of the black-tailed guest. Meanwhile, Tsiki yawned, clearly not considering herself a simple pet. The companion only smiled awkwardly, recognizing in the cat a full-fledged and dangerous friend. Tsiki looked at Parker with disdain and rudely asked about the identity of this idiot. Suddenly, the cat changed the subject, asking solicitously about the condition of her owner's healing wound. Estio confirmed with satisfaction that the miracle cactus had healed him literally in the blink of an eye. Tsiki looked at the thorn skeptically, doubting the usefulness of such a small plant. The young man explained the healing properties of Ahur and teased the cat for constantly following him. But in reality, the proud Tsiki justified her presence as nothing more than an absurd accident. Estio kindly invited the faithful Tsiki to always keep him company. Meanwhile, the guy warmly recalled their very first touching meeting. Suddenly, the cat grumbled and reproached its owner for always looking for unnecessary problems. Estio only smiled softly and once again sincerely thanked his companion. And then Tsiki realized that her prickly owner had really changed for the better. But in fact, the young man was simply ready for new great achievements. Soon, a grand magical portal appeared before them, leading to the headquarters. Parker formally introduced them to the post and quickly completed all the formalities. The guard sternly warned his friends about the potential for unpleasant side effects from the portal. Estio stepped fearlessly into the bright light to meet his new, mysterious destiny. A majestic hall with a sparkling marble floor opened up before the heroes. And then Estio realized the scale of the enormous headquarters of the famous guild. Parker warmly welcomed the young man within the walls of this amazing place. Meanwhile, this was the grand headquarters of the powerful Ignis Guild. The young man thought that the endless spiral staircase really did reach to the heavens. But in fact, Estio seriously thought about the real existence of paradise. Images of people with power and wealth flashed through his mind. He also remembered those who loyally supported these influential gentlemen. Suddenly, the guy began to wonder about the true cost of his rise. Parker cheerfully reported an unexpectedly quick arrival at the final destination. Parker explained that the magic staircase works on the principle of a portal. Therefore, it was decided to immediately arrange a meeting between the young man and the vice guildmaster. The friends approached the door, waiting for this important conversation to begin. Suddenly, the companion suggested that the big boss had fallen asleep again. Estio and his little companion were surprised by such a strange statement. Meanwhile, Parker began to persistently ring the doorbell, and then he looked warily inside this quiet office. Frightened Asura was outraged by the impudent behavior of this very noisy man. But in fact, Estio was wondering where the cactus's head began. The companion cursed when he saw the complete and utterly indescribable chaos before him. Suddenly, a sleepy red-haired giant with a sword rudely inquired about the identity of the uninvited guests. Then he brazenly compared poor Parker to a regular chicken breakfast. Meanwhile, the caustic Asura agreed with the edible resemblance of her noisy companion. Parker merely irritably reminded the lazy vice guildmaster of the important guest. And then the knight threatened to deprive the guy of his salary for waking up so early. He ordered everyone to leave immediately before Tsiki suddenly raised her voice. The small black cat meowed demandingly, drawing everyone's attention to her person. But in fact, the formidable warrior instantly melted before the charming tailed guest. Meanwhile, a story began to be told about the transfer of a young man to a special mysterious department. And then Estio appeared before everyone in his new, solemn appearance. Ven Lenski walked confidently towards the door, leading the guests behind him. The red-haired vice guildmaster smiled cheerfully, looking forward to getting to know the new department. The man finally officially introduced himself as Ven Lenski of the Ignis Guild. Suddenly, he squeezed Estio's hand tightly, calling him leader. The young man was instantly surprised by such a loud and unexpected status. Huen hospitably invited the entire company to come into his personal apartments. The travelers saw a complete chaos of scattered things. Estio and Neju were simply speechless at the sight of this terrible mess. The little animal was seriously afraid of accidentally stepping on something dangerous. Meanwhile, Haven cheerfully assured that everything here was just wonderful. Ven allowed us to boldly step on anything in this chaos. He suddenly asked if little Neju was a hidden half-human. The beast was amazed by the intuition, and the knight only grinned insolently and mysteriously. Suddenly the man laughed, calling the suspicions a simple and stupid joke. Meanwhile, his face took on a frightening and very strange expression. And then Estio realized that this man was hiding his true nature. Ven offered the guest coffee, but the young man politely and firmly refused. Then the giant ironically offered cocoa, hinting at his too young age. But in reality, the guy just felt extremely awkward. Soon, Estio was sitting thoughtfully with a hot mug in complete silence. The vice guildmaster studied Estio closely, noticing his very young age. The young man countered that he had already officially passed the important coming-of-age ceremony. Parker just sighed nervously, watching this strange and awkward dialogue. Meanwhile, Huen calmly sipped his coffee, ignoring the other's displeasure. The companion stated outright that the knight now sounded like a real pervert. Suddenly, the man decided to finally move on to the main topic of the visit. Estio asked, puzzled, why he had been chosen for this position. And then the guy once again thoughtfully muttered the word, leader. Huen explained that this was the guildmaster's personal and final decision. Soon, a heavy silence fell over the room, filled with important unspoken questions. Estio warmed his hands over his mug, doubting the reliability of this shady guild. He was bothered by their secrecy and ever-changing attitude towards important things. However, he admitted that these people had not lied to him so far. The red-haired interlocutor suddenly announced a complete change in his future tasks. Estio froze, trying to comprehend what such sudden changes would lead to. The interlocutor confirmed the emergence of special missions that only the leader can undertake. The redhead grinned predatorily, clearly planning some very serious and dangerous game. At headquarters, They started talking about a secret mission specifically for the leader. SDO paused to consider this new and grand title. Suddenly, a mysterious bag with valuable contents appeared in front of him. The name tag confirmed that the guy had officially been promoted. He was given a cool uniform, a personal badge, and a bag of coins. Meanwhile, a white fluffy thing with scarlet eyes crawled out of the corner. The red-haired sly one smiled, declaring his personal interest in the hero. He admitted that he was wildly intrigued by the young man's hidden power. And then he casually asked SDO to show his strength right now. The guy remained silent, glaring at his interlocutor with a cold and piercing gaze. The redhead suddenly reached for his sword, deciding to test it right now. The weapon clanged menacingly on the floor in this quiet and cozy room. The impudent man laughed mockingly, clearly not taking SDO seriously. He said with a grin that such a battle would be a laughing matter. But the thirst for blood took over, and he suddenly pulled out a sharp blade. With a wild cry, the fighter rushed into the attack, wanting to test the hero's strength. SDO froze with the cup in his hands, not moving a finger. The attacker was taken aback, not understanding why the guy wasn't even trying to defend himself. Suddenly, his blade froze and his face distorted with wild shock. It turned out that SDO parried the attack without even looking up from his hot tea. Hyun-sung froze in an awkward position, unable to continue the attack. He realized with horror that his body completely refused to obey. SDO coldly expressed the hope that what the impudent man had seen was enough. His blue eyes flashed, suppressing the enemy's will with a terrifying aura. Exhausted, Hyun-sung dropped his sword and fell to his knees. The impudent man sincerely admired this truly amazing and powerful force. He mentally cursed the guildmaster for not warning him about such a monster. The fighter admitted that SDO is much better suited for the role of boss. The guy thought that everything would work out well if he survived. And then Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes slyly, clearly plotting something new. Hyun-sung lounged back, looking forward to the beginning of a new, great era. He looked around the courtyard with satisfaction, finding the view truly charming and clean. The small, prickly cactus in the pot was wildly liked by its new owner. SDO noted with satisfaction that the gift had come at just the right time. The boy looked up thoughtfully, feeling the change in the atmosphere around him. He admitted that everything around him began to seem suspiciously perfect. Fluffy happily dragged the uniform over, urging SDO to check out the cool leader's outfit. The young man agreed that the new outfit looked respectable and worthy of his status. The assistant excitedly spoke of powerful charms hidden in the stitches of the fabric. He listed the properties of the clothing, including self-cleaning and reliable body protection. SDO thought that Neju wouldn't mind getting some new magical clothes either. The young man asked Neja to wait for him a little at that very place. He promised to find suitable outfits for his little and faithful companions. Meanwhile, Siki stated that the extra fabric would only get in her way. SDO sat down next to her, amazed by his cat's amusing and excessive care. The furry companion reminded us that warm wool replaces any clothing for animals. Neju brought the things, discussing the importance of high status among ordinary people. And SDO only thoughtfully repeated this strange and still alien word. Suddenly, the guy began to seriously wonder whether his life would get better now. The white animal confidently confirmed that then those around him would definitely become kinder. SDO wondered if it was really just status that made everyone around him smile falsely. Neju explained that a noble outfit at least prevents enemies from attacking openly. The little animal swore that he would lay down his life to protect his new leader. Suddenly, the boy's memory flashed to blood and his mother's last cry. He darkened, reliving that terrible and unbearable tragedy. And then SDO suddenly dropped to his knees right in front of his little friend. The guy unfastened the heavy chains in one motion, throwing the iron collar away. Neju was taken aback, although the old iron didn't really hinder his movement. But in reality, SDO is simply sickened by the sight of his loved ones in chains. The young man smiled heartily and sincerely thanked the furry animal for its support. SDO added softly that now Neju didn't have to worry about anything at all. The white animal only squeaked in surprise, not understanding the reason for such a sudden change. The guy regretted the lost time, feeling a colossal surge of new strength. He contemptuously recalled his former enemies, from whom he no longer expected trouble. SDO coolly considered that his current abilities were damn convenient. The young man thought that he could have behaved much more impudently and selfishly. Meanwhile, a fresh and important request magically appeared at headquarters. Parker brought the tray, carefully tending to his new stern boss. SDO briefly thanked Parker for the soup with strange glowing feathers. The merry fellow laughed and asked if the hero had gotten used to the new headquarters. Estio studied the new request with interest, finally deciding to put an end to his idleness. Parker enthusiastically acknowledged him as the leader and hurried to get his portion. The guy still had a vague idea of his new leadership responsibilities. Suddenly, he noticed a painfully familiar surname in the text. We were talking about a young and very influential noble family. Estio asked the cactus Ahura if he had ever met this man. Meanwhile, Neju did not understand the hidden meaning of the plant's words at all. Ahuru confirmed that he was already well acquainted with this client. Neju was amazed at the knowledge of this incredibly cool and prickly cactus. Sleeping Siki lazily praised her green and very strange companion. The cactus expert added that this mysterious customer, Mubion, is clearly on the loose. In fact, Mubion wielded a sword so well that it was breathtaking. Estio asked if the swordsman was simply strong, but the answer surprised him. It turned out that the future head of Mubion had once knocked out the legendary fighter with one daring blow. Meanwhile, this monster did not know the bitterness of defeat, cutting enemies into pieces. The hero was surprised that such influential warriors would even turn to the guild for help. And then a hyperactive Parker burst in with a tray of food and a wild scream. Suddenly, the cactus Ahuru became indignant, noticing someone's suspicious glowing feathers in the soup. Estio dryly noted that the request itself contained no normal details at all. Parker was stunned, unable to believe that the guy had emptied the plate so quickly. Having finished lunch, Estio and his companion finally decided to set out. On the way, the guy noticed that Estio seemed too withdrawn to him. The screams of his relatives, who called him nothing but a damned monster, came back to him. Estio thought, analyzing his unusual feelings from simple communication. It turns out he hasn't shared a meal with other people for ages. The heroes froze comically, exchanging glances full of the most sincere bewilderment. Estio asked if his companion had any other business at headquarters. He explained that the delivery for Estio was his last assignment. The boy's offer to take a rest only puzzled Estio, wishing to continue working. Apparently, Estio had forgotten to be informed of some important details of his situation. Estio became nervous, trying to find out what secret was being kept from him. Bernie Parker solemnly announced that he had now been transferred to the leader's personal team. The guy was literally glowing with joy, looking forward to working in Estio's support group. He extended his hand, officially confirming his status as a new and very loyal subordinate. Stunned, Estio only blurted out that he, too, was extremely surprised by such a drastic change. A firm handshake sealed the alliance, although everything that was happening seemed like a strange dream to the hero. Looking at the emblem made Estio realize the full responsibility of his new role. Bernie was seriously scared when he saw the leader's face suddenly darken and become serious. Estio finally opened his lips, deciding to immediately begin his direct duties. He ordered them to pack their things, completely confusing Bernie with plans for a sudden departure. Estio suddenly decided to visit an important client in distant Hygar, and then the heroes resolutely stepped towards the shimmering purple portal. Meanwhile, Bernie loaded a whole mountain of junk onto his back. A stunned Estio explained that they were not going on a hike at all. It turns out the guy just got his hands on a whole bunch of expensive octopus snacks. He spent his entire salary on treats, but the leader tactfully refused. It suddenly turned out that the portal would only take them to a creepy cave. Poor Bernie clearly didn't expect such a sharp turn of fate. The employee wished him luck and boldly activated the transition to another location. The friends froze in front of the magical portal, preparing for a dangerous sortie. Coming out of the portal, Bernie barely suppressed a groan as he realized the gloominess of the dungeon. Suddenly, with a cry, he rushed to catch up with his comrades who had gone ahead. The heroes froze in the damp cave, accompanied by the measured dripping of water. Suddenly, a creepy old woman jumped out of the darkness, seriously scaring the guy. Poor Bernie collapsed unconscious to the sound of the strange stranger's cheerful laughter. Having come to his senses, he complained of a real meteor shower before his eyes. The old woman ironically called him an energetic little bird and laughed cheerfully. But in fact, she turned out to be the impudent manager of this portal. Estio politely asked if they had indeed arrived at the Renox cave. The portal's owner merely chuckled contentedly, appreciating the young leader's good manners. Estio politely informed them that their path lay to the mysterious domain of Hygar. The old woman warned that adventurers rarely venture into these lands of death. The guy became wary, asking the reasons for such a creepy name for a dangerous place. It turned out that the emperor's talented cousin was too ideal for life in the capital. The grandmother sarcastically remarked that the envious monarch simply exiled the dangerous competitor. The portal manager pointed to the dark mouth of the passage into unknown distances. Estio learned that only godforsaken secrets awaited the heroes within. Bernie was horrified to hear about the bloodthirsty monsters swarming ahead. In the darkness, the eyes of the monsters guarding the lifeless domain of the young duke flashed. The old woman laughed, remembering the emperor's cowardice in front of his own talented brother. The old woman burst into wild laughter while poor Bernie shook behind the leader's back. She noticed that this little guy was acting surprisingly calm and confident. Meanwhile, the portal manager advised the young men to exercise extreme caution while traveling. And then she pointed her finger, warning not to anger that cowardly cat. Otherwise, they will be eaten alive before they can even get out of their shells. Estio calmly replied that he wanted to convey a very daring message to the emperor. It turns out that the guy was even genuinely happy about such a warm and bright reception. He hopes to talk to the monarch face to face without any hiding. Such impudence literally sent the old woman into a fit of wild, uncontrollable laughter. She appreciated the youth's audacity, repeating his words about talking without hiding. The old woman chuckled playfully, finding this whole circus an extremely amusing sight. Estio stared at his partner, noticing his sudden and strange numbness. The young man sincerely apologized, unaware of his companion's terrible phobia. Bernie cried out in shock, struck by the leader's precise and sudden hit. The guy timidly asked if Estio really could masterfully read his thoughts. However, he quickly perked up, allowing the leader to continue to peer into his soul. Bernie explained that it was not fear, but simply his racial predisposition. It turns out that his people are much more accustomed to living among high hills and mountains. Besides, in a cramped cave, the winged guy can't really fly. Estio decided to go without stopping in order to reach Hygar in half a day. Estio chose the path through the cave so as not to wait a whole day for the portal. Bernie thought this decision was wise and placed his full trust in his leader. The boy awkwardly apologized, admitting his guilt for ignoring the preferences of the entire group. The companion asked him not to be afraid of mistakes, because the right to command belongs to the leader. Estio muttered thoughtfully about the commander's status, feeling the weight of the sudden responsibility that had fallen upon him. He asked if Bernie was willing to obey even against his wishes. The young man was seriously worried that such leadership resembled violent control over people. But Bernie assured that he was following him only of his own free will. A flashback to the previous battle where Estio had saved him from the monster came before his eyes. Estio only sighed darkly, considering that help a random act of self-preservation. Bernie beamed, thanking Estio profusely for his miraculous rescue. The guy admitted that now he is simply obliged to follow the leader forever. But then Neju suddenly growled, causing Bernie to jump in horror. And then the beast warned that there was a whole bunch of monsters ahead. Neju added that there are a lot of them and they are damn fast. Poor Bernie panicked and asked how close the enemy was. Suddenly the ground beneath them cracked from a powerful pressure from below. Huge sandworms suddenly burst forth, scattering stones. Estio was genuinely surprised when he saw these legendary giants in person for the first time. Luckily, Neju called the worms quite peaceful and calm guys. It became clear that the strange creatures were simply watching the uninvited guests closely. Fat yellow worms suddenly crawled out of the cracks, writhing right in front of the heroes. The furry companion explained that these larvae do not eat meat or greens. Estio was very surprised when he learned that underground monsters feed on ordinary dirt. Friends made fun of the sobbing boy, affectionately calling him our scared chicken. The young man peered silently into the darkness, remaining completely calm in the eerie cave. Estio walked forward boldly, informing his companions of the permission he had received to pass. While his friend was shaking with horror, the guy casually consoled him with the absence of cannibals. The leader moved decisively through the tangle of monsters to the panicked cries of his comrade. He calmly stepped over the worms, attributing their persistence to ordinary curiosity. Estio looked around, noticing that it was these worms that had dug the huge cave. Parker stood frozen in horror as the leader urged him to just relax. The blonde could barely contain his scream as he looked at the giant larvae swarming under his feet. The frightened boy madly jumped over the worms under the silent gaze of his friends. Estio offered his assistance thoughtfully, seeing how pale his faithful comrade had become. Overcoming his panic, Parker resolutely declared that he would cope with all the difficulties himself. At some point, Estio wanted to simply ask the monsters to clear the way for them. Wallowing in the mud, the companions complained about smelly wool and ruined clothes. The young man described the stench as tolerable, although Parker considered the smell truly awful. Parker realized that a leader cannot lie, even when he tries very hard. Estio suddenly realized that his first impression of the Renox cave had been wrong. But according to rumors, this place was literally teeming with the most bloodthirsty monsters. In fact, the stinking worms turned out to be unusually friendly guys. Parker continued to grumble, considering their disgusting appearance a clear sign of predators. Estio called the giants cute, which completely infuriated Parker. It turned out that the worms had been crawling behind them for 3 hours, simply out of good curiosity. 3 hours had passed since they entered this strange dungeon. Parker was dying to find a pond and wash away that awful stench. Suddenly, their white companion joyfully sensed the proximity of the long-awaited water. He smelled the scent of cleanliness and even heard the invigorating sound of a distant waterfall. In the depths of a dark cave, a powerful and sparkling waterfall suddenly appeared. The entire honest company froze, amazed by this majestic spectacle of nature. A huge stream crashed down with a roar, filling the dungeon with noise. Estio was the first to dare to touch the water, scooping it up with both hands. The guy confirmed that the water looked absolutely clean. Suddenly, he warned his friends to be careful with the icy stream. And the white fluffy one was already frolicking in the invigorating spray of the spring. While the companion was enjoying his bath, the cactus in the pot peacefully waited for its owner. Drenched from head to toe, the heroes stood completely wet and silent. Estio simply sat on the ground while Parker finally cheered up. Parker offered to wash the cat since they had found clean water. Tsuki showed with her whole appearance that water procedures were not for her. Estio was seriously afraid that his furry friend would get sick because of the dirt. The proud cat decided to take a bath herself, just so that she would be left alone. She touched the water with her paw in disgust, mentally cursing this wet business. Parker suddenly grabbed the cat and joyfully jumped straight into the stream. He literally floated in the air, enjoying the new, unreal lightness of his body. Estio suddenly noticed something strange and called his companion in alarm. His eyes widened in shock when he saw something truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the cat was brazenly stamping on poor Parker's head with its paw. The black cat thrashed furiously in the water while Estio watched in shock. Meanwhile, Tsuki went wild and promised to quickly finish off this bird-brained Parker. Estio smiled contentedly, because now his naughty friend was finally clean. The young man carefully dried the animal with a towel and asked it to sit as still as possible. Parker laughingly asked if the cat was enjoying the swim. And then Estio grabbed the hissing beast more tightly so that it wouldn't scratch. The hero gently explained to his friend that his furry companion was simply terrified. The guy made his winged comrade apologize and promise not to do it again. Parker bowed guiltily and sincerely asked the offended cat for forgiveness. But in fact, he swore to warn about the jumps in advance. Meanwhile, Estio decisively commanded that it was time for them to move on. Suddenly, the cactus in the pot became indignant and furiously demanded water. The guy was stunned by such impudence, hearing loud cries of thirst. He offered the plant a drink, but the cactus said the water tasted disgusting. Estio tried to persuade his prickly friend not to be capricious and to drink while they were giving him some. But the cactus boldly declared that he wanted something really stronger. He was eager to taste the delicious liquid with a truly unique structure. The young man wondered if the plant's taste preferences had changed during the day. In fact, the cactus may have originally preferred blood. Estio suddenly realized that his blood had a special taste. The cactus purred contentedly when the leader decided to gently stroke its spines. Estio asked the plant to lift its thorns, causing it to look genuinely puzzled. Parker ran as fast as he could after the leader, waving his forgotten cloak. The cactus screamed with joy as it tasted fresh blood flowing straight onto it. The boy calmly fed the pet with himself, shocking Parker with his strange way of watering. Meanwhile, the friends were discussing whether someone could have built this waterfall on purpose. Parker suggested that a completely different creature had once inhabited these caves. Estio inquired about the reasons for such guesses, having heard the legend about the master of the dungeons. And then Parker began to speak mysteriously about caves where predators live. But in fact, the conversation turned to real legendary dragons. The interlocutor explained that dragons often chose such caves for their lairs. Estio doubted the legend, since the massive lizard would have felt cramped here. Parker mentioned rumors of the ability of the strongest dragons to take on 2 forms. It turned out that before using their true power, they could very well look like humans. The young man asked whether this was a normal transformation of their massive bodies. The friend objected, believing that God's favorites possessed 2 bodies at the same time. He remembered the scriptures where the human form was called the true divine form. Parker explained that the dragons received a second body in the image of the creator. Estio admitted that he had never visited the temples or heard the legends. The young man added that he spent his entire childhood in a remote mountain town. Moreover, even though they were God's favorites, their ending was sad. Ultimately, the legendary guardians simply vanished, turning into nothing. Despite their former power, the entire race died out, leaving no legacy. But Parker objected violently, promising to reveal a completely different truth to the leader. Estio heard that the great lizards themselves wished to leave this world. A friend reminded him that no one had the power to exterminate the top of the food chain. Suddenly, the young man asked whether humanity was the cause of their death. The friend just laughed, admitting that the truth was completely different. The insane technological progress and protracted human wars are to blame for everything. The hearts of the guards bled when God offered them the final choice. Estio wondered if they had really decided to leave for their own world forever. The squad walked through the cave, recalling legends from ancient sacred scriptures. The guy's companion confidently added that God loved dragons more than people. Suddenly, the animal with the cactus froze, sensing the approach of something extremely dangerous. He immediately realized that the new guests would not be as cute. A thick and undisguised thirst for blood suddenly wafted out of the black tunnel. The heroes instantly realized that they had wandered into the territory of ferocious cave wolves. The little protector bared his teeth, noticing how hungry the predators were in the darkness. Suddenly, a shadow fell from above, and the wolf almost grabbed me by the throat. But the furry fighter deftly threw the enemy away without even dropping his cactus. The pack surrounded the heroes, but the animals suddenly froze in fear. The furry giant bared his teeth in rage, his eyes flashing with an ominous red flame. A short blow and the predator flew away, splashing blood across the gray stones. And then Estio held out his hand, enveloping himself in a powerful and mysterious magical aura. The ferocious wolves instantly calmed down and obediently sat down in front of their new master. The companion noted with delight that the boy had finally put his power into play. Estio nodded calmly, completely suppressing the will of the forest killers with his piercing gaze. He decided to himself that it would be wrong to kill these hungry poor fellows. The boy closed his eyes for a moment, preparing to give the wolves the decisive mental command. And then he imperiously announced to the pack that from now on he became their rightful master. The huge wolf recognized the leader and filled the cave with a long howl. Meanwhile, the predators turned into obedient and devoted guards. Estio gave the order to move forward, not wanting to remain in the crypt any longer. Neju was upset that his friend's fur was so dirty again, but he calmly waved it off, not seeing any particular problem in the mud. The white beast cheerfully promised to simply wash himself in the nearest river, and then the guy asked to call him only by his first name from now on. Neju suddenly froze, feeling freedom, and his eyes widened in amazement. Suddenly he cried out joyfully, seeing the exit from the dark trap. Finally, the friends broke free, towards the sun and lush grass. The green-haired companion almost burst with delight when he saw something amazing. Suddenly, the pompous and majestic domain of Hygar appeared before them. The huge castle looked like a real and absolutely impregnable fortress. The boy grinned contentedly as he led Estio towards the massive white stone walls. The hero squinted, trying to grasp the incredible scale of these lands of Hygar. And then the ground under their feet began to shake, seriously frightening the company. Neju pointed his furry paw fearfully towards the distant smoky horizon. It turned out that a whole horde of horsemen was flying towards them at full speed. The stern rider at the front of the line proudly waved his huge flag. The Trinity was quite dumbfounded when they saw the countless number of these advancing warriors. The stern cavalry commander slowed down and asked if they had arrived from Ignis. Meanwhile, the officer bowed politely because their master was already waiting for guests. The townspeople around immediately began to whisper upon seeing members of such a famous fighting guild. Those around them noted with apprehension that these mercenaries looked frighteningly strong. And then the people became alarmed, wondering if they would soon have to fight. Someone raised their fist decisively, calling on their fellow citizens to immediately join the fight. The whole crowd, armed with pitchforks and axes, swore to defend their city together. Estio rode on horseback, suddenly realizing how wonderful this place really was. He felt how sincere and brave the hearts of these people could be. And finally, the guy was struck by their ardent desire to protect their homes. And then Estio admitted that he never wanted to defend his home. The whole company entered the building, following the stately and important officer. The hero raised his head in surprise, hearing the guard's polite and unexpected apology. Suddenly, the soldier announced that only their leader would be allowed to go further. It turned out that one could not enter the Duke's office without his personal invitation. Meanwhile, Estio realized that there was no point in arguing with the local rules. He turned to his faithful companions and ordered them to wait here. Neju was upset, but the boy remained adamant in his decision. Estio promised to quickly find out the details of the order and return immediately. The partner gave Neju a comforting hug as the hero left for the meeting. Fluffy Neju sternly warned the leader to call for help immediately, and the cheerful partner cheerfully advised Estio to rely on him completely. The guy confidently put his finger up, promising to take care of his little friend. Estio walked inside, nervous that he was leaving his friends alone for the first time. He wondered anxiously whether his faithful companions would cope without supervision. The hero decided to quickly deal with this order and leave immediately. Then suddenly he noticed the cactus that Neju carried with him everywhere. Estio couldn't help but remember how carefully the white beast had guarded this plant. Suddenly, the mysterious owner of the office greeted the hero, waiting for his appearance. The stranger at the table slyly asked if they really didn't know each other. The black-haired aristocrat cordially reminded him that the hero had once accepted his invitation. The man narrowed his eyes mysteriously, almost naming the true name of his mysterious guest. Suddenly, the Duke jumped up, staring in horror at the cactus that had spoken. The owner of the office simply did not believe that ordinary plants could chat. Meanwhile, the cactus Ahuru politely introduced himself and even blushed embarrassedly. The poor aristocrat immediately screamed hysterically from such a magical shock. Estio looked at all this noisy hysteria with complete doom. The guy simply covered his face with his hand, dreaming of getting out of here as quickly as possible. The guards came running at the shouts, drawing their sharp blades as they ran. But the warriors froze, finding the boss in the most absurd and stupid situation. The Duke sent the frightened guards back, deciding to quickly hush up this noisy incident. As soon as the door closed behind them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and tiredness. The aristocrat admitted that he was expecting an unusual leader, but a prickly guest was too much. He asked suspiciously if this little cactus could really talk. And then he laughed, because the plant's impudent tongue appealed to him. Meanwhile, the guest reminded that he is, in fact, the real leader of the guild. Estio sincerely didn't understand why he lied about their long-standing acquaintance. He only grinned slyly, clearly enjoying his quite successful and daring test. It turned out he was just checking to see if the guy had a hobby of dressing up as a cactus. Suddenly, he revealed the truth about the hero's true mental power. Suddenly, the Duke laughed merrily, admitting his completely logical guess. Estio asked darkly how much he actually knew. Meanwhile, the aristocrat suggested not to get hung up on it and just be friends. The guy felt a colossal pressure emanating from this suspiciously cheerful guy. And then the stranger extended his hand, finally deciding to introduce himself according to the rules. Mubyan Hygar confirmed that he was the one who sent the request to the guild. Estio shook hands with restraint, cementing his acquaintance with this important client. Suddenly, Mubyan interrupted the hero, wanting to clarify one funny moment. The Duke asked point-blank if this chatty cactus was a monster. Ahuru was truly shocked, because he was openly called some kind of monster. Ahuru jumped up and down furiously, vowing not to forgive the Duke for such an impudent insult. And then Mubyan screamed in horror, trying to comprehend the threat of the prickly little one. The frightened aristocrat jumped onto the table, escaping from the raging houseplant. Estio sat down and ordered Ahura to return to him immediately. The boy calmly asked if the Duke really understood the cactus's speech. Sitting on the table, Mubyan hesitated and awkwardly tried to explain something. Meanwhile, he admitted that he really could hear the plant perfectly well. The aristocrat honestly added that this talkative weed had scared him quite a bit. Estio was genuinely surprised, as he had considered this ability to be something ordinary. The hero, confused, asked again if the customer really understood the language of animals. Estio asked, taken aback, if his interlocutor also had a hidden gift. The man grinned and immediately stated that he did not possess any magic. He explained that he was simply feeling the familiarity of his sword after many years. The young man sincerely did not understand how cold weapons were connected with conversation. The interlocutor added mysteriously that a drop of blood can strengthen any connection. He nodded towards the cactus, hinting at an experiment with the hero's blood. The guy finally realized what the main secret was. It turned out that Estio's blood activated his power without commands or words. The stranger smiled ominously, because now the hero wouldn't need any orders at all. A shocked Estio admitted that the man understood his gift better. Ren waved his hands, insisting that he had not been trying to spy intentionally. Shocked, Estio asked if there were others like him in the world. Ren explained that up until this point, everything was considered just a hypothesis. Meanwhile, he mentioned the transfer of abilities and hair color. His lineage raised many questions due to his completely black hair. And then the guy remembered his unusual and frightening eyes. His terrifying skills have scared the hell out of people since childhood. Soon, people began to seriously think about the terrible truth within. In fact, the Hygar family did indeed descend from a dragon. Estio froze, realizing the scale of this ancient and terrifying legend. Estio froze in shock at the sudden mention of the black dragon. The guy watched his interlocutor's overly pompous behavior with suspicion. Ren suddenly grabbed his head, feigning an unbearable internal struggle. He pompously declared that the ancient dragon essence had awakened in his veins. Neju quietly whispered to the hero that it was time to quietly get away from the madman. Ren laughed, dismissing his scary words as just a stupid joke. He immediately removed his hand from the sword, remembering old road legends. Ren then added that his request was directly related to them. Estio curiously asked what exactly his order was. The young man took the heavy bag and was surprised by its unexpected, pleasant heaviness. Ren admitted that he dreams of finding the true descendant of the mighty black dragons. Estio stood frozen in shock as Neju watched the madness unfold in silence. Ren raised a finger, limiting their deal to exactly 1 month. He promised to close the request within a month, regardless of the final result. Ren told me to follow him because he had already found a replacement. Estio immediately warned about the non-combat role and asked about personal guards. He just laughed cheerfully, completely denying any need for outside security. Meanwhile, Ren pompously called himself the best swordsman in the entire empire. Neju literally cringed with Spanish shame at his companion's boasting. And then Ren mysteriously added that he had additional reasons. Ren added sternly that even the emperor would not be an exception for him. Then he simply headed towards the exit, ignoring Estio. Estio inquired about the true reason for the long search for the mysterious descendants. The guy asked whether his personal guess coincided with reality. Ren narrowed his eyes slyly, praising the hero for his masterful ability to read minds. Estio thought that this strange swordsman was much braver than ordinary people. Ren reiterated his words, determined to finally clear up the difficult situation. He admitted that he was acting on his own behalf, not the Duke's. Estio nodded silently, finally realizing the seriousness of this crazy proposal. Suddenly, Ren declared that the Hygar family was not directly related to dragons. Ren admitted that he did indeed have dragon blood running through his veins. His ancestor drank the blood of a lizard, endowing the family with inhuman strength. Estio stood frozen in shock, realizing the scale of this terrifying ancient truth. Ren ironically compared his power to the magic of that very cactus. The nasty cactus was indignant, forbidding the guy to compare them as equals. The swordsman strode away resolutely, formally addressing the invisible Duke. The young man followed him, finally asking to clarify their purpose. Ren paused mysteriously, considering his next actions and words. He asked cheerfully where they should go first. He added that he would now reveal the true nature of his order. Ren formally offered to let Estio become a subject for research into his dragon powers. The young man was stunned by such a sudden and strange statement. Meanwhile, their conversation was closely watched by uninvited witnesses from above. Ren asked excitedly if the hero was excited by such a dangerous prospect. He explained that the power of dragons lies in the subordination of another's will. The swordsman added that Estio's skills were too reminiscent of those ancient legends. And then the guy confirmed that all his guesses were true. Ren grinned contentedly, since this was precisely why he had started the meeting. He offered Estio a month's cooperation under his command. Suddenly, a clear girl's voice was heard from above, greeting her bright star. Little Estio was sitting in the grass when a woman found him late at night. She offered to listen to the story, and the boy happily agreed. Lifting the child, she whispered about the dragon blood flowing through his veins. The woman called it a noble gift from the most beautiful creature in the world. Estio remembered the words of Grandfather Haikon about the complete disappearance of the ancient dragons. The mother gently explained that for many this did indeed seem true. She explained that the world had become too complex for the lizards to protect. Having called her son a star, she asked whether he remembered an important detail. She added that their lineage proves the presence of dragon power in the world. She kissed Estio, reminding him of immortality and the great mission of the Guardians. The mother tenderly reminded her son of the nobility of their great family. Little Estio doubted his protection due to the dragon's lack of attention. The woman explained that their family keeps evidence of the existence of lizards. She spoke the name of the legendary creature again with a gentle smile. The child became curious as to why the ancient lizard was still here. But in reality, he simply loved people very much. Suddenly, the young man woke up from an obsessive dream in the night camp. Ren noticed his awakening and quietly inquired about his companion's condition. Estio asked if the swordsman had been awake by the fire the whole time. Ren just waved it off, replying that he had just opened his eyes. Ren became quite nervous and hesitated, unable to find the right words right away. The swordsman suspiciously asked if Estio had been talking too much in his sleep. Ren confirmed that the guy slept soundly and threw in a snack. Estio thought hard, analyzing the strange behavior of his new acquaintance. The swordsman's calm manners reminded the hero of his beloved mother, Iria. He soon changed his mind, because his mother was kind and fiery red-haired. The young man asked why Ren couldn't go to bed because of worry. Ren asked in amazement if Estio had forgotten about his hidden gift. He explained that he involuntarily absorbs other people's dreams through reading hearts. And then Ren admitted that other people's images seemed real to him. By the fire, the boy asked if Estio had really seen absolutely everything. He remembered Iria, who was an incredibly beautiful and wise mother. The interlocutor admitted that his mother was wise, unlike him. He added sadly that she was no longer alive. The stranger asked him why he was not sleeping after only 1 hour. But the young man replied that he was suddenly overcome by terrible insomnia. Remembering the blood, he laughed and declared that he had already had enough sleep. A heavy silence fell around the fire between the 4 tired travelers. He noted ironically that the dream he showed was rather boring. Estio only briefly confirmed this, completely confusing his strange interlocutor. He revealed that Yeria was only his father's second wife. The boy considered his stepmother to be his own, since his biological mother died during childbirth. The mere mention of Yeria brought back a storm of bitter memories. She always lovingly called him her beautiful little star. That gentle voice still echoed in my soul. The hero painfully regretted that he did not have time to repay the kindness. And then he remembered with bitterness that he had not saved her. The sudden and bloody invasion of a legion of monsters was to blame for everything. The creatures approached rapidly, their ominous yellow eyes flashing in the darkness. The boy called for his mother in horror while the monsters tore everything around him. He admitted that he was the only one who survived that fateful day. He seriously wondered if the legendary black dragon existed in their world. He really wanted to ask this monster just one important question. Estio stared silently at the stars, completely immersed in his heavy thoughts. He was in a complete stupor and did not understand how he could continue to live. The hero painfully wondered if he had anything left to defend himself with. Suddenly, he realized that this monstrous force was no longer within his grasp. The boy sincerely wished that his damn family of Hygar would finally disappear. The interlocutor suggested simply enjoying the rest, since there was no one else to protect. Estio was sent off to sleep, blaming all this depression on severe lack of sleep. The boy wondered if his curiosity about the black dragon had backfired. And then he promised that nightmares would not disturb anyone at night. After all, the young man realized the power of reading hearts and controlling other people's minds. Suddenly, he realized that he could easily overcome any terrible nightmare. When he woke up, the guy was genuinely surprised by the bright morning sun outside the window. But in fact, he got his first good night's sleep thanks to the power of mentalists. Suddenly, a cactus in a pot came to life and rudely called the sleepyhead a sloth. Meanwhile, the young man made excuses, but the harmful plant called him a liar. His prickly interlocutor sent him out to wash up, and he was amazed at such insolence. But my friend had already brought hot soup with ham and cheese. The guy politely accepted the bowl of hot soup and thanked his friend. The young man gloomily asked to repeat what exactly this soup was made of. The companion cheerfully listed the new ingredients, which completely confused his hungry friend. The cook was confused, wondering if he had added pork to the brew. The hero was amazed by the enormous cooking experience of his young and strange companion. Meanwhile, the young man calmly reported that he started cooking when he was still a baby. Suddenly, the guy became enraged by such utter nonsense. In fact, the talking cactus confirmed the truth of the young man's words. The boastful postman talked enthusiastically about his past flying exploits, and then he abruptly interrupted the chatter with a question about the leader's whereabouts. The heroes fell silent, awaiting an answer among the harsh and silent rocks. The companion became nervous and began to assure that the leader was simply examining the surroundings. The blue-haired man asked to leave him alone after the shock from his abilities. Suddenly, the young man frowned and asked when exactly their comrade left. It turned out that the leader had disappeared while his companion was busily scrubbing his saucepan. The comrade naively believed that nothing would happen to such a powerful leader. But the guy gloomily admitted that this territory is still mortally dangerous. Meanwhile, he blamed himself for not warning his friend in advance. The interlocutor realized the seriousness of the situation in horror and almost dropped his spoon. And then the young man only sighed heavily, anticipating new serious problems. The guy remembered the creepy monsters and treacherous forest bandits. Even armed soldiers of the hostile kingdom raged in those parts. It suddenly became clear that these lands were suffering from war. The young man spoke out loud about the safety of people even without guards. But this peace was only possible in his presence. He looked closely and realized that nothing had happened yet. The companion became agitated and decided to immediately follow his leader. But the guy was determined to go on this dangerous reconnaissance mission himself. He told his comrade to wait and made a sharp dash forward. The fellow traveler gasped at the incredible power of this incredible jump. The boy made a swift dash forward, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. The young man suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood and immediately became wary. He noticed a cloaked figure ahead and called out loudly to the stranger. The guy hurried to meet the man in black, inquiring about his well-being. The stranger turned slowly and looked coldly at his uninvited guest. Suddenly, from the shadows, came the angry growl of a very ferocious predator. The hero froze in place, noticing a sudden threat to his life. He was very surprised to see wild cave wolves next to the man. The thought of secret mental dominance over animals flashed through the young man's mind. The mysterious companion asked dryly if the guy was ready to continue his journey immediately. The guy promised his comrades that he would return soon and went on reconnaissance. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure and was very surprised by the meeting. The companion carefully held a wounded wolf cub from a distant cave. These animals belonged to a rare species that lived in deep dungeons. Meanwhile, the predators that came into the light were unlucky enough to encounter people. The boy realized that in these parts, wolves are considered a mortal threat. The local residents intended to completely exterminate all the dangerous inhabitants of the dark forest. And then he admitted that the nature of predators always remains frightening. But in reality, the only way through the mountains was teeming with terrible creatures. Otherwise, defenseless travelers could become easy food for animals. The guy in green allowed his companion in the cloak to deal with the animals in his own way. And then the young man became very puzzled when he heard the strange proposal of his mysterious friend. He noticed how his companion carefully fed the wounded wolf cub with his own scarlet blood. He admitted that his blood had already saved the life of a dying animal. The young man in the cloak looked away thoughtfully, remembering the old days and his mistakes. Suddenly, he warned that the blood of a dragon's descendant possesses frightening power. After all, such a liquid is capable of subjugating the will of any creature, turning them into guardians. But in fact, the animals are simply obliged to accept the will of the black dragon. The guy in green ironically compared this kind of slavery to the order in his own family. Meanwhile, he came to his senses in time, realizing that he had accidentally said too much. Meanwhile, the traveler in the cloak ordered not to mess around with the predators anymore. He partially agreed with his comrade, but added his own weighty condition. The guy confidently stated that they could change the animals right now. The interlocutor was very taken aback by the bold words about changes in nature. The young man explained that the wolves must promise not to harm civilians. Then the comrade reasonably asked what exactly they would offer the animals in return. The traveler remembered the ancient legend about a dragon that became a bridge between worlds. And then he realized that just one agreement would not be enough. He offered the wild wolves food and protection in exchange for their service. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes slyly, waiting for an answer to his plan. The cook turned around in confusion, hearing a sudden suspicious noise behind him. Suddenly, he screamed hysterically in wild and primal horror. Meanwhile, the huge cave wolf sat peacefully at the traveler's feet. The young man, shocked, recognized the predators as dangerous inhabitants of the deepest dungeons. And then the guy announced that the ferocious animals were now their new comrades. The companion screamed in panic that he could not feed such a huge gray flock, but the leader merely calmly confirmed the enormous importance of the food issue. Suddenly, a cute little face of a tiny wounded creature appeared from the cloak. In fact, the baby was seriously injured and needed help. The boy gloomily realized that any delay would only worsen the little patient's condition. It turned out that the arrow hit the hind leg of this unfortunate baby. The young doctor confidently promised to cope if a complex operation was not required. He carefully examined the patient lying on a soft mat near the fire. Suddenly, the healer became very puzzled when he saw something strange on the paw. The guy was stunned to realize that the baby was not injured at all. The small scratch on the animal's body was clearly not a fatal wound. The temperature turned out to be normal, and now the baby only needed rest. Then the doctor asked the leader in bewilderment about the reason for his mistake. The leader looked at his friend in confusion, not knowing what exactly to answer. In the end, he quietly admitted that he had simply made a big mistake. He coldly broke the arrow, citing the ridiculous mistake of choosing the wolf. The interlocutor in green only silently stared at him with a suspicious and extremely distrustful gaze. And then he simply left, hiding the arrow fragments behind his broad back. Estio repeated the story about the mistake again, trying to finally close the topic. The hero only stared into the distance, hiding his thoughts behind a mask of complete calm. Suddenly, Estio passed by silently, leaving his companion alone with his guesses. The guy in green seriously wondered why Estio was so afraid to show his strength. Meanwhile, Siki was peacefully dozing on a branch under the rays of the sun. But as soon as the owner called, the cat instantly woke up before the long journey. The impudent wolves greeted the heroes with grins, calling the aliens some kind of pathetic mongrels. Siki called the wolves new friends who would now accompany them. Estio added that the predators will now legally settle in the territories of Hygar. The black cat lazily washed herself, wondering where the squad would move next. His companion awkwardly admitted that he should have told him about it earlier. The mercenary cheerfully announced that he had already chosen their next target. Estio was taken aback by such suddenness, because the decision came to his friend instantly. The companion asked where exactly the provincial town where Estio was from was located. The protagonist thought seriously, casting a quick glance towards his past. Finally, the young man reluctantly admitted that he grew up in the remote village of Selbia. The cheerful comrade immediately decided that their path lay precisely there. Hearing this, the green-haired guy literally screamed in wild shock. He suspected something was wrong, mentally calling the group's leader a real pervert. The mercenary's suspicious smile only strengthened his extremely strange suspicions. Estio gloomily inquired about the true purpose of the visit to his native village. He admitted that he initially only wanted to observe him closely. But in fact, he noticed gaps in Estio's knowledge. Meeting the family could provide very valuable information. Estio was pricked by the thought of the people who had once raised him. The young man flatly refused to see his former family again. However, the companion reminded him of the obligatory fulfillment of his personal request. And then the mercenary looked intently into the eyes, demanding consent. Estio sighed heavily and reluctantly admitted that his leader was right. The fire was extinguished. It was time for the detachment to move forward to meet the past. Soon they arrived in Galacia at the majestic building of the Ignis Guild. Manager Hawk bowed deeply, greeting the leader and the guests. Estio was greatly embarrassed by such a formal and obsequious reception. The guy awkwardly asked the manager to communicate in a simple way, as before. Hawk hesitated, as Estio's new status made him tremble. The manager cleared his throat and finally decided to drop the mask of unnecessary formality. And then he cheerfully asked how Estio himself was doing. Estio smiled broadly and confirmed that he was doing great. Hawk praised the new uniform and invited his friends to come inside. But in fact, the manager was praising his own great talent. The man jokingly demanded a reward of candy for his foresight. Suddenly, Hina appeared and immediately started talking about distant Selbia. She immediately reminded me that there was a long way to go to my home village. Meanwhile, the road through the mountains promised to be painful and long. Hawk then generously offered to lend his best carriage for the trip. Estio thanked the man warmly as he fussed about preparing the crew. Finally, Hawk suggested that the tired guests quickly rest in their rooms. Estio noted sadly that nothing had changed at all in the room. And then the guy asked, puzzled, who exactly had come to see him. He wondered who could possibly have come here at such an hour. The hero gasped in surprise when he saw Rosalind's familiar face in front of him. The girl awkwardly asked if she had interrupted his well-deserved rest. Rosalind asked Estio seriously if he even knew how to ride a horse. He honestly admitted that he had never learned this in his life. The guest was very upset and sighed with annoyance at such an honest answer. There were no free carriages left, and the guy knew horses very poorly. The young man simply replied calmly that there was no problem with that. Estio suggested walking since the squad wasn't too pressed for time. Rosalind became worried and wanted to assign them a reliable guard. Suddenly, the hero briefly said that there was no need for this at all. Estio assured that his companion was the strongest swordsman in the world. He was clearly outraged by such an impudent and very sudden self-proclamation. Rosalind was relieved and asked to contact her if she needed any help. Meanwhile, someone raised their hand and politely asked for forgiveness. The green-haired boy reported that their shared supplies were almost depleted. And then he complained about the burnt and foul-smelling pot. He laughingly suggested that the guild should quickly issue them new dishes. The girl readily agreed to explain the entire procedure in her office. The group wondered if they could buy some more useful things. The mercenary immediately decided that they needed to visit the local gun shop. The little spirit wished everyone good luck on this long and dangerous journey. Estio asked resignedly if he would have to go alone in the end. He had no understanding of weapons or the whole combat environment. The young man explained that he had always been in a special support group. He had never had to use a truly lethal weapon before. The companion was surprised that he had never hunted even in the provinces. Estio admitted that he simply didn't want to kill the animals at all. The interlocutor asked Estio point-blank whether he had ever had to take a life. The young man remained silent, and his cold gaze suddenly revealed a frightening inner darkness. The horrible crimson stains on the bloody clothes immediately came to mind. Estio bowed his head low and silently acknowledged that his hands were already dirty. The interlocutor immediately understood. This guy now concealed a steely, unshakable determination. Even the one who felt sorry for the bird was ready to shed blood for the sake of the goal. Estio took a firm step forward, cutting off this difficult and unpleasant dialogue. The man handed him the blade, reminding him of the fragility of flesh in the face of danger. He grinned contentedly and added that the weapon was an important part of his mission. Estio let out a tired sigh and told Nej to wait there until Parker returned. Neju really wanted to go, but Estio told him to stay home. The girl became despondent, but still obediently wished the hero a successful campaign. Suddenly, Estio exhaled heavily as he passed by a huge, prickly cactus. The companion sincerely did not understand why the guy took this tiger with him. Estio explained that Siki would follow him despite the prohibitions. Siki only purred contentedly because the owner knew her character very well. In fact, the cat believed that no one dared stop her. Meanwhile, they walked through the city while the stranger carefreely whistled a melody. The man opened the door of the workshop and politely called out to the owner of this establishment. Inside the workshop it was empty, only counters and tools greeted the guests. Suddenly, a strange and annoying creaking sound was heard from behind the empty counters of the workshop. Estio's companion explained peacefully that they were just ordinary customers. It turned out that the blacksmith simply forgot to lock the door before a general cleaning of the premises. The man exhaled heavily and politely asked the unexpected guests to leave immediately. It turned out that the influential Viscount Fabian had bought up absolutely all the equipment in advance. Meanwhile, not a single sword remained on the walls of the shop. The master added that there is currently a massive recruitment of new soldiers everywhere. Estio froze, as the blacksmith mistook his companion for a guild member. The interlocutor assumed that the Ignis Guild was aware of all the Viscount's troubles. In fact, young Lady Fabian suffered from an incurable and painful disease. Estio was genuinely surprised to hear about the noble lady's mysterious illness. The master chuckled incredulously, amazed at the ignorance of his strange guest. Suddenly the blacksmith hesitated, clearly about to reveal a very personal secret. He called the boys closer to whisper rumors right in their ears. It turned out that the unfortunate girl suffered from an extremely rare heart defect. The poor thing literally lost her mind from the sight of blood and nightmarish visions. Some time ago, her house was flooded with the blood of dead soldiers. Now the Viscount was desperately looking for any recruits and ways to heal his daughter. Estio silently held out his sword, asking the master to sharpen it well. But in fact, the little lady longed to become the hero's secret friend. Estio froze when he heard his name from the mysterious stranger. He abruptly handed him a dark dagger, ordering him to take the weapon immediately. The guy sincerely didn't understand why he needed this blade in the workshop. The man insisted on his own, reproaching Estio for his careless attitude towards him. After that, he briefly stopped to follow him to the exit. Estio only blinked in confusion and quietly thanked him for the unexpected concern. Soon they were walking along the cobbled street following the departing carriage. Meanwhile, the hero called out to the cat, peering intently into the sunset shadows. He asked Siki about Sarah, but she only snorted in response. Estio sighed sadly, admitting that some things were better forgotten forever. Siki snorted in surprise, not understanding her master's worries for the old offenders. The guy clenched his fist until it cracked, realizing the complete innocence of the unfortunate Sarah. And then Estio bitterly acknowledged his own powerlessness in the situation. Meanwhile, the silence of the guild was suddenly broken by someone else's hysterical scream. The enraged man flatly refused to put up with the local mercenary's brazen refusal. The red-haired employee, with a forced smile, tried in vain to calm the unruly customer. The irritated Viscount was furiously indignant at the long neglect of his important request. Suddenly, Estio, who had entered, froze in confusion, recognizing the familiar name of the troublemaker. The girl politely referred to the rules, but her interlocutor rudely told her to shut up. The enraged nobleman slammed the table, threatening to shut down the office. The Viscount's face, distorted with rage, was spraying saliva, demanding that the right person be brought immediately. Estio's companion whispered in surprise, recognizing the madman as a local aristocrat. The hero only nodded gloomily, sensing something bad about this sudden meeting. The man in the rumpled shirt had completely lost all his noble grandeur. His partner reasonably suggested ignoring the troublemaker, to which Estio readily agreed. And so the boys quietly tried to slip past the angry nobleman. Suddenly, the Viscount turned around sharply and wildly screamed the hero's name. His sick look and creepy smile did not bode well. And then someone else's shaking hands grabbed the dark cloak with a death grip. Fabian was manically delighted at the meeting, admitting to a long search for the right guy. The madman clutched the fabric tighter, hopefully trying to tease out Estio's plans. The young man coldly and harshly ordered that he be released immediately. The frightened aristocrat shuddered nervously, but obediently loosened his grip. Then Fabian began to pitifully beg the hero to just listen to him. With tears in his eyes, the man begged to save the sick Sarah. But Estio asked him, completely indifferently, why he should do this. The Viscount, in despair, reached for his dark cloak again. The madman tearfully asked to at least erase his daughter's frightening memories. However, the young man brushed it off sharply, citing his extreme busyness. Shocked by such a cold-blooded refusal, Fabian literally froze in place. The enraged aristocrat waved away the other's excuses with a cry. But the guy in green grinned, identifying himself as the real customer. He brazenly stated that he had no intention of canceling the order. The insulted nobleman seethed with rage at the brat's insolence. Suddenly, the young man calmly revealed his name, Mubion Kaigar. And then the arrogant Viscount instantly turned white with sticky horror. Frightened, Fabian involuntarily recoiled from such a dangerous interlocutor. A terrible guess about the Duke's own intervention flashed through my head. Meanwhile, Hygar sarcastically apologized for his childish behavior. The crushed aristocrat finally realized who he had dared to mess with. The desperate Viscount tried to reduce everything to an old grievance. He sincerely didn't understand Estio's anger over the old incident. The aristocrat arrogantly dismissed those brutal events as a mere trifle. Fabian even brazenly declared that he should be the one who was angry. The madman smiled falsely, urging people to forget the past for the sake of the present. Estio realized coldly that the bastard had not changed at all. The nobleman never learned to admit his vile mistakes. Meanwhile, the pitiful father began to beg for help again. But the hero jerked his cloak away, demanding good reasons. Fabian was completely stunned by this icy tone. Estio only ordered in an icy tone to let go of his cloak again. The guy abruptly tore the fabric from the weakened hands of the stunned Viscount. Fabian shook with horror, sincerely fearing such a sad ending. And then the desperate father screamed out the name of his sick daughter. He wheezed pitifully that Sarah really wanted to see the hero. After this, the broken aristocrat fell to his knees with a loud thud. The man tearfully begged for the girl's life, standing before the adamant young man. Meanwhile, Hygar and the guild staff stood frozen in complete shock. Estio froze heavily, considering this humiliating plea from his old enemy. And then the young man gloomily ordered the nobleman to listen very carefully. The hero snapped that he flatly refused to accept any of the Viscount's proposals. The guy firmly declared his absolute independence in his future actions. Estio made it clear that he would not make any concessions. The young man coldly noted the lack of apology from this pathetic coward. Meanwhile, the rays of the sunset illuminated the Viscount's luxurious mansion. Little Sarah stood forlornly near the window in her nightgown. Suddenly, a cute, fluffy puppy began jumping happily around the sick girl. However, the young lady looked at the sky, steadily and sadly. Suddenly, Siki's cat appeared silently behind her. The hero's faithful companion meowed loudly, attracting the surprised girl's attention. The blonde blinked her eyelashes in surprise, suddenly noticing a black cat in front of her. And then the girl timidly asked the furry guest about Estio. The animal's multicolored eyes were strikingly reminiscent of the look of that mysterious guy. At first, this quiet and thin young man seemed a little stupid to her. Meanwhile, she sincerely did not understand his hatred of mind reading. But it was worth it for her to really look into the young man's face one day. His bottomless blue eyes turned out to be simply incredibly beautiful and alluring. Suddenly, a terrible thought about his deadly motives destroyed the peace. All that remained in the girl's head from the terrible fantasies was a ringing emptiness. But in fact, the bloody massacre paradoxically brought her a strange relief. The little girl with bows suddenly realized the boy's amazing mercy. Meanwhile, the fair-haired beauty burst into tears from her own terrible thoughts. And then someone's confident voice gently took the guilt away from her. Through her tears, the girl suddenly noticed a tall figure in front of her. And at the stranger's feet, a small black cat began to purr joyfully. The blonde raised her tear-stained face and was shocked to recognize the guest as Estio. Suddenly, the young man smiled warmly and greeted Lady Saralyn. She was speechless in front of the outstretched hand, taken aback. Putting her palm in, the girl shyly asked to be called simply Sarah. But in fact, Estio did not come here on orders at all. The young man suddenly tried to remind the confused blonde of their long-standing secret conversation. And then the guy warmly called her his true friend. Sarah clapped her hands in joy at the memory of their secret friendship. Then suddenly Estio stunned her with the terrible decision to erase these memories. The girl simply froze in complete shock from such terrible words. Meanwhile, the young man gently placed his hand on the top of her light head. The guy, with a heavy heart, convinced his girlfriend of the necessity of this ritual. But Saralyn abruptly slapped the stranger's hand away, refusing to believe her ears. And then Estio froze in surprise before such a daring rebuff. And then he grimly suggested that she choose death over memory loss. The girl stared at the guy in shock, trying to find the words. Estio coldly promised her a happy life without unnecessary memories. And then the blonde powerlessly lowered her head, shaking with bitter sobs. Sarah clenched her fists painfully, flatly refusing to accept such care. Suddenly, in a rage, she grabbed his black cloak. The girl tearfully accused her friend of cowardly behavior of adults. The stunned young man tried to justify himself, but was immediately called a fool. Meanwhile, Saralyn hysterically confessed her fear of losing her feelings. She was terrified of unknowingly causing severe pain to the people around her. But in reality, she was afraid of becoming a monster like her father. Saralyn gently called the tiny white puppy to her. Sarah hugged her pet tightly, terrified of losing her memory. Bursting into tears, the blonde flatly refused to erase her memories. Estio looked thoughtfully down at the sobbing lady. And then the young man asked directly about her true desires. The girl exhaled convulsively, collecting her thoughts for an important answer. Saralyn smiled widely, truly wanting to remain his loyal friend. The blonde proudly promised to sort out the remaining problems herself. Estio decided to ask again, but received an absolutely firm answer. In fact, the lady turned out to be incredibly strong. The blonde strictly forbade erasing the memory, and Estio nodded understandingly. Then the young man said goodbye to his girlfriend and headed to the window. The guy deftly jumped onto the windowsill, getting ready to leave the house. Suddenly, the girl called out to the departing guest, causing him to turn around. Sarah timidly asked if she could overcome her fears. Estio smiled warmly and expressed confidence in her abilities. Meanwhile, the young man jumped down sharply, greatly frightening the blonde. The girl leaned out of the window in panic, loudly shouting a name. And then she froze in surprise from a strange rustling sound outside. But in fact, glowing feathers were swirling beautifully around. Cutie Bella said goodbye to Estio coquettishly, smiling dazzlingly as she left. He made many new friends who are now always there. Estio asked suspiciously how his companions had tracked him to the Fabian mansion. The guy in uniform made excuses that Sir Mubian literally dragged him there. Sir Mubian simply calmly clarified what exactly had caused such surprise. Estio snapped that he did not intend to coordinate his actions with them in the future. After these words, the young man silently headed towards the stairs, ignoring his stunned allies. Mubian jumped in surprise when Estio suddenly addressed him. Estio dryly ordered the knight to finally rest and leave him alone. The dumbfounded swordsman froze in complete shock at such a sudden change in tone. And then he called after Estio, asking him to wait and not leave. Mubian only sighed heavily, realizing the complexity of his young master's character. He lamented that Estio still behaved like a capricious child. And then the knight suddenly realized something important that he had not suspected before. Mubian hugged his friend, cheerfully teasing him about his supposed love woes. Estio just thought wearily that this chatterbox just needed to shut up. Suddenly, a small furry inhabitant joyfully greeted them from the window of the mansion. The tiny monster excitedly announced that a delicious dinner was ready for everyone. Estio admitted that he was hungry and suggested that everyone eat their fill before the journey. He thoughtfully repeated the word tomorrow, realizing that a path lay ahead of them. Estio remembered that they were supposed to be in his home village tomorrow. Meanwhile, someone in the forest was loudly complaining of unbearable fatigue. This unknown voice continued to groan loudly in the middle of the rocky desert. It turned out that it was a small cactus that was complaining that its roots were hurting terribly. The fluffy monster asked solicitously if his prickly friend was very tired. The good man extended his hand and offered to carry the tired plant on his back. The cactus cried out in delight when it was finally lifted from the ground. The whole company, led by Estio, walked briskly forward along the forest path. Estio's companion was breathing heavily, complaining about the terrible shaking and uneven road. Mubion asked hopefully about the finish line, and Estio confirmed that the goal was close. Lewis suggested that people lived on the mountain for complete solitude. Estio was lost in thought, looking at the dense crowns of the trees. It turned out that he himself had previously lived in a very remote place. Lewis noted that in such a remote place there was simply no one for robbers to rob. The winged companion asked how long Estio had been absent from these parts. The young man replied that he left his native village immediately after the coming-of-age ceremony. Estio's gaze darkened as he remembered his past in Selbia. The cruel cries of his fellow villagers as they drove him away came back to him. The villagers whispered behind his back, calling the unfortunate guy truly cursed. Luis was amazed that Estio started working immediately after his 19th birthday. Luis was puzzled as to why the leader had reacted so strangely to the mention of responsibility. And then he noted with a smile that leaving your homeland for a dream is not easy. Estio only gritted his teeth and said that in reality everything was different. The guy turned sharply and walked away, declaring that responsibility had nothing to do with it. Clenching his fists, the young man admitted that he left simply for the chance to survive. The companions looked at their suddenly frank leader in complete confusion. Meanwhile, Luis recalled that the Estio family still lives in Selbia. It turned out that he found out that the boy's parents, older brother and sister, were okay. Louis happily assumed that his relatives would certainly be delighted with the meeting. His companion sincerely did not understand why the new guild leader was not smiling at all. He wondered if his relatives could have treated such a powerful magician badly. Suddenly, Louis cried out in surprise, noticing something strange ahead. Thick clouds of black smoke billowed out from behind the forest, and someone desperately screamed about fire. Estio looked up in alarm, realizing that something bad had happened. The winged satellite instantly took to the air to check the situation from above. Louis panicked and asked if the whole mountain was on fire, but was told no. Estio clarified in an icy tone that the smoke was coming from the direction of the village. A shocked Louis asked again if he meant to say that Selbia was burning. The main character just silently looked into the distance, maintaining a frightening calm. The companions were deeply struck by Estio's composure at such a terrible moment. The furry assistant was worried that civilians would suffer from this disaster. Smoke was billowing out in columns, as it was impossible to fight the fire in such a remote area. Estio's companion fell into despair due to the lack of water mages in the group. The little monster was genuinely surprised that someone could control the water element at all. The boys explained to the little one that great elementalists can even summon rain clouds. Suddenly, the flying scout returned with extremely important and alarming news. The winged warrior's face instantly fell as he began his chilling report. He exhaled heavily and admitted that there was no fire right now. Estio cut him off abruptly, asking suspiciously about this strange clarification. The young man demanded an immediate explanation of what exactly this frightening word for now meant. It turned out that the inhabitants of Selbia had built a creepy altar and set it on fire. The little cactus became enraged by the scout's lengthy and frightening report. The winged warrior trembled, doubting the reality of the nightmarish sight he had seen. Estio glared at his companion, demanding that he tell the truth immediately. At the top of the altar, someone's bare feet were tied tightly to a post. Right in the middle of the raging flames, a defenseless figure hung on a pole. The young man froze, looking at the blazing fire that had become someone's terrible trap. Estio whispered Parker's name in horror, recognizing an old acquaintance in the captive. He clenched his fists in rage, not believing the cruelty of his crazed fellow villagers. The scout added in a panic that the unfortunate man seemed to still show signs of life. The guy couldn't believe his ears, hoping that the scout had simply made a mistake. Suddenly, Estio jumped up, leaving his companions in complete bewilderment. He rushed through the forest, refusing to believe in such extreme human cruelty. But if this is true, then Estio should have made it in time. The young man bitterly realized that he should have been hanging on this pole. Estio ran towards the village, barely catching his breath from his furious run. Right in the square, a huge bonfire blazed to the approving roar of the crowd. Seeing the victim's face, the hero froze in true and deep shock. In the very center of the flames, the unfortunate Bella, sobbing, begged for salvation. The poor girl desperately implored the crowd to believe in her complete innocence. Dino and Lewis in the crowd turned away indifferently from Bella's screams. The enraged woman forbade the captive to even utter the name of her husband, Jake. Bella was choking with sobs, begging at least someone for mercy and salvation. She suddenly remembered how, as a child, she would call her always busy parents. Then the father simply told the little girl not to interfere with their important work. Little Bella cried from loneliness, just wanting to be near them. But then someone unfamiliar called her to play in the dim corridor. The girl turned around, not believing that someone actually wanted to keep her company. A group of friendly villagers invited her in with smiles. Happy Bella joyfully rushed to meet her first friends in her life. People around her admired the cutie Bella, offering her to become their little sister. The girl beamed with happiness, feeling truly loved and needed for the first time. The villagers joyfully greeted the lovely Bella, showering her with sincere attention. The man noted with a smile that she was becoming more beautiful every day. Bella enjoyed the love of her friends, wanting this feeling to only grow. Suddenly, an enraged woman accused her of having an affair with her husband. The frightened girl was declared a witch, allegedly having bewitched and betrayed the trust of the entire village. Bella screamed desperately, reminding herself of the words of love she had heard before. The heat from the approaching flames became unbearable, burning the face of the unfortunate captive. She sobbed in horror, begging someone to save her from a painful death. Bella, tied up, looked around in horror, finding herself in the very epicenter of the fire. Suddenly, a cat appeared on the top of the pole, causing the girl genuine bewilderment. The crowd began to shout that the appearance of a black cat was a bad sign and a sign of a witch. Tiki only meowed calmly while poor Bella choked on bitter tears. Estio watched what was happening, realizing that all this madness had started because of him. With a sharp movement, the invisible blade cut the strong bonds in the blink of an eye. The girl froze in shock as the rope simply fell at her feet. The stunned people in the crowd screamed, not understanding what the hell was going on. Suddenly, Estio burst into the flames with a spectacular effect, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Bella was completely confused when she saw her savior right in the middle of the raging fire. Estio resolutely picked Bella up in his arms, saving her from the fiery captivity. The guy cast a cold glance at the crowd, ignoring the heat of the fire. The father of the family recognized Estio in horror, but was shocked by the strange sign. It was the symbol of the Ignis Guild, which made everyone present go cold. Estio sternly demanded to know what the hell was going on here. The old man snapped back in rage, continuing to accuse the unfortunate girl of all sins. He insisted that the sinner had incurred the wrath of the gods and was obliged to pay immediately. Estio calmly asked the maddened crowd what exactly the sin was. The man spat out angrily that this crap had bewitched and killed a man. Sister Rosetta remarked sarcastically that her brother's new outfit made no difference. Bella screamed desperately that she hadn't killed anyone and it was all a lie. The crowd continued to spew vile rumors about a witch eating human entrails. Blinded by hatred, people demanded that the unfortunate girl be immediately gotten rid of. Estio asked sternly if they had any evidence or a trial. The interlocutor, with a rotten grin, said that Estio himself was a damned child. Brother Theriot angrily ordered Estio to get lost and never come back. He called the hero a rat while he confidently declared Bella's innocence. Theriot bared his teeth in rage, not expecting such a brazen retort from his brother. Estio said in an icy tone that he had personally looked through all of the girl's memories. Bella confirmed his words, begging him to believe that she was clear before the law. A sudden blow from a stone to the head made Estio stagger in surprise. An old man in the crowd froze in complete shock at the brazen attack that had taken place. He screamed furiously at the idiot who had committed this insane and dangerous act. Amidst the ensuing silence and pouring rain, Estio continued to stand motionless. A trickle of scarlet blood slowly flowed down the guy's face, mixing with the drops. Bella noticed the wound in horror and screamed that he was bleeding. Estio only smiled bitterly, realizing that nothing had changed in this place. His icy blue eyes turned terrifying as he quietly ordered it to stop. Suddenly, a powerful invisible wave of force gripped everyone present in the square. The terrified residents fell to their knees, screaming about the curse and the inability to move. The residents screamed in rage that they had raised this damn brat. Strange glowing feathers suddenly began to swirl in the rain, causing a new surge of fear. Someone's commanding voice ordered that this performance be ended because this was already enough. New faces appeared, reproaching the residents for their insolence in front of the guild leader Ignis. Rosetta froze in shock upon hearing the legendary name of that very guild. Estio ordered everyone to go home so as not to get wet in the rain. He led his guests, leaving the shocked village behind. The group followed the hero in silence as an oppressive silence fell over the square. An exhausted Bella followed behind, still not believing in her miraculous salvation. She hurried after Estio, clinging to his cloak and calling him her brother. The girl thanked him in a trembling voice for saving her. Estio coldly cut her off from any thoughts, since he hadn't saved her. Bella countered that behind his harsh words lurked a truly kind person. The young man sadly noted that she still despised him even at this moment. He added that if she had the chance, she would have left it to burn herself. The girl cried out in despair that all his bitter words were absolutely untrue. Estio harshly threw her hand away, declaring that he would not accept her false repentance. He expressed hope that after completing the assignment, they would never meet again. Bella tearfully recalled the times when she believed the evil words of those around her. She acknowledged her past mistakes, realizing now how wrong she had been. Bella smiled through her tears, realizing that she and Estio were both betrayed. Estio's companion asked him sarcastically if he was going to listen to this nonsense any longer. The guy curtly said that it was time to go and confidently walked away. Bella called out to him again, but Estio didn't even slow down. The girl asked bitterly if they were no longer friends. The young man coldly asked whether they had ever been close enough. Bella fell to her knees in utter despair right in the middle of the wet pavement. She was left alone in the pouring rain, unable to contain her sobs. Meanwhile, the smoke above the house announced the beginning of an important meeting of the guild. The old man at the table sarcastically remarked on what an important person their resident had become. Estio sat silently at the table, immersed in his difficult thoughts. The old man began to fuss, trying to diffuse the situation and establish a dialogue with the guest. He fawned over how strong and important Estio had become. The gray-bearded neighbor nodded in agreement, remembering how tiny the boy had been just yesterday. Meanwhile, Estio's companion rudely interrupted these false outpourings of love. He stated outright that they were only here for their own purpose. The old man was outraged by such rudeness, calling on the youth not to interrupt older people. In response, the guest merely clicked the rim of his mug dismissively. Estio drank his tea calmly, thinking ironically about the identical behavior of all old people. Finally, he advised them to come up with more original excuses for their past. The neighbors flinched at the sudden question, afraid to even breathe an extra breath. The old man asked with distrust whether their guest was an aristocrat. Estio only smiled mysteriously, propping his chin up with his hand and looking his interlocutor in the eyes. Suddenly, he carelessly threw a heavy bag of gold onto the table. The eyes of those present widened at the sight of such a mountain of minted coins. The guide generously offered them money in exchange for answering their questions. The residents immediately began to fawn, admiring his nobility and almost divine radiance. Estio noted ironically that he was shining not from holiness, but from perfume. Rosetta, completely delighted, asked again if this really was the same perfume. The young man confirmed that the emperor personally gave him this bottle every morning. Estio watched gloomily at the hypocrisy of the people he lived alongside. The old man began to fawn, doubting that ordinary people could help such an influential gentleman. The boy sarcastically called them brainless rednecks, amazed at their brazen change in behavior. He abruptly cut off the idle chatter, deciding to immediately get down to the main business. Estio dismissively remarked that even such idiots could handle his questions. The hero asked point-blank if they were his real family. The couple froze in silent shock, not expecting such a direct and dangerous question. The woman smiled falsely, assuring them that Estio was their only and true son. The young man listened to this nonsense with icy calm, concealing deep contempt. The mother sweetly called him a precious baby, trying to portray tenderness and love. The woman, with a forced smile, nervously denied the obvious, stroking Estio's head. Mabyon harshly demanded the truth about the blood relationship, threatening inevitable punishment. She hastily assured his lordship that Estio was her own son. The mother insisted that the boy looked like his brother and sister. The investigator suddenly asked Theriot if he remembered the moment of the birth of the youngest. The older brother admitted, confused, that he remembered absolutely nothing about it. The father interjected that the children were too young in that distant period. And then Mubian shocked everyone by announcing his phenomenal infant memory. With a cold squint, he asked if the family was really telling the truth. Stunned, Estio did not understand why the fateful question was addressed to him. Mubian stated that only Estio was capable of recognizing the lies in this house. The boy froze, realizing that now he would have to test his mother's words. The father looked at his son in alarm, fearing that their old secret would be exposed. Estio realized with horror that he could not betray the trust and speak out. Flashback. A mother was screaming furiously at her little frightened son. The boy curled up into a ball, trying to protect himself from the brutal blows and screams. She ordered him to listen carefully, suppressing the child's will with her authority. His father taught him that reading other people's thoughts was an immoral act. That day forever branded Estio as a monster who had done something terrible. The shocked hero could barely breathe, reliving this nightmare from his deep childhood. The mother clamped her hand over Estio's mouth, cutting off any attempt to object to her. She furiously demanded that her son learn her harsh lesson once and for all. His parents threatened to expel him if he dared to use his strange gift again. The woman promised that he would stop being part of the family after the next mistake. Little Estio's eyes filled with tears of helplessness and terrible fear. The grown-up hero painfully tried to remember what exactly he had read then. His memories were jumbled until a voice suddenly broke him out of his trance. The leader's companion became worried, noticing how pale and haggard Estio had become. The boy only exhaled in fear, still trapped in his childhood nightmares. Meanwhile, the mysterious creature with the cactus silently watched the mental anguish. Estio forced a smile, trying to reassure everyone that he was perfectly fine. He asked those around him not to worry about his sudden confusion. The parents froze in tense anticipation, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. An inner voice told the hero that his family was definitely hiding something from him. Suddenly, Estio stood up decisively, shocking everyone present with his sudden action. He walked slowly towards his father and mother, not taking his eyes off them. The hero officially requested permission to read their memories on the orders of the client. The mother screamed in panic that he had no right to do this. She reminded him of the ban and called him a monster for this attempt. Rajet clung to Theriot in horror as she watched the family's impending collapse. Theriot shattered the table with a crash, demanding that this ridiculous nonsense stop. Estio coldly noted that their words could upset truly dangerous monsters. The little companion in chains chimed in that he didn't like all of this at all. Mubian reminded with a grin that he himself was not quite human. Meanwhile, the cactus in the pot giggled suspiciously and maliciously on the table. Suddenly the plant spoke, inviting everyone present to join in the merry chaos. The relatives were speechless with horror, staring at the talking succulent in front of them. Roger screamed hysterically, finally recognizing the cactus as a terrible monster. All the family members jumped back from the table in panic, shouting their sister's name. And the cactus was simply sincerely perplexed as to why its appearance had caused such fear. The poor cactus nearly burst with anger, demanding immediate attention. The little companion in chains was genuinely amazed by the reaction of these strange people. Estio listened in silence to the discussions about dragon's blood and the talking rooster. Ahuru cried out indignantly when he was called a rooster in the heat of an argument. The guy decisively grabbed the pot from the table, interrupting this senseless mess. He looked at the plant wearily, calling it by name and soothing it. The offended cactus burst into tears, complaining about being completely ignored. The hero gently stroked Ahura, convincing him that he was truly feared. Mubian sternly ordered everyone to gather if they wanted to see their money. Theriot rose to his feet in a rage, questioning the guests' right to command them. The older brother grabbed Estio by the collar, calling him a fucking bastard. He growled that the outcast was always the reason their family had problems. Theriot recalled the years of humiliation, blaming only his younger brother for everything. He admitted that he kept it in the attic only for his own peace of mind. With a wild grin, the brother asked if he knew the purpose of the attic. The father tried to stop Theriot, shouting that he had said too much, but the elder continued to shout that Estio had survived despite the lack of food. He screamed that anyone who got out of that hell could only be a monster. The father froze with his hand outstretched, realizing that the terrible truth had finally been revealed. Estio only coldly stated that he now finally understood everything. Theriot continued to rage, hating the boy's resemblance to their common mother. The young man froze, trying to comprehend the wild phrase about simply copying eye color. The hero felt the darkness that had lain dormant for many years of humiliation boiling inside him. With chilling calm, he confessed to his brother his reciprocal, pure hatred. Theriot bared his teeth, not expecting such a brazen and direct response from the brat. He swung to strike, finally turning into an uncontrollable, vicious animal. Unexpectedly, the father took the blow himself, covering Estio with his body. The old man hoarsely reminded his sons about the blood, demanding that they stop this bloody circus. He firmly stated that Theriot could never disown his brother. Theriot roared, accusing his father of cowardice and secret fear of the outcast. The head of the family shouted back, acknowledging his horror at his son's strength. However, he added bitterly that he never really hated him. Estio silently wondered why his father had allowed all these horrors to happen. The hero extended his hand to his father's chest, finally deciding to end all of this. A blinding light burst from the young man's hand, causing everyone in the room to close their eyes. Estio stared at his fingers in amazement, realizing the depth of the power that had awakened. A powerful flash illuminated the hut, forever dividing life before and after. The scene changed. A man with an axe was making his way through the dark forest thicket. A black raven with scarlet eyes suddenly soared into the air above the trees. The woodcutter screamed and fell backwards, knocked off his feet by an unknown, terrifying force. He cursed and gripped the axe handle tighter as fear washed over him. It turned out that he had simply taken a wrong turn and got completely lost in the forest. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful and bright light broke through the thicket. The frightened lumberjack started to run, desperately calling for help and salvation. He begged to wait at least until sunrise, saving himself from the unknown. The man froze in amazement, touching his head at the sight he saw. In front of him, in the center of a huge crater, a mysterious golden artifact shone. The woodcutter couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the pulsating magical glow. A stream of energy rushed upward, illuminating everything around with rainbow reflections. He stood rooted to the spot, amazed by the power of the treasure he had found in the forest. Suddenly, the lumberjack realized with delight that in front of him was a real piece of gold. He greedily grabbed the precious find, forgetting about caution. Meanwhile, an ominous growl was heard behind the man, and then a black wolf with a bloody paw emerged from the darkness. The frightened poor fellow fell to the ground, dropping his golden dream. The predator bared his fangs, not intending to let the uninvited guest go alive. But in reality, the lumberjack was trembling from imminent death. He remembered his family and realized that gold was their last chance. The man swung his axe desperately, trying to protect his life. The huge beast prepared to jump, filling the forest with a furious roar. The poor fellow only exhaled in horror, realizing the proximity of an inevitable and terrible reprisal. A huge wolf grabbed the forearm of a lumberjack, screaming in pain with a death grip. With his last strength, the man swung his knife, trying to fight off the enraged beast. Suddenly, he fell to the ground next to the shining golden artifact. Breathing heavily, he greedily pressed the treasure to himself, dreaming only of carrying it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a quiet village under the cover of thick fog. The man pounded furiously on the door of his house, desperately calling out to his wife. His wife, holding a child in her arms, opened the door in fear, not understanding the reason for his haste. The lumberjack ordered everyone to immediately pack their things, ignoring his wife's bewilderment and anxious questions. He insisted on fleeing the village while the stunned woman demanded an explanation. The bearded man returned home and told his wife that he was lost in the mountains. He intrigued his wife by promising to show her his amazing find in the basket. The man excitedly declared that he had found a precious metal that he was seeing for the first time. With a beaming smile, he announced to the stunned woman that he had brought gold. His wife looked at him with obvious suspicion and called him crazy. The poor guy sincerely did not understand why his words caused such a sharp reaction. But in fact, there was a living and very cute baby lying in the basket. The kid laughed cheerfully, clearly not considering himself a gold bar. The stunned hero realized in horror that his valuable trophy had suddenly come to life. The frightened husband fell to the floor, trying to justify this strange misunderstanding. The angry woman reminded her husband of his tales about the never-before-seen golden medal. A loud scream made the entire house shake with the demand to be silent immediately. The man, in a stupor, continued to insist that there was definitely gold in the forest. The poor guy was seriously scared that someone had played a very cruel joke on him. The couple hurried into the forest thicket to quickly get rid of the strange foundling. The wife sternly ordered that the child be immediately returned to where he was found. They walked down the slope while the husband obediently carried the bundle in his hands. The question of who the beast really was growing in the hero's head. His face turned pale from the terrible thought that he had taken a man's life. The couple made their way through the dense forest, hoping to correct this frightening misunderstanding. The couple walked out into the clearing and froze in front of a giant crater in the ground. The man was horrified by the scale of the pit, which attracted even high-ranking priests from the capital. It turned out that the holy men were expecting a divine revelation, but found only an empty place. The hero timidly tried to find out from the locals what really happened here. A random passerby pointed his finger at the people in white clothes near the crater. It turned out that the high priest from the main cathedral personally arrived in this wilderness. The poor guy turned pale, realizing the level of mess he had accidentally gotten himself into. A neighbor whispered that, according to rumors, a real dragon treasure fell from the sky. The couple looked at each other in complete shock upon hearing the mention of powerful ancient lizards. The woman realized that the revelation about the dragon had shaken the entire church to its foundations. Meanwhile, according to rumors, someone brazenly killed the keeper and stole the treasure. The man shook with horror, realizing that the thief would be executed immediately after being caught. The couple hurried to hide in the shadows of the city buildings, away from prying eyes. And then they slipped into the house, trying not to attract the attention of the neighbors. But in fact, the baby was peacefully snoring, unaware of the impending danger. Once safe, the couple were at a loss as to what to do next. Suddenly, little Theriot appeared from the darkness, calling out to his father. The head of the family shuddered and looked at his eldest son in confusion. The boy ran happily to his parents, wondering if they had bought anything. The mother and father exchanged worried glances, hiding the secret in their hands. The father looked extremely depressed, not knowing how to start this difficult conversation. Theriot asked curiously what Dad was holding in his hands. The man announced to his son that he had brought him a new little brother. The boy was sincerely glad that he now had both a sister and a brother. He admired the baby's dark, shining eyes and asked his name. The father hesitated, because he hadn't even thought about what to call the find. The baby looked incredibly cute, charming his new big brother. The man looked at the child and finally said the treasured name. He firmly decided that from now on the boy he found would be called Estio. A sudden flash of light in the room made everyone present freeze in surprise. The enraged older brother demanded that his father immediately explain the madness that was happening. Theriot shouted at his parents, trying to find out the true identity of the mysterious guest. Suddenly, the gray-haired man bowed his head guiltily and asked Estio for forgiveness. The father clenched his fist tightly, literally trembling with the guilt that overwhelmed him. He begged Estio not to be angry, citing his complete ignorance of the past. Meanwhile, the man admitted that he still does not understand the nature of the young man. Estio looked at him silently with his signature piercing blue eyes. But in reality, the father was only trying to save his family from death. He cried out in despair that his only desire was for the common defense. The head of the family explained that every time Estio went outside, he put everyone in danger. The man, kneeling, insisted that he had never neglected his son's safety. Gradually, Estio's eyes filled with a bright light, revealing his unusual magical nature. It turned out that he imitated human language, emotions, and height with alarming speed. However, the boy's physical development slowed down sharply when he was locked in the attic. The old man humbly bowed down to the floor, begging for forgiveness for everything that had happened. The father's humiliating pose spoke eloquently of his desire to save his real family. Estio realized with horror that he was once again hearing other people's thoughts indiscriminately. Suddenly, the young man delivered a powerful blow to the wall, unleashing all his pent-up rage. His fist slammed into the wood, leaving only deep cracks in its wake. A heavy silence fell over the room as Estio dictated his terms to everyone. The frightened old man shook with horror upon hearing the mention of the mighty dragon. Estio touched his chain with contempt, realizing the true cowardice of the people around him. Theriot recoiled in panic, wondering if the monster was going to kill them. He begged for mercy, reminding his enraged brother of their shared childhood. The young man merely coldly stated that all this time it had been too simple. Estio realized that only cowards lived alongside him. He walked silently past Theriot and his companion, frozen in fear. A lone figure stood frozen in the pouring rain at the entrance to the house. The retinue obediently followed their new master through the night rain. Estio left this place forever, leaving behind only the shadows of the past. A small detachment reached the edge of a steep cliff in the rain. It looks like that same hole has long since turned into a deep pond. Estio looked thoughtfully at the water, trying to remember his true name. One of the companions bowed respectfully before the young man. The companion timidly asked if they knew everything in advance. He admitted that he had only guessed at the truth. The man doubted that Estio would believe simple tales without evidence. With hope in his voice, he asked if the master was angry with him. Estio only briefly clarified whether he should be angry at all. The young man recalled that he had simply taken on this matter at the guild's request. A thick fog and pouring cold rain hung over the gloomy village of Selbia. Estio, in the pouring rain, firmly promised to protect everyone he cared about. Suddenly, a legend was heard about the Hagar family, who once drank the blood of a dragon. The young man solemnly knelt down, calling out his true divine name, Savior. And then he furiously vowed never to allow the nightmares of the past to repeat themselves. The man in the cloak silently watched the fidelity of his new faithful guardian. But in fact, the dragon's gift is not only power, but also slavery. The keeper is obliged to put the well-being of the master above his own life and desires. Meanwhile, the bloody contract finally sealed their destinies with invisible, strong bonds. It was deep into the night, and the tired leader was strongly advised to finally go and rest. A quiet and inviting cat cry rang out over the night village of Selbia. Estio slept peacefully in his bed while Siki jumped on the pillow. The little cat snuggled affectionately against its owner's face, guarding his restless sleep. She thought that the guy's head was in a real mess right now. The young man tossed and turned in his sleep, letting out an indistinct and muffled groan. Suddenly he felt the warmth of his faithful companion and calmed down a little. Siki whispered tenderly that now everything would definitely be fine. She confidently added that her loyalty will remain unchanged forever. The cat promised to love him, no matter what creature he became. And then Estio slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his dark visions. Estio jumped up in bed from the noise outside the window. The boy rubbed his eyes, barely realizing that a long morning had arrived. A cheerful companion appeared at the door, joyfully greeting the sleepy leader. The friends insistently called the young man to come down quickly for breakfast. Meanwhile, the comrades began to argue cheerfully, interrupting each other in the doorway. The journey to Galatia on foot in the rain would have taken 2 long days. It was decided to wait out the bad weather with hot soup and fresh bread. The friend, with his mouth full, suddenly asked about the leader's plans for the future. He asked what Estio intended to do after his long-awaited return to headquarters. The main character thought for a moment and decided to simply wait for his next task. And then the guy almost choked on his bread when he learned the shocking truth. A friend seriously asked if Estio planned to continue working in the guild. Estio confirmed this, considering himself no worse than the dukes and guardians. The companion hesitated because he was going to return all the property to his leader. Suddenly he reminded that a keeper never abandons his master. The young man only sadly admitted that he knew almost nothing about himself. In fact, his own origins remained a mystery to him. The comrade realized that by dragon standards, Lord Estio was still just a child. It turns out that the childhood of these powerful creatures lasts for hundreds of years under protection. Based on this, the hero looked like a real newborn dragon in the eyes of his companion. Estio looked like an ordinary adult, but it was just an imitation. The black dragon once abandoned his flesh and blood to their fate. Suddenly, the young man began to think that his relative might not have abandoned him at all. But in reality, the dragon was simply unable to help. A short notification stated that the current task was completed and it was time to return. The companion in green was puzzled as to why the leader was so insistent on staying. The man desperately begged Estio to come with him to safer lands. And then the guy gloomily suggested that they hadn't found out everything. He honestly admitted that he was not ready to believe in the reality of the nightmare that was happening. Estio coldly ordered the intrusive guest to leave, cutting off any attempts to object. The man fell into despair, fearing that all his efforts were in vain. He clenched his fist nervously, worried that the Hagar family would become useless. The satellite expressed hope that one day his leader would still need him. Estio told him to return home and attend to his immediate duties. The guy coldly added that he would call him himself when he really needed help. Finally, the sun shone over the guild headquarters, signaling a long-awaited and well-deserved vacation. The hero froze in bewilderment as piles of papers suddenly began to swirl around him. The red-haired friend announced with a laugh that the guildmaster personally wanted to see Estio. The young man just blinked silently. trying to comprehend the abrupt change in his vacation plans. And then an acquaintance suddenly presented Estio with a valuable gift as a sign of special favor. The red-haired friend enthusiastically began to describe all the delights of a lazy holiday at home. He dreamed of a warm bed, reading books, and eating chocolate at night. Estio just listened silently while his friend persistently offered him a portion of cookies. The guy politely declined, thoughtfully fingering the edge of his new, bright pink gift. The companion wished him a good night's sleep before the personal visit of the mysterious guildmaster. Suddenly, an unusual creature with red eyes called out to the hero as he walked away. It sarcastically asked if Estio really didn't want to find his real family. The young man froze for a moment and firmly replied that he was not interested. The voice asked ingratiatingly if he was ready to leave those who caused pain unpunished. The small cactus in the pot literally exploded with indignation, demanding an explanation for such passivity. Suddenly, the angry cactus threatened to personally pierce the offenders with its thorns. Estio sat down in front of his companion, gently asking him to simply listen and calm down. He admitted that he would remain the same even if his enemies suddenly changed. The guy firmly decided that there was no point in trying to change anything now. Morning came, and the hero lazily sprawled out in a huge, soft bed. And then he realized with horror that he absolutely did not know how to have fun. The young man swung his legs over the side of the bed, confusedly contemplating his sudden vacation. Walking to the window, he thoughtfully glanced around the sun-drenched guild headquarters. Soon, Estio was sitting on a park bench under thick shade. He just stared into space, clearly not knowing how to kill time. Suddenly, a cheerful and very familiar cry was heard behind Estio. The noisy companion enthusiastically invited the red-haired warrior to also greet the leader. Meanwhile, the guy began to doubt whether it was worth disturbing the eternally thoughtful gentleman now. He couldn't quite decipher Estio's current mood, which was difficult. And then the fighter decisively declared that he would go and greet him himself. Estio flinched as his friend's huge green wings suddenly appeared before him. The companion cheerfully asked if it was time for them all to finally have a hearty lunch. The poor guy admitted that he himself had not yet eaten, waiting for all the work to be completed. It turned out that his vacation had started for exactly the same period. But in reality, he just really wanted to drag the leader to a restaurant. Neja and Akru happily agreed to join the noisy group of friends. Estio timidly asked if his presence would be a burden to the others. The friend laughed, comparing the impenetrable shamelessness of his comrades to the tough skin of a dragon. Suddenly he stopped short, noticing that the two were looking at each other suspiciously. The red-haired giant approached the hero, trying to remember this familiar face. Estio froze under his heavy gaze, wondering if his true identity would be revealed. And then it dawned on the warrior. He immediately recognized the same guy from the past. He recalled how Estio had once caused a stir that would never be forgotten. The strong fighter smiled broadly and good-naturedly, clearly not harboring any old grudge. The hero only quietly breathed out the name of his old acquaintance in response, surprised by such a meeting. The red-haired warrior raised his hand in joy, amazed that Estio had survived his encounter with the monster. He said that the creepy monkey was never found on the mountain. Estio calmly replied that he also did not expect to see his old friend here. But as soon as the hero mentioned his companion, the knight literally lost the power of speech. The warrior drew his blades in horror upon hearing about that very white-furred monkey. The winged boy screamed desperately, trying to stop the attack and protect his little friend. The swordsman was taken aback when he saw a tiny, cute creature in front of him instead of a ferocious monster. He froze in an awkward pose with his swords, completely unable to understand what was happening. A thought flashed through the fighter's mind. Could it really be that Estio had tamed this monster? The warrior realized that the youth's strength went far beyond his imagination. The red-haired mercenary suddenly realized that the real leader of the guild stood before him. Parker immediately put the big guy in his place, demanding that he show due respect for his status. Estio merely coldly remarked that asserting oneself at the expense of others was a lost cause. The hero resolutely refused to dine together, citing the comfort of his team. He directly added that he was disgusted by any insults directed at Neju. Estio turned and led his companions away, leaving the mercenaries in complete confusion. The dumbfounded swordsman froze in place, digesting what he had heard from the young leader. Suddenly, he called out to the departing guy, causing him to stop for a moment. Estio turned halfway around, asking dryly if anything else was needed. And then the mercenary bowed low, sincerely begging for forgiveness for his insolence. Estio was taken aback, Not expecting such a sharp change in mood and a deep bow, the mercenary repented, promising to henceforth call Neja only by his first name and Estio as leader. He winked, suggesting they smooth over the awkward misunderstanding over a hearty lunch in the city. Redhead dragged the team to his favorite place with the most amazing food. The company soon reached the best tavern in the area, called Levito. The big guy eagerly began ordering the most delicious dishes that were in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Estio looked worriedly at the silent cactus standing right on the table. He mentally apologized to the plant, wondering if his prickly friend was feeling ill. The companion in the cloak suddenly asked how old this strange cactus might be. The young man admitted that he had never asked about this, causing the girl to be puzzled. The hooded girl reminded Estio that he could read the thoughts of beings. The guy looked at her, but was surprised to realize that the mysterious stranger was closed. The red-haired mercenary explained that Jen was just a doll created by the master of their guild. Estio was taken aback by the news that his companion was actually an artificial object. The feathered one exclaimed in surprise, "Did the leader really not know the truth about her until now?" He added that their leader is the only shaman puppeteer of such power in the world. Without thoughts, a doll is indistinguishable from a human being, unless you look for special signs. The interlocutor pointed to a star-shaped tattoo that identified all the guild's puppets. The warrior cynically advised to ignore Jen because she doesn't even feel pain. He warned that treating the puppet like a human would only further confuse Estio. The red-haired mercenary boasted that he had experienced the delicacy firsthand. Estio looked at Jen thoughtfully, mentally calling her a living doll. The table was laden with delicious dishes, and the mercenaries eagerly prepared for the meal. Neju looked at the food with delight. His mouth was literally watering. The team pounced on the treats, cheerfully using chopsticks at the common table. The green-haired guy chewed with gusto, enjoying the moment of long-awaited rest. Suddenly, he noticed that Estio was sitting motionless and not eating at all. The mercenaries were frightened, deciding that the leader did not like the food they ordered at all. The young man calmly began to explain that the reason for his behavior lay elsewhere. Estio shocked everyone by admitting that he simply doesn't eat that kind of food. Estio cast a dark glance at the plates, a cold sadness overcoming him. "Before my eyes stood living creatures, killed only a few minutes or seconds ago." The young man could still clearly hear the pain and fear they had experienced as they died. There was pure hatred emanating from this food that he couldn't ignore. The guy added dryly that he was not hungry and did not want to know the details of the murder. The feathered one pounced on the red one, accusing him of ruining the leader's dinner. The swordsman scratched the back of his head guiltily, sincerely regretting that he had dragged everyone to this tavern. The green-haired man became hysterical, completely unable to understand how to make amends now. Estio approached the overfed Nej, asking if he could walk at all. Suddenly, Parker offered to give the upset leader a real tour of the city. Parker explained that the rookie had recently been sent to headquarters after a slew of missions. He added that after the last case, the guy became like a heartless person. Rizai confidently stated that city tours are his main hobby. He asked whether the leader had any other plans for this evening. Having received tacit consent, the swordsman resolutely pointed out the direction for a long walk. Estio followed behind while the mercenary told tales of the ancient traditions of their guild. The big guy happily announced that the welcoming ceremony for newcomers was mandatory for everyone. The feathered one agreed, remembering how a similar noisy event had been arranged for him. He said that curators must accustom new arrivals to the rigors of headquarters work. The final stage will be a call to the carpet with a bunch of tricky questions about the city center. Voin gave examples of questions about sculptures in the square and the best pastry shops. He warned that failure in the exam would result in a ton of work to the point of exhaustion. Red cheerfully promised to help the leader avoid this hell without even asking for thanks. Estio only asked briefly, still deep in thought. The mercenary energetically gave the command to move forward, and the whole company moved forward in unison. He pompously proclaimed Levito to be the safest and most prosperous fortress in the world. Meanwhile, Parker was indignant at why the red-haired man so unceremoniously threw his arm over the leader's shoulder. Jen asked blankly what could be strange about such behavior. Estio continued to walk in silence, not reacting to the noisy squabble of his companions. The doll suddenly smiled and said that the leader was a truly kind person. They came out onto that very famous and majestic street of the midday sun. Red offered to take a ride in the carriage so that they could explore the surrounding area in comfort. Estio refused dryly, continuing to look around carefully in search of something. The mercenary noticed this strange behavior and asked if the guy was looking for something specific. The young man timidly asked if there was a clinic nearby that specialized in plants. He clutched the pot of cactus tightly, clearly worried about its condition. Redhead remembered a botanical garden, but its owner was always busy. Estio hopefully asked to be taken there as soon as possible. The warrior smiled broadly, declaring that he certainly did not regret their meeting now. He joyfully ran forward, calling on everyone to trust his knowledge of the city. Estio's companion cheerfully noted that the boy seemed a little annoying to him. In fact, Rena was nicknamed a smart girl in the guild for her oddities. Estio was stunned, not understanding the true meaning of this nickname. It turned out that this was an abbreviation for madman, which was confirmed by the warrior's wild appearance. The green-haired guy laughed, remembering how he once considered this madman sane. Suddenly, Rena suspected something was wrong and asked menacingly if they were talking about him. The friends hastened to retreat, pretending that they were already leaving. Estio looked sullenly at the cactus, which had remained silent until now. Ahead, a cozy white building of the botanical garden appeared under a clear sky, and then they discovered that the entrance to this garden was open to everyone. The red-haired warrior happily announced that anyone could come and admire the plants. The green-haired boy looked around curiously, admitting that this was his first time here. The sunlight flooded the trees, which, unlike the animals, were silent. The curious companion asked the leader if the local plants said anything, and then the warrior began to doubt, because Estio had previously only understood the thoughts of animals. Estio explained seriously that contact was only possible with very close proximity. The delighted companion suddenly grabbed the tree trunk, checking the hero's words, and then he excitedly invited Estio to find out the boy's thoughts. Estio only looked at his eccentric friend in silence and with some doubt. Meanwhile, he politely declined, explaining that he was trying to avoid other people's thoughts. The red-haired warrior was very surprised and sincerely did not understand the reasons for such behavior. But in reality, he was simply burning with curiosity about other people's thoughts. Suddenly, Jen mysteriously said Estio's name, attracting the attention of the entire company. And then she mysteriously added that some invisible interlocutor was greeting him. The tree called Estio the charming last child of the Black Clan, rejoicing at his salvation. Astonished, Estio looked up and asked if Jen could hear the voices of the plants. The girl calmly explained her gift by saying that she was literally made of wood. The hero became a little despondent, realizing that her abilities were of a completely different nature. Jen suggested that the guy listen to the giant's speech, but he sharply refused. Then she asked with genuine bewilderment whether he really didn't like trees at all. Estio hastened to assure her that it was not a matter of lack of sympathy. The guy added gloomily that he couldn't know whether they wanted this communication. And then he gave away the truth, calling non-consensual mind-reading a form of violence. Past grievances surfaced in his memory, confirming his bitter and deep conviction. Jen seriously noted that without his attention, the trees would remain silent. She explained that otherwise they would not be able to convey anything truly important to the world. Plants are ready to die in deathly silence without revealing their secrets. But in reality, Estio's existence is a true gift from heaven for them. Estio was taken aback by these words, trying to comprehend the scale of his important role. Suddenly, some angry man with a rake interrupted their deep conversation with a shout. The guy immediately rushed to apologize for his shameless tactility towards the tree. But in fact, the furious gardener didn't come running because of the bark. The man furiously pointed his finger at the unfortunate animal that had trampled the beautiful flower. The poor plant literally breathed its last under the heavy paw of the hairy giant. The beast began to fuss in panic, trying to correct what had been done with its clumsy movements. Suddenly, a characteristic crunch was heard, and the situation became even more dire. The gardener was so horrified that he even broke his work tool while looking at the devastation. And then he screamed throughout the garden, lamenting the ruined flora. The unknown individual sincerely apologized to Brune against the backdrop of dense greenery. Red-haired Rena listened to barbs about his dubious reputation as a mercenary. The warrior became enraged and began to furiously defend his amazing reputation. He bragged about his commander status while Estio stood behind him with the cactus. Gardener Brune was literally speechless at the mention of some mysterious leader. The old man looked with wide eyes at the company led by Estio. Suddenly, Brune asked if it was the guild leader standing in front of him. Brune Jaeger introduced himself cheerfully and firmly squeezed the young man's hand. The man sensed in the hero a rare talent for reading the most secret thoughts. The happy gardener decided to show the guy his favorite green children. Estio was taken aback by the strange sounds coming from the direction of the ordinary thorny plant. The cactus in the pot moaned suspiciously, clearly trying to convey something to those around it. Brune examined Akra carefully through a magnifying glass, recognizing the case as extremely serious. It turned out that the cactus had been looked after perfectly, but it was still slowly withering away. The gardener confirmed that the plant has enough water and quality fertilizer. The old man was genuinely worried, seeing the inexplicable weakness of his little green friend. Estio offered to pull the poor thing out of the ground, which scared the prickly one to death. Brune froze in complete bewilderment at such a radical method of treatment. An indignant Akru mentally called the guy a pervert for encroaching on the roots. The gardener screamed loudly, completely losing his composure at the absurdity that was happening. Brune blushed deeply, realizing that the cactus considered him a real pervert. An angry Akru cheekily asked if this was the first time the boy had seen a talking cactus. The green bully began to wildly wave his spiky appendages, challenging his opponent to a fight. Suddenly, Estio ordered the rowdy to calm down, and he immediately acknowledged his authority. The guy stroked the thorns, explaining the visit to the specialist by the plant's long silence. Botanist Brune Jaeger finally introduced himself officially to the entire assembled company. The prickly grumbler reluctantly allowed the roots to be examined, considering such measures unnecessarily cruel. Brune hovered over the table, carefully studying the condition of his charge. At first glance, Akru's powerful roots looked completely strong and healthy. But in reality, the cactus just wanted to sleep, although it pretended to be sick. Brune affectionately asked the prickly baby his true age. Cactus sweetly babbled that he was 200 years old. Estio's companion laughed, not believing the plant's age. Akru explained that by the standards of his species, he was still very young. The gardener froze in complete delight, realizing the value of his green charge. Brune announced that they were looking at a legendary and long-extinct species. Stunned, Estio decided to find out what this flower was so famous for. The old man described a majestic desert plant that bears fruit once every 1,000 years. Akru expressed outrage at the rumors of extinction, assuring that his relatives were thriving. The botanist finally realized that the cactus had simply gone into seasonal hibernation. Brune asked the leader about the approximate duration of the hibernation of this miracle plant. The gardener was about to study the records, realizing that the giant's sleep would be long. Estio looked at Ahra seriously, realizing the scale of the coming changes. The hero told the cactus to rest in the garden until the sleep phase ended. But the prickly grumbler categorically refused to leave Estio alone. The young man offered Akru help in the duke's residence for greater comfort. The plant suspected that the guy simply felt uncomfortable in his company. Estio was momentarily speechless at such touching devotion. Cactus vowed not to fall asleep, despite the wild fatigue and the call of nature. The kid admitted that his only concern was Estio's safety and well-being. Brune reminded them that they were looking at a unique talking and walking plant. The gardener asked Estio to keep a constant eye on the stubborn sleeping cactus. The hero realized that plants are as beautiful and diverse as animals. Brune explained that each species depends on its habitat and form. Akru's main advantage was his rare ability to fully communicate with people. The generous old man handed the boy a bag of fresh soil and healthy fertilizer. Estio politely thanked the gardener, who suddenly remembered an important order. Brune solemnly handed the young man a sealed message from the mysterious guildmaster himself. The shocked boy asked if the gardener had known in advance about his imminent visit. Brune laughed and admitted that the letter had been delivered just before their meeting. Estio thoughtfully turned the mysterious message over in his hands as the wind whistled. The hero suddenly felt someone's heavy and intense gaze on him. Brune explained that their great leader was watching absolutely everyone. The gardener compared the master to a puppeteer controlling thousands of spineless puppets. Estio's companion confirmed the frightening rumors about the incredible number of hidden dolls. He added that the puppets often break and require constant replacement. Estio unrolled the scroll with the order to find the master at the central market. The magical font on the paper confirmed the extreme urgency of this dangerous mission. The red-haired warrior realized in horror that time was running out. The team rushed off, feverishly counting down the minutes until the end of the deadline. The huge market of the Levito Castle was terrifying with its size and endless crowds. Estio's companion reminded him that the guildmaster's appearance remains a mystery to everyone. The red-haired swordsman confirmed that the boss prefers to communicate exclusively through dolls. The girl assumed that only the deputy saw the true face of their leader. Estio suddenly jumped up and ordered everyone to hurry to the market. The team rushed in pursuit of their swift and determined leader. Finally, the hero managed to convey warm words of gratitude from the plants to the gardener. A stunned Brune Jaeger almost fainted from this news. Estio even mentioned the crushed flowers, which also felt the love of their owner. The old gardener burst into tears of happiness, finally hearing the thoughts of his charges. Estio announced the end of the visit and resolutely headed for the exit. The team found themselves in the very center of a bustling and noisy city market. The young man frantically tried to pick out any trace of the guildmaster in the crowd. He suddenly picked up the pace, guided only by his strange inner instinct. Meanwhile, the unbearable heat and the indifference of the crowd began to slowly wear down the hero. All around, barkers loudly advertised their wares, shouting over the grumbling of disgruntled customers. And then Estio closed his eyes, trying to reach the target with his perception. Suddenly he froze, finally discovering the mysterious master in this chaos. Due to extreme mental stress, the guy's nose suddenly started bleeding. The little companion burst into tears of horror at the frightening state of his leader. Estio paused gravely, considering his next move amidst the chaos of the city. And then he breathed out confidently that he had finally found the right target. The boy rushed forward, clutching Akru's pot tightly to himself. Suddenly, a polite invitation came from a nearby shop to come inside. The pretty blonde politely asked if the young man was looking for a gift for his loved ones. But in fact, she suggested that he choose something for himself. Estio narrowed his eyes warily, instantly recognizing the smiling girl as a puppet. The young man firmly stated that he had come solely to meet with the guildmaster. Meanwhile, he began to doubt whether his magical sense had suddenly gone wrong. Suddenly, someone's doll-like hands grabbed him sharply, causing a real shock. A mysterious stranger in a hood promised the boy a reward for his resourcefulness. The girl formally introduced herself to the puzzled leader while sitting on a long bench. Guildmaster Ignis appeared before him with a mysterious mark on his hand. Estio, holding a cactus in his hands, was surprised by someone's sudden loud cry. Suddenly, a red-haired girl ran straight towards them as fast as she could. She beamed with happiness, clearly not expecting to see her mentor here. The companions were speechless when they saw the rare smile on the face of their usually stern friend. Meanwhile, the red-haired beast tightly hugged the surprised head of the ancient guild. Estio finally introduced himself and thanked the strangers for their past assistance. The guild leader humbly replied that she was glad to help the boy in trouble. The guy firmly stated that he considered himself a full-fledged member of the Ignis family. The blonde smiled warmly, finally recognizing him as her faithful comrade. She invited Estio to ask any questions and promised honest answers. The young man asked directly why he had been appointed to the role of a high-ranking leader. The head clapped her hands contentedly, expecting exactly this important question. She decided to use a secret ability to hide the conversation from prying ears. Darkness instantly engulfed everything around them, leaving them completely isolated. The girl confessed her sincere desire to protect Estio at any cost. The guild has always served as a haven for special people with unique talents. This position was created intentionally only for the safety of the young man himself. The mysterious leader admitted that she knows another owner of such a gift. And then Estio heard a frightening legend about the dragons remaining in the world. The young man, with concern in his eyes, asked about the names of these powerful beings. It turned out that one dragon died, but the golden Shuhanan was still alive. Meanwhile, she closely watched the guy's reaction to her words. Suddenly, the girl warned Estio and told him to stay away from Shuhanan. The interlocutor insistently asked to forget about the dangerous creature and not seek a meeting. The guild leader warned that the golden monster would definitely try to kill him. Fortunately, the enemy was now far beyond the borders of their native empire. In fact, she decided to personally accompany her new leader. Estio clutched the scroll tightly in his hand and asked a painful question. He didn't understand his own value and doubted the guild's purpose. The master gently explained that the young man had not yet realized his own importance. She kindly promised never to do anything to harm the guy. After returning to reality, the head promised answers to all questions. The girl believed that extra information right now would only confuse him. Estio remained thoughtfully silent and digested everything he had heard from his new acquaintance. The master sent him to rest and ordered him to finish his work for today. She waved her hand cheerfully as she said goodbye and called him leader. Several days passed and the exhausted Estio was still fast asleep. The white spirit and Suki stood at the sleeping Estio's bedside, confused. The baby doubted whether it was worth disturbing his master's deep sleep now, and the hero continued to sleep, completely unaware of his friend's agitation. Tsuki jumped higher and stared intently at the boy's pale face. The little spirit only sighed heavily, looking around the quiet and luxurious bedroom. The cat gloomily decided that leaving Estio in this state was dangerous. She began to wonder if anyone could help. Having discarded the candidacy of the muscular Rana, Tsuki remembered that feathered boy. Suddenly, Estio woke up and immediately rushed to calm his faithful cat. The happy spirit rushed to hug the guy, madly delighted at his cheerful appearance. Estio gave a forced smile and tried to convince Neju that he was healthy. Suddenly, he stood up sharply, although his legs were shaking violently. The guy grabbed his things and the prickly cactus grumbled about the late evening. The plant advised the hero to rest a little longer in his soft bed. Estio stubbornly got ready to leave, ignoring the cat's cries about the heat. Tsuki accused the owner of stupid pretense in an attempt to hide the illness. And then he froze, because his secret was revealed in a second. The hero silently continued getting ready, trying not to look his friends in the eyes. Estio approached the door and cautiously asked about the guest's identity. Meanwhile, a smiling girl appeared on the threshold with a new assignment. The girl stared in amazement at the guy, who clearly did not expect to see a guest. Estio blushed deeply, completely confused by such a sudden appearance. The white-haired guest awkwardly assumed that she had dropped in at the most inopportune moment. And then she suggested postponing serious work conversations until later. The beauty asked with interest where exactly the hero was so persistently aiming for. Estio admitted that he was hungry, and the girl invited the whole company to dinner. The companion complained about sidelong glances that were preventing her from having a peaceful lunch. Suddenly, the hero began to doubt whether this was really the only reason. In fact, Estio and Neju insistently advised her to change clothes. The prickly cactus sarcastically confirmed that the outfit looked very strange. Bella said with a laugh that changing her outfit now was simply impossible. It turned out that her luxurious golden robe was worth an exorbitant amount of money. Meanwhile, the blonde explained, people always stare at anything unusual. Finally, everyone's order was brought and the guests were wished bon appetit. Estio was surprised by the mountain of food, but his friend allowed him not to overeat. The beauty smiled slyly, suddenly mentioning some mysterious black tigress. The guy immediately realized that this person knew too many other people's secrets. Estio began to eat, still thinking about the formidable golden dragon. And then he realized the name Shu Hanan was not given for its color at all. Suddenly, the hero sharply raised his gaze, recognizing his master in his interlocutor. The girl asked to call her Kaya and not to advertise her presence. Estio immediately asked where such knowledge about legendary dragons came from. Kaya laughed out loud, wondering what exactly the guy was thinking about. The hero firmly confirmed that he really wanted to know the truthful answer as soon as possible. She only noted that he had no intention of asking about himself. Meanwhile, the master deftly cut up the fish, maintaining a mysterious silence. Kaya regretfully admitted that she simply couldn't tell everything. It turned out that this knowledge was simply stored in her head by itself. Suddenly, Tsuki touched the food with her paw in disgust, flatly refusing the treat. Kaya was amazed at the cat's pickiness, thinking that cats always love fish. Neju cheerfully explained that people often make mistakes in their judgments. Kaya philosophically noted that even the most solid knowledge is deceptive. Longevity only gives experience, but does not guarantee correct judgment. However, the master abruptly thrust in her fork, changing her tone to serious. She grimly assured Estio that the golden dragon was his enemy. Kaya announced her intention to join the support team tomorrow. The surprised hero asked if she meant Parker's department. The girl confirmed the plan, wanting to help as a friend. Estio made his decision silently, lost in his own difficult thoughts. Kaya said goodbye and left, wishing everyone to enjoy their last dinner. Neju and the cat decided to finish their celebratory dinner in peace. Then the whole company went for a walk in the park, bathed in soft sunshine. Suddenly, Estio froze from the unexpected greeting of the small animal. On the path sat a charming little red-haired kitten with a very curious look. The guy, completely confused, awkwardly mistook the tiny animal for a raccoon. The beast indignantly shouted that he was, in fact, a proud red panda. Estio immediately rushed to apologize for his unfortunate and stupid mistake. Meanwhile, Pan graciously forgave him and asked his name. The young man introduced himself politely and added that he had recently arrived at headquarters. But in fact, the local animals were very different from the village ones. Pan joyfully shouted that now he and Estio were one big family. The hero listened to him silently and admired the sunset and the calm animals. And then Estio asked why these animals were not afraid of people at all. Pan explained that any member of the guild is always treated very politely. It turned out that they are constantly fed and even cleaned up after them every day. The animals play every day and are always close to each other. The kid added that this is why they love people very much. That night, Neju lay in bed, amazed at how cute his new forest friends were. He cheerfully admitted that he liked Cutie Pan the most. Estio only sleepily muttered that their new acquaintance was simply a red panda. Neju chuckled conspiratorially, dreaming of visiting his new friend again. But the monster decided to wait for tomorrow's request from the mysterious Kaya. Estio wearily confirmed that he was right and prepared himself for sleep. The hero clenched his fist, realizing the need to gather strength before the journey. Suddenly, the birds outside the window warned of the beginning of a heavy downpour. The feathered messengers advised the young man to take care and not get wet. Estio thanked his forest neighbors for their valuable and timely warning. In the morning, a joyful Neju ran into the room with a cactus on his head. The kid greeted him loudly, using a very cheeky and unusual greeting. And then the guy was stunned by his friend's new slang. Neju suggested that they quickly eat and meet up with the rest of their friends. Meanwhile, during their walk, an old acquaintance called out loudly to them. The red-haired giant Rana happily greeted Estio and little Neju. Suddenly, the fighter noticed an overly gloomy and tired look. Estio just said hello, and the muscle man came to warm up a little in the morning. And then Rana pointed to the road to the training ground. He reported on a new skilled fighter who was proficient in various weapons. But in fact, the newcomer was incredibly skilled at inflicting any wound. It turned out that everyone nicknamed the mysterious warrior the Claws of Ignis. Estio only nodded briefly, confirming that it was now clear to him. Estio and Rana walked briskly towards the guild's training ground. The young man asked seriously why Rana was so eager to meet the warrior. The big guy laughed, dreaming of learning the skills of the legendary fighter. Suddenly, Rana warmly supported his comrade, which greatly embarrassed him. The whole company calmly continued on its way along the wide road. Suddenly, the red-haired fighter felt a strange anxiety and froze. Rana gloomily ordered Estio to leave this place immediately. Neju smelled the pungent scent of fresh, inhuman blood ahead. And then the kid realized that their acquaintances from yesterday had suffered. Meanwhile, Estio shuddered, sensing the approach of an invisible threat. The black-haired guy and his companion felt a powerful, ominous aura. A wounded warrior emerged from the shadows with a heavy spear on her back. The red-haired swordsman sniffed and suspected the appearance of a monster in the headquarters. He jokingly asked if anyone had eaten the local wildlife. But in reality, the stranger was preparing to deliver her harsh sentence. And then she pointed her battered hand at a new target. A menacing finger froze in front of the white creature with a cactus. The girl called the animal a dirty brat that violates the laws of nature. Suddenly, the warrior fiercely attacked this furry fellow. The stranger dealt a sharp blow with the glowing blades directly at the animal. Fluffy was outraged that she was waving swords without any warning. The blonde froze in shock, realizing that this creature could speak. Confused, she asked if he was just a hairy man. And then she became completely confused, trying to understand the nature of this creature. Suddenly, a gloved hand grabbed her shining blades. The black-haired boy intervened in the fight, saving his little friend. The warrior was surprised, not noticing at what moment he managed to approach. The guy calmly asked if the time of his appearance was really so important. In a cold voice, he pronounced the name of this dangerous and daring stranger. The girl shuddered and asked in fear how he knew her name. The blonde recognized him as a telepath and asked why he interfered. The guy sternly asked why she tried to harm his little friend. The warrior replied that the monsters underfoot needed to be gotten rid of. However, the hero firmly objected that his furry companion was not a monster at all. But he can't be called a human either, the warrior remarked caustically. And then a heavy and extremely tense silence hung between them. She warned that this monster could tear him to pieces. She added that people are not given the ability to understand the thoughts of lower beings. Meanwhile, the warrior stepped forward and called trust impossible. She asked what kind of trust we could even talk about. The black-haired hero sternly asked if this was the reason she killed the creatures. The warrior remembered the master's advice to never harm ordinary people. She added that this rule of caution does not apply to non-humans. Suddenly, a girl in a light cloak appeared and gently interrupted their argument. The blonde immediately perked up and joyfully shouted out the name of the girl who had arrived, Kaya. Kaya approached them and asked them to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. The blonde frowned and replied that there had been no bloodshed at all. Kaya sternly reminded them that the guild's animals were also under their protection. The girl added that these creatures had always been their very dear companions. The warrior screamed in anger, calling the animal's membership in the guild a mistake from the start. The warrior lost her temper and flatly refused to continue carrying out this difficult task. But Kaya stopped her, forbidding her to throw around such loud words. Biren sullenly fell silent, not wanting to continue this difficult conversation. Kaya added that the girl will have to answer for all her actions. Faith looked sadly after Biren as she left, tenderly hugging Neja. Suddenly, a nightmarish sight of a mountain of corpses opened up before them. And then it became clear that no one survived this massacre. Faith looked down guiltily, unable to look at the consequences. He quietly apologized when he accidentally stepped in a pool of dark blood. Kaya justified Biren with her insane and blind hatred of monsters. She noted with a sigh that their first meeting had gone badly. Faith whispered angrily that others deserved a real apology. Those who paid with their lives just because they were different. The hero added that these unfortunate creatures loved people very much. But in reality, if someone starts killing every person, will they give the same punishment to such a bloodthirsty monster? Kaya smiled awkwardly and suggested not to think too far ahead yet. Faith carefully picked up the body of the dead little raccoon. He sank to his knees and clutched the grass in his fingers in helplessness. Hyun-sung put his hand on his friend's shoulder, trying to support him. The red-haired warrior smiled warmly and offered to finish this matter together. Suddenly, the heroes found themselves in front of an endless field of fresh graves. Soon, Estio and Kaya were already discussing new plans in the cafe. Meanwhile, little Neja was left sadly clinging to the window glass. The boy carefully read a secret message from a certain Marissa Lubarzan Arconia, and then he realized that behind this name there was a princess. Kaya explained that the client is considered the eldest daughter of the country's emperor himself. In fact, she was widely known as a wayward and dangerous rebel. His companion asked him hopefully if he was ready to accept this challenge. Estio replied gloomily that it was simply impossible for the imperial family to refuse. The white-haired girl smiled mysteriously and mentioned one mandatory condition before the long journey. And then she suggested that the guy take the warrior with him on the road. It turned out that Biran was originally planned as the partner, but recent events changed everything. The girl looked thoughtfully at the coffee, remembering what had happened and changing her plans. She honestly admitted that she would have made a completely lousy fighter, so she simply suggested that her companion choose an additional team member on his own. The brunette stared silently at the folders containing the dossiers of his potential new allies. Suddenly, he became interested in the real reason why the fighter was needed for this mission. The girl agreed that Ellie had always been considered the most calm and peaceful city. However, internal policy required the mandatory presence of combat personnel in each group. Estio clarified whether he, as the guild leader, really needed protection. The girl admitted that his personal abilities are simply unmatched. Meanwhile, she remembered Neja, confirming his enormous strength. But then she began to doubt her victory over someone like Enbaran. The guy asked if it was necessary to look for a fighter in the guild. The interlocutor allowed any option, asking only to choose wisely. In that case, Estio slammed the folder shut, having made his final decision. Suddenly, after the teleportation of a new satellite, I felt a terrible sick feeling in the forest. The green-haired wretch apologized guiltily to the leader for his bout of nausea. The girl who emerged from the portal ironically noted the side effects of the move. Estio was genuinely surprised by the lack of a direct portal to the capital itself. The companion explained this by the monarch's paranoia and the abundance of enemies. The emperor simply did not want to see strangers in his lands. Therefore, the girl cheerfully announced the need for a walk. Soon, the travelers reached the settlement, attracting the attention of those around them. The villagers, blinded by her beauty, mistook the girl for a heavenly angel. The local kids were delighted to discover that the heroes belonged to Ignis. The boys remembered the guests from Ballista and started a noisy argument. One boy asked curiously which of them was stronger. The kids shouted in unison that Ignis's fighters were the coolest. The strange cries from behind the fence seriously puzzled poor Neja. The boy authoritatively confirmed Ignis's status as the most powerful guild. Meanwhile, another young man gave out inside information about their support for the emperor. And then the boy was simply speechless from the cool news. The red-haired girl suddenly suggested a daring plan, ask these guys for help. She reasoned sensibly that guilds were created to carry out assignments. Friends reminded Leon that any work must be paid for in coin. But it turned out that the guys already had the required amount saved up. The boys jumped up from their seats to finally address their idols. And then they rushed forward in a crowd, dragging Leon along with them. Leon looked back one last time, quietly whispering an important word about her father. Meanwhile, at the estate, someone was offering sincere apologies. Estio told poor Parker to rest until he got better. Suddenly, Kaya came in and asked the guy about his own condition. She looked closely at the patient, confirming that a serious problem had arisen. Estio asked to look after Parker while planning to go away for a short while on business. His companion warned him, reminding him of the lack of a reliable fighter on the team. And then Neju resolutely volunteered to keep his loyal leader company. The baby waved goodbye happily, promising everyone their quick return. The girl just watched them go in silence, lost in her thoughts. She approached the sleeping Parker again, clearly worried about his condition. Kaya thought about Mubian Hargar, turning over his dangerous name in her head. Apparently, only Estio was capable of turning such a person into a personal bodyguard. The girl sincerely hoped that Duke Hargar would not arrive too late. Suddenly, a black cat warned Estio that they were being watched. The boy calmly replied that he knew, but the familiar was referring to others. The animal pointed to the empty-headed idiots who had been following them since the hotel. Estio admitted that he had known about their intrusive presence in advance. The cat was surprised by such insight, and the guy simply unconsciously read the thoughts. But in reality, other people's intentions were creeping into my head without my knowledge. The cat advised Estio to remain vigilant for his own safety. The familiar forbade underestimating the cunning and intelligence of any people or animals. Estio promised to try his best as the stranger questioned him about the strange muttering. The warriors mockingly asked if the boy could really talk to cats. The cat noted ironically that this fool knew absolutely nothing about rank. Meanwhile, the insolent men ridiculed the lack of weapons, considering the young companion weak. The leader burst into laughter, mocking the boy's supposedly stupid mistake. Estio merely calmly clarified who these noisy and arrogant strangers were. The warriors shouted out the name of their guild in unison, proudly calling themselves Ballista. The fighter accused the guy of pretending because he ignored their famous emblem. Estio stared at the emblem in silence, realizing the scale of the problems that were brewing. Meanwhile, the soldiers brazenly declared that the boy had finally realized the danger. Faithful Neju only squeaked in surprise, not understanding the essence of the strange dialogue. And then the leader was surprised. Considering Estio a professional trainer of wild monsters, the brunette coldly snapped that his little friend was not a monster at all. Suddenly, the impudent man burst out laughing, considering the hero's honest words to be a brazen lie. He added sarcastically that he simply wanted to politely greet his colleague. Meanwhile, Estio realized that these people harbored a grudge against Ignis. The trio froze in hostility, waiting for an answer and clearly looking for a fight. Finally, the bandit rudely asked the reason for the guy's sudden silence. The impudent man was furious that the guy was chatting with the cat, completely ignoring serious people. Estio just blinked his eyes in confusion, not understanding the reason for their stupid rage. The Ballista Trinity was literally twisted by such unheard-of and brazen disregard. The brunette took a calm step, clearly intending to end this pointless conversation as quickly as possible. He politely asked the insolent fellows to speak to the point and not to delay him. The leader concluded sarcastically that Ignis now accompanies children and all sorts of losers. Suddenly, the boy realized that he had been mistaken for an ordinary child escort. One of the soldiers rudely asked when exactly the newcomer began his service. Estio only quietly confirmed his entry into the guild at the beginning of the year. What they heard only provoked the bullies, causing them to burst into a fit of evil, mocking laughter. Suddenly, the insolent ballista guy attacked, calling the guy a complete idiot. He swung his sword, wanting to quickly teach the impudent newcomer from the Ignis Guild a lesson. But suddenly a huge clawed paw easily intercepted the attacking fighter's fist. The formidable cat Tsuki growled furiously, protecting her master from the blow. The dumbfounded warrior froze in horror before the face of such a dangerous beast. And then he realized that Estio hadn't even blinked. Meanwhile, the predator made a crushing leap straight at the frightened enemy. The huge beast pinned her opponent down until the leader ordered her to stop. Estio calmly explained to the cat that it was wrong to intentionally harm people. Then he calmly turned to the commander of the special detachment, Hosmark. The ballista commander was stunned to realize that Estio knew his name. Hosmark's partners trembled with fear, not daring to contradict the formidable cat. Suddenly, threats from local young rangers began raining down from the tree branches. Leon furiously threatened to immediately report the instigators of this fight to the authorities. The offended soldiers hastened to retreat, presenting themselves as unfortunate victims of this clash. As they left, they advised Estio to quickly abandon his dubious guild Ignis. The leader finally shouted that their leader was a real terrible monster. Estio coldly inquired if there was any evidence of their mysterious master's hostility. It turned out that these frightening rumors were spread by the great and powerful Shuhanan himself. Hearing the name of the Golden Dragon, the guy finally plunged into deep thoughts. Meanwhile, the ballista fighters mentioned news of a new pope from the east. And then Estio realized that these people were not lying at all. The leader mockingly recalled the cowardly emperor seeking salvation from Ignis. Finally, the warrior advised the boy to think about it carefully. Leon ran up to check on the guy's condition, and he politely thanked the rangers. The wide-eyed village boys mistook the cat for a tame tiger. The boys were wildly delighted with such an unusual and dangerous ally. The children sincerely did not understand why Estio did not crush the impudent fellows immediately. The brunette only awkwardly reminded the young heroes of the strict ban on fighting. But Leon quickly explained that responding to aggression is basic. The nervously clenched fist betrayed the strong excitement and timid hope of the petitioner. The brunette stared at his interlocutor in bewilderment, clearly not expecting such pressure. The red-haired boy asked hesitantly to accept his and his friend's request. The guy in the raincoat confirmed that there were no age restrictions for registration. The boy beamed with happiness because other guilds do not work with minors. However, the swordsman abruptly cooled his ardor, citing his busyness with another assignment. He indifferently advised me to go to the guild branch to another master. The boys, in despair, admitted that the residents of their village were forbidden to leave the forest. But the swordsman remained adamant, reminding him of the strict regulations of official procedures. The offended children unanimously called him a nasty fellow under the stern gaze of the black beast. The formidable beast became quiet, feeling the unexpectedly kind hand of its owner on the top of its head. Leon's friend begged for help, trying to tell the tragic story of his father. But Leon abruptly interrupted his comrade, ordering him to stop this useless circus. The boy realized in despair that there was no longer any hope for those trapped in the forest. A flash of rage erupted, and Leon forcefully pushed his friend away, demanding that he shut up forever. He angrily spat out that he had absolutely no need for the help of such a heartless guild. The swordsman stood frozen in a daze, struck by such a sudden change in the boy's mood. But in fact, the memory preserved the image of an eternally smiling father. But the man's gaze instantly changed when he sensed imminent danger. 3 soldiers in dark uniforms walked decisively towards the peaceful villagers. Suddenly, soldiers unceremoniously grabbed Leon's father in front of the frightened children. Leon cried out in tears, helplessly reaching out his hand to his parent as he was led away by the guards. The swordsman froze, stunned by this scene, and heard the boy's desperate cry. But in fact, Leon simply jumped up and quickly ran away. The faithful friends rushed after them, begging Leon to wait for them. The black-haired warrior looked after them for a long time, immersed in deep thoughts. Later, he went to see Kaya, who immediately sensed something was wrong from the look on his face. The girl noticed his condition and asked him to honestly share his disturbing thoughts. And then the swordsman asked directly if she had created Ignis for murder. Kaya was visibly taken aback, not expecting to hear such a frightening and harsh accusation. She firmly stated that she never intended to harm anyone. The swordsman nodded curtly, instantly accepting this honest and direct answer. And then Kaya was surprised that their tense conversation ended so quickly. The guy explained that he was looking for a liar between her and the mysterious Shuhanan, when suddenly he admitted that the girl's sincerity had finally cleared up the situation. The warrior, without a shadow of a doubt, called the Golden Dragon Shuhanan a real liar. Kaya clenched her fists guiltily, admitting to deliberately concealing an important truth. She added sadly that she had simply used him without explaining anything beforehand. It turns out that ancient Ignis was originally created as a refuge for persecuted gifted ones. However, over time, everything changed, and noble goals became mired in intrigue. At that fateful meeting, the mighty Shuhanan himself appeared before her for the first time. The Golden Dragon, in a rage, vowed never to forgive Loreen's beloved people. Kaya assumed that Shuhanan was talking about a dragon that remained loyal to humanity. Suddenly, the girl stunned Estio by calling him a true descendant of the great Loren. It seems that the cunning Shuhanan has eliminated his competitor, leaving him the only representative of his species. But in fact, she arrived at the ashes too late. All that remained of the Golden Dragon on the dry ground was a terrible scorched trace. Kaya searched for the enemy for years until she finally found him in the east. At first, the dragon seemed weak, but soon he began to sow hatred around him. It turns out that this monster seriously intends to completely destroy the world he despises. In the midst of those dark events, Kaya finally learned the truth about Estio. The girl admitted that she had been watching him for a long time, fearing his sudden hatred. Estio quietly called Kaya's name, interrupting her long and sincere monologue. And then the guy asked directly whether hatred towards someone is considered a sin. He asked if she had tried to look at the situation through Shuhanan's own eyes. Kaya was at a loss, and the swordsman suggested that she simply guess the golden dragon's motives. Estio added that the dragon can only mirror someone else's anger and disdain. Kaya thought for a moment, realizing that Shuhanan's anger was too great for simple explanation. She thanked them for their honesty and suggested that everyone go on vacation as soon as possible. Finally, Kaya wondered if this difficult conversation hadn't angered him at all. Estio snapped that his silence did not mean he did not know the truth. Kaya agreed conciliatorily, acknowledging the justice of his rather harsh remark. Then she pulled up her hood and quietly wished the guy good night. In the morning, the guests sincerely apologized for the serious inconvenience caused to the hosts. In fact, Parker was still quite shaky after yesterday. However, he cheerfully gave a thumbs up, confirming his readiness to move forward. Suddenly, children burst into the room, joyfully greeting the members of the Ignis Guild. The heroes froze in complete bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the noisy company. Parker was surprised by the number of guests who unceremoniously disturbed their morning peace. And then he prayed that the boys would at least not shout in chorus. The boys lined up in a disciplined line, demonstrating their serious determination. Estio asked in confusion if they had been waiting for him all this time. The children confirmed that they had come at dawn to answer Leon's repeated request. The swordsman recalled that he had already explained the official process of creating tasks yesterday. The boy cried out in despair that they were strictly forbidden to leave the forest. Leon timidly asked if they would take up the matter after the current assignment. He added hopefully that nothing terrible would happen during this time. The friends unanimously took up the request, begging the heroes to accept their important request. One of the guys burst into tears, afraid of being left forever without the help of other guilds. Kaya only smiled good-naturedly, looking at Estio, who was completely at a loss from the pressure. Kaya smiled brightly, clearly amused by her imperturbable companion's confusion. Estio was stunned, not knowing how to react to the girl's grins. Suddenly, Leon turned pale, immersed in heavy memories of the past. The voice of his father, who had once been his support, came to mind. Then Dad returned from hunting, proudly carrying a huge catch on his shoulders. Little Leon excitedly vowed to become the best ranger in the world. The father warmly supported his son, promising that his mother would be proud in heaven. The swordsman approached the boy, reminding him of his refusal to help yesterday. He seriously asked if Leon really wanted to submit the request now. The boy hesitated, not daring to confirm his desire in front of the master. Leon could not bear it and burst into tears, cursing his own powerlessness before fate. He admitted that he wanted to find his father alone, but was completely confused. The boy begged for at least news from the capital, considering himself absolutely useless. Estio responded with a cold refusal, stating that he could not accept such a request. Suddenly, he added that he would personally try to find out everything about his father. Leanne froze in shock as the swordsman quietly asked for the name of his missing parent. The boy grabbed the hero's cloak and shouted his father's name loudly. Estio promised to stop by the village on his way back and asked to wait. He generously refused payment, on the condition that he not leave the forest. Leon beamed and warmly thanked the swordsman, promising to strictly adhere to this agreement. Estio moved away silently, deciding to clarify something one last time. Turning around at the very door, the swordsman seriously asked the name of the petitioner. The boy introduced himself to the boys as Estio with a slight smile. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, promising travelers truly wonderful weather. The prickly cactus in the pot grumbled discontentedly that it was too hot. Akru wiped away the sweat, dreaming of the imminent arrival of a cool winter. The companion was genuinely surprised why a desert native loved the cold so much. Cactus asked sarcastically if he should then only eat worms. An angry Akru shouted that his tribe was only bird-like and not birds. The prickly boar told his friend to get this nonsense out of his head forever. Kaya noticed their poor relationship, but Estio assured her that there was no ill will. Suddenly, the prickly cactus boiled, and his companion only smiled at the strange communication. Meanwhile, Estio noticed that Parker was being too talkative with his enemy, and then the guy smiled mysteriously, immersed in his hidden thoughts. But in fact, this smile seemed very meaningful to Kaya. She realized that Estio was not at all like the hated Shuhanan. Kaya asked why he accepted the child's request, but Estio denied everything. The girl reminded him of the promise, since this was not an official guild assignment. The guy coldly said that he simply listened to someone else's request and moved on. Kaya remembered that every dragon always keeps its word. On the way to the capital, the hero decided to help little Leon. The black cat noted ironically that the leader was not at all heartless. He firmly promised to find the boy's missing father on his own. Meanwhile, the guy became worried that this might violate the guild's charter, but the commander calmed him down, allowing him to act at his own discretion. It turned out that he had a dedicated support team ready to follow him everywhere. The hero clarified whether this concern extended to his personal affairs. The cheerful boss confirmed this, dancing and reminding about the good salary. But in reality, the shorty dreamed of buying an elite blue Pegasus. The guy just blinked his eyes in bewilderment, not understanding the essence of this dream. He explained, "Pegasi are strong-winged horses, terribly fond of trinkets. In his hometown, many dreamed of riding on fairy tale beasts. Meanwhile, the guy didn't understand why the winged assistant also needed a Pegasus. Shorty wittily compared this to people who prefer transport to walking. And then he clarified that he preferred a Pegasus, not a unicorn. Suddenly, the leader asked what their key difference was. It turns out that unicorns are always females with a healing horn instead of the usual wings. And Pegasi are always only males with huge and powerful wings. The baby enthusiastically imagined his future pet in sparkling silver armor. Finally, he promised that the leader would be the first to see his legendary acquisition. The detachment continued its journey along the picturesque green trail. Soon, the cheerful guide joyfully pointed his hand somewhere into the distance. He enthusiastically urged the leader to quickly take a look at the opening horizon. The beautiful capital finally appeared before the travelers in all its grandeur. The kid was overjoyed because even the luxurious imperial palace was visible from here. The blonde, husky man was mesmerized by the comparison of the huge city to a true work of art. In fact, he sincerely admired the beauty that opened up to his gaze. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether such a monster would be allowed into the city. The poor guy became very nervous, imagining the future sidelong glances of ordinary passers-by. He sadly admitted that he was too different from everyone around him. The guy remained silent, clearly digesting everything he had heard earlier on the journey. Naju thought sadly, considering himself to be nothing more than a huge, hairy monster. Estio carefully asked if Enbaran's evil words were bothering his friend. The white beast honestly admitted that someone else's hatred had hurt him deeply. People who called him a dirty and useless creature came to mind. The girl screamed furiously that animals would never become members of the guild. Naju was seriously afraid that his presence would bring trouble to the boy. The leader clenched his fist tightly and sincerely apologized for the injustice he had heard. The baby waved his paws in fear, afraid to completely ruin everyone's mood. He was only afraid that it would be his fault that Estio would be attacked again. Nadzu timidly suggested that they simply wait for their friends at the entrance. Estio objected softly, because there was no need for such solitude. He carefully touched the beast's shoulder, reminding him of his innocence. The guy admitted that evil people say truly nasty words. The leader firmly promised not to leave such grievances unpunished again. He confidently confirmed that Naju was simply different from everyone else. The friends looked at the city in fascination, preparing to fight side by side. The white giant nodded humbly, trusting the words of his faithful leader. The winged shorty promised to personally teach a lesson to any insolent person he encountered in the capital. Soon, the whole motley company finally entered the crowded streets. At the entrance, a guard blocked the way and sternly demanded that I introduce myself. The warrior ordered that the identification of each member of this guild be immediately shown. Suddenly, the cactus in the guy's hands began to tremble and pulsate strangely. After a short check, the squad finally passed through the massive city gates. Inside the city, the winged guy suddenly smelled an incredibly pleasant aroma. He was surprised because his friends didn't smell it at all. Meanwhile, the hero realized that the air was saturated with true divine power. The girl remembered the direct connection between the capital and the cathedral through the portal. The companion sincerely admired Akru's ability to subtly sense higher energy. The kid suggested that plants are much more sensitive to magic than ordinary people. The thorny plant continued to vibrate, causing the leader to feel genuine and profound surprise. Akru explained that only select priests are able to sense such subtle energy. In places where light energy accumulates, the flora always becomes incredibly lush. However, the kid honestly admitted that his theory was just a bold assumption. Meanwhile, the young sorceress looked with curiosity at the passers-by in the main square. Soon she called out to Estio, deciding to clarify the details of their further plan. The girl asked the guy if he knew the exact location of the meeting with the mysterious client. The leader suggested that the squad take a little rest while they still had a couple of days left. The companion advised to postpone the meeting until a new fighter arrived to the team. Estio looked at her thoughtfully, weighing all the pros and cons he had heard. Estio remembered the warrior he promised to call if needed. Kaya unexpectedly for everyone uttered the name of that very Bernie Parker. The girl asked if her companions knew the way to the local branch of the guild. Akru confirmed this as he regularly delivered mail there. The kid readily volunteered to be a guide for the entire group. Soon the messenger called out to Kaya in amazement, noticing her sudden disappearance. My companion mentioned on the go that she urgently needed to meet someone. She told the others to go ahead and not wait for her at all. Finally, the monumental building of the capital branch of the guild appeared before them. Inside the headquarters, Akru asked in surprise where the leader himself was going now. Estio mentioned a separate team that processes all the information. Akru enthusiastically volunteered to personally find any information about Leon's father. The leader tried to object, considering such haste to be completely unnecessary. However, the hyperactive messenger had already flown off to the required department. The guy just watched the feathers swirling in the air in confusion. Estio asked Naju suspiciously if he knew the truth. The animal confirmed that when taking off, a pigeon always loses hundreds of feathers. The hero looked sternly at the cactus, calling his companion to order. And then he warned that ridicule of others breeds hatred. The plant immediately wilted and humbly apologized for its behavior. Estio suddenly admitted that he had actually meant Parker. The guy decided to remain silent because some things are better left unanswered. Suddenly, Akru dragged that same red-haired boss straight from above. She jumped down the last steps with a flourish, cheerfully greeting all the guests. Skylar Tiff from Information Management was flattered to know the leader personally. The hero didn't beat around the bush and immediately stated his two requests. The beauty politely asked if he was afraid of prying ears in the hall. Estio snapped that he would voice one order without any unnecessary shadow of fear. Meanwhile, he needed to find the person at any cost. The girl smiled sweetly and handed over an official piece of paper to record the data. Estio filled out the form with concentration, recalling the details of the mysterious man's appearance. Skylar Tiff gently explained that there was no need to fill out any other paperwork. She then gestured for the leader to follow her into a more private room. Suddenly, the doors swung open and 3 mercenaries entered unceremoniously. The people present in the hall were stunned by the unexpected appearance of the noisy company. The men in brown uniforms moved with heavy tread into the spacious hall. Estio immediately recognized them as familiar enemies from the dangerous Ballista Guild. The administrator, trembling with fear, decided to clarify the reason for their loud appearance. The chief of the mercenaries glared at him, showing obvious disdain. The brute slammed his fist down on the table, demanding immediate obedience. The poor administrator cowered in horror under the furious onslaught of the insolent mercenary. The leader grinned cockily and announced his desire to submit a request. The guy behind the counter timidly noticed the familiar emblem of the foreign guild Ballista. The bandit smugly confirmed that they were indeed immediately recognized here. He mockingly asked if Ignis had heard about their gang. The administrator refused with a trembling voice, because they do not accept other people's assignments. The mercenary literally turned purple with sudden anger at such insolence. The worker continued to apologize, suggesting that the thugs quickly look for another suitable method. The red-haired partner was indignant because they had just been officially called clients. The third fighter angrily accused the guy of showing complete disrespect to the visitors. The 3 in orange insistently demanded that their request be accepted at any price. The brunette noticed that despite all their rudeness, there was no malice emanating from them. The frightened clerk insisted that he could not accept orders from other guilds. As it turned out, this rule worked both ways, causing only anger. One of the guys shouted that their lives depended on this matter. In a fit of anger, he demanded that the head of the guild be called to them immediately. The enraged guest threw the papers down, flatly refusing to listen to requests for calm. Observing the chaos, the hero realized that these people really needed help. He decided to get closer to sort things out for himself. The guy's sharp gaze betrayed his intention to find out the whole truth. Suddenly, someone's voice coldly announced a blatant violation of local rules. Estio turned around in complete confusion at the sharp and commanding sound. A broken flower pot on the floor was a clear sign of genuine vandalism. The scattered papers completely interrupted the normal work of the entire office staff. Yonbaran slowly emerged from the shadows, reminding us of the harsh laws of the Union. Her eyes flashed ominously as she called the boy's actions a provocation. The stunned hero did not expect to meet her and quietly called her name. Meanwhile, the girl with an imperious gesture ordered them to immediately disappear away. The guest in orange froze, not believing such a sudden and cruel reaction. And then Estio resolutely blocked the frightened poor fellows from attack. Young Biren was stunned by the sudden intervention of this strange newcomer. The golden staff whistled as it hit the floor right in front of the boy. A heavy and oppressive silence instantly fell over the huge guild hall. The girl sarcastically asked what exactly this impudent newcomer was doing here. Estio stood his ground silently, protecting the frightened people behind him. The guy in orange realized with horror the power of the great battle mage. The powerful weapon sank deep into the boards, causing shivers among the witnesses. The blonde indignantly asked if he had really followed her all the way to the capital. But in reality, the hero was simply preventing her from committing a quick murder. Yang Biran justified her cruelty by citing the violation of the terms of the treaty by the outsiders. Estio suggested sending the uninvited guests home without unnecessary bloodshed. Yang Biran countered that killing would help bring peace much faster. The guy asked if their offense was really worth their whole life. She called them trash and told the newcomer to get out of her way. The guest was outraged by the disgusting attitude of the best guild of the empire towards its clients. One of the fighters spat, not wanting to stay in this place any longer. The group leader justified himself by saying that they had come only for a routine request. The man threatened to draw his swords if she did not put away her spear. Estio intervened in the conflict and firmly ordered everyone to lower their weapons. Young Biran seethed, reminding the impudent man that he was not the boss here. Young Biran was surprised by the unheard-of audacity of this impudent newcomer. The girl turned around sharply, astonished by his strange and quick behavior. She was genuinely puzzled as to how the weapon had moved so suddenly. The blonde bared her teeth in rage, finally losing the last of her patience. Suddenly, she grabbed Estio's cloak with a furious grip. The boy remained icy calm under her heavy, angry onslaught. Young Biren remarked sarcastically that he possessed more than just telepathy, and then she coldly stated that he was not human at all. Meanwhile, she slowly backed away towards her massive golden spear. The frightened guest screamed shrilly, warning the hero of serious danger. Neju screamed loudly, warning Estio of the impending danger. Suddenly, the mysterious swordsman blocked the angry blonde's sharp attack. Young Biren froze in complete amazement at the speed of this stranger. The smiling guy suggested to the impudent lady to finish this fight as soon as possible. He hugged Estio, promising to be terribly angry for any scratch, and then his gaze promised inevitable death to every enemy. The girl realized with a shudder that she simply hadn't noticed his appearance. She persistently asked who this stranger really was. Meanwhile, the swordsman identified himself as an ordinary fighter from the leader's team. Yang Biran finally realized that she was facing a truly dangerous warrior. The guy smiled and called the service just a regular temporary job. Yanbaran asked if he was really helping Estio, knowing about his monstrosity. The warrior was genuinely surprised to hear such a strange definition addressed to his friend. He wondered if she had attacked the hero only because of his powers. The green-haired boy hastened to confirm his belonging to the human race. Meanwhile, the swordsman decided to raise another important topic. He pointed at Neju, asking if she was ready to kill the beast. The guy philosophically noted that the world was much wider than her personal egoism. The blonde clenched her teeth in rage, not wanting to accept someone else's truth. In the end, she simply left, leaving a cold snort. The new acquaintance cheerfully announced that he had successfully resolved this brewing conflict. Estio sincerely thanked his savior for this timely help, and then he seriously asked the guests about the purpose of their visit. The leader of the group in orange began his sad and honest story. The man admitted that the Ballista Guild is now facing imminent disbandment. The situation in their organization became truly critical for everyone. It turned out that they had gotten involved in a scam called Gambling Request. The guest explained the essence of this dangerous trap for small guilds. Estio wondered if they had taken such a risk without any doubts. The boy tearfully confirmed that the huge reward had clouded their minds. The guest clenched his fist in rage upon learning of his master's shameful failure. The ballista fighters looked broken by the sudden and difficult news. The leader of the detachment apologized for the commotion and decided to immediately lead his people away. Meanwhile, the swordsman asked why Estio hid his status as the guild leader. Estio replied that he simply did not want to interfere in other people's affairs. Suddenly, an official ran up, astonished by the guest's too short arrival in the capital. Mubian explained that he ignored safety and teleportation limits for the sake of speed. As it turned out, he made 4 jumps at once instead of the required one. And then the person meeting us literally froze in mute shock from such insolence. But in reality, the warrior was simply in a hurry to complete important matters as quickly as possible. The official, in a panic, insisted on an immediate full medical examination. Mubian waved his hand cheerfully and started talking about an upcoming meeting with the client. The assistant suggested moving their important conversation to another place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the company began to climb the wide and long staircase. Estio asked Neju and Parker to wait here for his return. Suddenly, the talking cactus became indignant that they didn't want to take him with them. The guy gently confirmed that it would be better for his prickly friend to stay with Neju, and then he admitted that he did not want to involve them in boredom. In fact, Parker agreed to wait, demanding to return back as soon as possible. Estio only smiled warmly and nodded silently to his little faithful friends. The hero and the swordsman followed their assistant into the spacious office. Mubyung became nervous as he asked permission to be present at this serious conversation. Estio nodded calmly, confirming that everything was in order. The guy demanded that an official investigation be launched into the mysterious Shuhanan. He spoke about the location of the target and its high status. The girl replied that the guild had been keeping a close eye on Shuhanan for a long time. She immediately handed Estio a folder containing the fresh, updated report. The assistant ordered that the documents be completely burned immediately after reading them. Meanwhile, she warned about Shuhanan's possible contact with the guild. And then she revealed the scheme for the absorption of bankrupt guilds by Shuhanan. The assistant was afraid that Shuhanan would try to harm their guild too. Estio gloomily predicted that in such a case, a war would certainly begin. Suddenly, Mubian announced that this mysterious Shuhanan was a real dragon. The swordsman confirmed the words when Estio took the news as a simple joke. In fact, Mubian quickly got used to the existence of other dragons. He was only confused by the too sudden and suspicious appearance of this creature. Meanwhile, the warrior remembered that Shuhanan fiercely hated black dragons. And then he became afraid that he had put the Ignis Guild at risk. Mubyung asked directly if Estio was now going to leave the guild forever. The guy just turned around and replied that the decision had not yet been made. Mubian worriedly considered the possible revenge of the mighty golden dragon. He proved to Estio that leaving the guild would solve all the problems. Mubian was indignant, reminding Estio of his long-standing desire to stay here. Clenching his fist, Mubian accused his comrade of simply running away from battle. Suddenly, the warrior fell to his knees before his young leader. Mubian humbly asked Estio to command and express any wish. Estio only explained, confused, that the team simply needed a fighter. And then Mubian understood, looking closely into Estio's serious eyes. In fact, Estio had already tracked down that very dragon a long time ago. Meanwhile, a calm, sunny morning dawned over the majestic academy. Kaya warmly welcomed Mubian, noting his very timely visit. Mubian calmly drank tea, surprised by her sudden call by name. He noticed that the hostess clearly felt insecure among the guards. Mubian introduced himself as the guildmaster with a grin, looking confidently at his interlocutor. They decided to call each other simply by their first names, without titles. Suddenly, an ironic voice rang out, breaking their quiet idyll. Estio and Neju entered the hall, greeting everyone politely. Kaya praised the incredible speed of the fighter who was the first to arrive to the team. Suddenly, the girl froze, noticing some frightening detail in the guest's appearance. She asked anxiously about the wound, pointing to Estio's bandaged arm. Kaya asked if Estio had fed the cactus with his blood. Estio admitted that Akru suddenly stopped drinking regular water. Kaya decided that it was time to finally go to an important meeting. She asked whether Mubian would be recognized on the capital streets. Mubian simply waved off all possible risks with a carefree air. There was only one person in the capital that was undesirable for him. Mubian did not harbor any ill will towards the other members of the imperial family. Soon, the whole company reached a shop strewn with beautiful flowers. Green-haired Lantana warmly welcomed guests into her cozy greenhouse. Estio asked to show him the way to the mysterious crystal flower. Lantana politely inquired if the guests had brought a special invitation with them. In response, they extended a palm to her with a token clutched in it. The shop owner finished checking and asked everyone to wait inside for a bit. The group, led by Estio, entered the spacious premises of the store. Mubian immediately guessed that all the people in the room were knights. The warrior assumed that the ordinary worker was in fact an important lady-in-waiting. Lantana offered guests iced tea that would instantly drive away any drowsiness. The pungent aroma of the drink caused one of the guys present to cough violently. The girl was amazed, because the taste of tea usually shocked all newcomers. SDO calmly replied that he had long been familiar with candies with a similar taste. Lantana enthusiastically recalled the rare wave-flavored candies. She guessed that this was a signature dish from the Delphian fief. The hostess joyfully squeezed SDO's hands, celebrating the meeting with the connoisseur. Mubian sternly interrupted the enthusiasm, demanding that they finally get down to business. Lantana came to her senses and immediately apologized for her talkativeness. She formally introduced herself and voiced the will of Princess Marissa. The girl mentioned rumors of a powerful telepath in the Ignis Guild. The princess was going to personally interrogate 3 people to find the truth. SDO was tasked with detecting lies during this important meeting. SDO gloomily inquired about the future fate of these unfortunate people. Lantana thought about a severe punishment for all the deceivers of the imperial family. She warned that the only punishment for lying to the princess would be the death penalty. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive due to the flower hostess's frightening coldness. Mubian suspected that the princess was using SDO as an ordinary political tool. SDO kept his composure and formally accepted this dangerous request. Mubian was greatly surprised by such sudden and reckless determination of his leader. Lantana was surprised and asked if the boy knew any fear at all. SDO only indifferently asked whether he should actually be afraid. The girl slammed the table sharply, urging the guest to think again. Lantana demanded guarantees that he would not oppose the will of Her Highness. SDO clarified who exactly was asking him this question. He asked if it was Lantana or the princess who was speaking to him. Suddenly, the shop owner froze in shock at his guess. Meanwhile, the companion dropped the cup, amazed by the insight of the young telepath. The girl whispered that his words completely corresponded to her thoughts, and then she confirmed that SDO had indeed read it. Lantana admitted that her real name is Princess Marissa. Then she decisively removed the hairpin, releasing her long hair. The magic instantly changed the color of her hair to a bright blonde. Princess Marissa announced a search for the traitor who betrayed the emperor himself. Marissa warned of unpredictable consequences if the imperial family had any doubts. She could not act openly while maintaining strict confidentiality of this investigation. SDO calmly agreed and asked to indicate the necessary targets for telepathy. The list of suspects included Count Endymion, Duke of Delphius, and the 5th Prince. SDO was amazed that Marissa suspected even her own younger brother. Mubian merely cynically noted that the imperial family had long been mired in degradation. Later, the warrior began to tease Ahra while SDO was resting after the journey. Mubian confidently stated that the silent cactus was not at all against such touches. He ironically asked whether an ordinary plant had any civil rights, but ahead of them lay a palace that became a real battlefield for the heroes. SDO firmly stated that he was not used to refusing orders accepted by the guild. He reminded everyone that he had come here only for the sake of his guild's reputation. Suddenly, Akru screamed hysterically from the sudden icy cold that fell upon him. The cactus began to wail in panic, noticing how wet its fragile flower had become. Kaya froze in surprise, looking at the unusual plant on the rain-soaked windowsill. It turned out that this crystal flower instantly changes color from ordinary water. Mubian suggested that SDO quickly move the wet pot away from the window. SDO carefully pressed the plant to himself, sympathizing with its fear of the thunderstorm. And then the guy anxiously inquired about the safety of his little companion Tsuki. Kaya worriedly asked if everything was okay with the hero himself now. SDO reassured his friends by explaining that Tsuki would soon return due to the rain. Meanwhile, a truly terrible and protracted storm raged over the capital. The young man screamed in panic that the rain had not stopped for a whole week. Mubian frowned as he watched the endless streams of water behind the cloudy glass. The boy sobbed bitterly, unable to bear this dismal dampness any longer. Suddenly, the muffled sound of wheels of a fast-moving carriage was heard below. The coachman confidently drove the horses through the wall of rain straight to their house. The servant exclaimed joyfully, noticing that the carriage had arrived specifically for them. SDO, along with Neju and Mubian, stood frozen in surprise, awaiting the guests. And then the boy rushed away to quickly warn Mrs. Kaya. Zephyr stood in thought while his furry companion urged him to move quickly. A mysterious talking flower in a pot also asked to go on this dangerous journey. The guy was momentarily surprised by the houseplant's sudden request. Knight Talun formally introduced himself and confirmed his loyalty to the first princess. The travelers were told that they had now officially become the secret guard of Duke Hargar. The team headed to the palace where the princess's birthday was being celebrated. The warrior sternly warned that in case of any failure, the royal family would wash their hands of it. Finally, he once again seriously asked whether the heroes were ready to accept the challenge. Zephyr confidently confirmed the readiness of the entire team and ordered everyone to set out immediately. The heavy carriage took off and rushed through the downpour towards adventure. The guide promised to personally lead the detachment to the luxurious garden of the first princess. Zephyr walked inside and was amazed by the incredible scale of this glass greenhouse. And then Hargar noticed that the sound of the rain resembled a leaky roof. The hostess of the garden came out to greet the guests and joyfully noted their arrival. Duke Hargar knelt and formally paid his respects to his lady. In fact, he ironically complained about the dry atmosphere of the meeting. The princess mentioned spies, and Hargar agreed to play the role of a faithful servant. Suddenly her gaze froze and she firmly forbade any objections. The princess's sudden threat made the entire crew involuntarily hold their breath. But then she laughed out loud and called her tirade a joke. The hostess ordered the maid Penji to serve specially prepared tea for the guests. The girl urged everyone to relax and enjoy a normal holiday reception. Hargar noted to himself the absence of any rumors about the princess's life. It turned out that she often helps people and receives a lot of sincere compliments. With a sly smile, the princess asked if her guests had managed to relax. The green-haired companion yawned sweetly and was surprised by the sudden disappearance of her excitement. The hostess explained that the tea contained calming herbs for stress. Hargar suspiciously clarified the composition of the decoction, which greatly angered the noble lady. The man hastened to apologize to Her Highness for his tactlessness. The princess explained that the healing drink was made from the petals of a local flower. The owner explained that this drink makes animals too hyperactive. The girl added that knights often drink this tea to relax their muscles. The princess admitted that the Ignis Guild always finds answers for the imperial family. Zephyr asked her if she liked the plants she had grown personally. The girl warmly replied that she loved flowers for their sincerity and silence. Suddenly, she was surprised by her own sudden frankness over tea. The hostess ordered Talon to take the guests to prepare for this evening's reception. Zephyr stood silently and carefully considered every word the lady had heard. Meanwhile, the noble lady once again turned mysteriously to the guests. The boy politely approached and officially returned the pot of violets to the princess. The hostess was afraid that the guest did not like the gift at all. Estio returned the plant for its own true well-being. The guy politely said goodbye and left this luxurious imperial garden. The princess felt that her favorite flower was now truly happy. She admitted that the young man turned out to be a much more unusual person. Neju wished everyone good luck and promised to throw a real feast later. The kid suddenly asked the team if the red tigress had returned yet. Neju was seriously worried about the possible kidnapping of his battle girlfriend. One of the companions asked thoughtfully about the well-being of the thoughtful Mr. Estio. The polite butler invited the guests to enter this huge, elegant building. Rumors of Duke Hargar's arrival instantly spread among all the guests at the banquet. The aristocrats began to actively whisper about the Duke's secret relationship with this princess. Marissa greeted Hargar happily and thanked him for accepting the invitation. Those present noticed Estio and wondered if he was the Duke's brother. One of the guests immediately recognized the uniform of his famous guild on the young man. The heroes entered the hall and wondered which of the enemies would be the first to show themselves. The young nobleman turned around and politely addressed the Duke, calling him His Grace. He expressed his joy at the meeting and inquired about the state of affairs on the estate. The young man introduced himself as Liz Endymion and announced that he had received the title of head of the family. Hargar recalled the rumors about the guy's genius and the hopes of the princess herself. Liz Endymion beamed and asked again if the hostess of the ball had really said that. Hargar smiled and praised the boy for his careful quality control of the wood. And then the Duke suddenly asked about the name given to the young man at baptism. Liz visibly drooped and quietly acknowledged the absence of such an important name. The young man became nervous and cited extremely difficult life circumstances. Estio watched the scene in silence and drew his own conclusions. Those around him began to whisper cruelly about the bastard without the approval of the papal curia. Hargar coldly decided that further communication with this man was pointless. The palace of the princess's elder sister suddenly came alive with the sound of many feet. It turned out that the whole thing was about the imminent appearance of a special guest. The guests were overcome with great surprise when this character appeared in the hall. Duke Hargar bowed and formally greeted the arriving fifth prince. The dazzling young man introduced himself as Hirsch and politely greeted everyone present. Hargar was amazed to meet the prince at such an event. Marissa happily called out to her brother, who in response called her sister. The girl playfully scolded Hirsch for his delay in greeting him personally. The rest of the soldiers watched in silence as this touching scene of family reunion unfolded. Estio remained calm and carefully scanned this new acquaintance with his gaze. Marissa asked if this noisy reception would interfere with his studies. Hirsch cheerfully assured his sister that he could not miss such a celebration. The princess was upset by her brother's formal tone and the loss of his cuteness. And then Hirsch decided to personally present his sister with this holiday gift. The young man solemnly presented his sister with a very rare and valuable sacred artifact. It turned out that this pendant has the great power to instantly heal any serious wounds. The girl sincerely admired the beauty of the gift and carefully accepted the jewel from her brother. The princess promised to take care of the offering and tenderly thanked Hirsch for his care. Suddenly, Hirsch slyly asked whether the black dogs had become the Duke's return gift. The prince noted the check ironically, and the princess was amazed at his knowledge of the whole situation. Suddenly, the brother hugged his sister and promised to reveal absolutely all his secrets to her. The young man begged the princess to always stay by his side and never leave him. Hirsch gave Marissa an ominous hug and quietly told her to stay out of the way. Hirsch threatened Estio with the complete destruction of the guild for any unnecessary interference. This psychopath promised to wipe out the guild for the sake of domination in this great empire. This impudent fellow masterfully ruined Estio's mood with his extremely dangerous and daring threats. The team noticed a disturbing resemblance between this young man and the current stern emperor. The companion enthusiastically dreamed of peace in this strange and unfriendly family. Hargar shook his head skeptically and did not believe in the prince's false kindness at all. The girl pestered the leader with questions and did not at all feel the threat hanging over them. Estio silently realized the true and utterly frightening nature of this treacherous prince. The friends called out to the leader in alarm when he was finally lost in his thoughts. The brunette asked Parker again about the essence of the question he had just asked. Parker noticed his strange silence and inquired about the reason for his concern. The young man only confusedly clarified what he had heard, clearly lost in his thoughts. And then he clenched his fist tightly, realizing the nature of his excitement. The hero gloomily warned the team about the emergence of one extremely lousy problem. The friends instantly tensed up, preparing to listen attentively to any bad news. Meanwhile, he began to tell the story of the impudent prince's antics at the banquet. The comrade was outraged by the behavior of the young man, who clearly crossed all permitted boundaries. A terrified Parker begged for the request to be canceled immediately and for a quick escape. But as soon as he remembered the princess's threats, wild fear gripped Parker. Parker became agitated and noted that the very nature of their mission had changed dramatically. Meanwhile, it became clear that the discussion was about a bloody struggle for succession to the throne. Parker screamed that the guild must not interfere, because His Highness had already warned them. And then the princess gloomily confirmed that everything turned out exactly as expected. The guy was stunned when he heard that reality turned out to be much more dangerous than any of her guesses. The veiled girl looked intently at the leader and asked about his plans. The brunette coldly snapped that it was clearly not he who should make such a decision. Suddenly, the princess screamed in panic to cancel her dangerous request. She tearfully begged the heroes to forever forget everything they had learned in the palace. The beauty added in a trembling voice that a meeting with Duke Delphia was no longer necessary. The princess secretly hoped that no evidence against Hirsch would ever be found. Estio countered by warning her of the dangerous prince's incredible and hidden power. The guy added that the silent rival began preparing for the coup a very long time ago. The revelation she heard left the girl literally speechless from sheer shock. Suddenly she became angry and boldly asked who gave him the right to teach. The beauty coldly declared that their paths would now finally and irrevocably diverge. Emperor Hyun Seong briefly confirmed their immediate departure from the imperial palace. The heroes turned and left the hall, leaving the angry princess alone with the maid. The girl was left completely alone, sadly clutching a flower pot in her hands. And then she realized the full horror of Hirsch's protracted preparations for the coup. The princess wondered in horror whether all three heroes were really vile traitors. Meanwhile, a downpour broke out, deafeningly drumming on the glass dome of the greenhouse. Hyun Sung, Estio, and Neju stood silently under the pouring cold rain. The alarmed maid timidly called out to her mistress, noticing her strange, frightening look. However, the girl suddenly started running, completely ignoring the cold streams of water. She screamed in despair after those leaving, demanding that they stop immediately. The princess grabbed Estio's cloak, questioning him about his ability to see souls. Estio only indifferently asked what exactly she wanted to achieve by this. The girl clutched the wet fabric convulsively, not wanting to let go of her last ally. She was determined that she had to stop this mysterious guy by any means necessary. The princess tearfully begged the heroes to share absolutely everything they had managed to find out. Soon, the luxurious carriage was already racing through the dense forest toward the lands of the duchy. Exhausted by the journey, Parker was puzzled as to how the situation had taken such a strange turn. Estio only confirmed that it was simply beyond his strength to refuse the crying princess. The guests were greeted by Shin Platina, who officially welcomed the first princess to his domain. The owner cordially invited the girl, tired from the journey, to immediately rest and warm up. Shin then turned his attention to Parker, deciding to ask him a tricky question. He sarcastically asked how the uninvited relative had ended up in these parts. Shin laughed and advised Parker to show more respect to the imperial family. Parker only grinned, confirming the princess's sudden choice in favor of this duchy. Shin was seriously angry because of Parker's too free and daring jokes. Meanwhile, the Duke silently dubbed his impudent relative a real damn bastard. Shin strictly ordered Parker to forget his wild and vulgar manners forever. And then he dryly ordered the servants to escort the guests to their quarters. Soon, the heroes gathered around a huge table, laden with a variety of exquisite meat dishes. The princess immediately put an end to her master's disdain, calling Estio and Parker her people. Shin merely nodded meekly, although he looked noticeably tense. Suddenly, the girl decisively put down the knife, preparing to immediately move on to the main question. She firmly stated that she had come to force the Duke to change his fatal decision. In fact, Shin simply asked in bewilderment what exactly they were talking about. The princess wiped her lips with a handkerchief, urging the Duke to have the most frank conversation possible. Suddenly, she asked Shin point-blank who exactly he really served. Shin Platinum became agitated when she again demanded to know his true master. The Duke closed his eyes for a moment, carefully considering his next dangerous move. And then he knelt down, swearing allegiance exclusively to his majesty. However, the beauty only laughed loudly, directly accusing Shin of a blatant lie. She asked why a supposedly loyal man would use Hirsch for power. Meanwhile, Shin explained that members of the imperial family are always looking for allies. The Duke added that His Highness Hirsch was no exception in this matter. The girl jumped up in anger, but Shin boldly reminded her of the fleeting nature of power. Shin explained that Crown Prince Lucian would immediately get rid of all his brothers after his coronation, when suddenly he mentioned that the young Prince Hirsch had decided to fight for the princess. The Duke swore angrily to sacrifice all the family's power for the future of the ruling dynasty. Shin bowed humbly, ready to accept any severe punishment for his disloyalty. However, the princess only silently turned around and left the hall, leaving the Duke on his knees. Left alone, the girl sadly decided that she would leave this strange place tomorrow. And outside the window, it was raining while the heroes were exhausted from the endless, boring running. Meanwhile, the comrades began to seriously argue about the coming changes and the fragility of the entire empire. Suddenly, one of them asked Estio if he had ever raised dogs. He added that animals always choose the owner who simply feeds them. The swordsman admitted that he did not raise his sword to defend the entire empire. He honestly added that he had absolutely no idea what the future of this request would be. A heavy silence fell over the room as the heroes digested these bitter revelations. Estio stared at the prickly cactus, frantically going over the various options in his head. Suddenly, he thought about using the Duke and the Prince for the cause. Meanwhile, the guy just wanted to order the enemies not to kill anyone, but he admitted that his powers had too short a range. Moreover, the hero flatly refused to manipulate other people's souls in such a vile manner. He thought gloomily of the true reasons for the severing of the connection between humans and dragons. Neju suggested attacking first, but Estio immediately stopped this dangerous idea. Meanwhile, a proposal was made to support the daring fifth prince for the sake of profit. Hyun Seong flatly refused to go against the will of the powerful monarch. The swordsman explained that the lives of his people were now hanging by a thread. Soon, the silence of the night was pierced by the bitter realization of the complete failure of the plan. Suddenly, someone quietly scratched at the door, making a meowing sound. Estio was surprised to recognize his faithful cat Tsuku in the night guest. The pet suddenly started talking about searching for the father of that boy from the village. Tsuka spoke about the search for Isaac, who was constantly and carefully hidden. The guy only clarified whether she was actually personally tracking this target. It turned out that the missing man is now languishing in captivity at the hands of the fifth prince. The boy confirmed that the child's father was kidnapped from the village by Gersh's people. The girl was horrified to learn that experienced hunters were preparing a treacherous ambush. From the bushes, the cat watched the training of captured warriors in the camp. Tsuki warned that reaching Isaac would now be almost impossible. The hero thanked the cat for the news, gently lifting her into his arms. He hugged his favorite tightly, asking her never to disappear secretly again. The cat quietly agreed, appreciating her owner's genuine concern and care. The returning heroes were joyfully greeted by their friends, who had been waiting for news at the door. But there was no time to rest. It was time to move on immediately. Meanwhile, the Duke stopped the princess for an important and urgent conversation. The Duke admitted his guilt, calling the princess the main key to this battle. Suddenly, the girl only laughed bitterly and mockingly at him in response. She was furiously indignant at her helplessness in the face of the Empire's enemies. The man bowed obediently, begging the lady not to interfere in the matter any longer. Meanwhile, he vowed to unquestioningly accept whatever her final choice was. And then the carriages of the great Lubarzan family quickly sped off into the distance. The princess realized that she had criminally ignored Hirsch's sinister preparations for too long. The thought of the prince's bloody massacre of his brothers chilled her soul. She was agonizing over what to do now that their paths had diverged. Finally, the girl thanked Hyun-sung for giving her a spark of courage. She admitted that it was only because of the meeting that she decided to visit the Duke of Delphia. Hyun-sung nodded briefly and told her seriously to take care of herself. The girl smiled radiantly, wishing the same to the guy in the end. And then a cry was heard, warning the princess of sudden mortal danger. Suddenly, a magical distortion almost swallowed up the heroine, who was caught off guard. An explosion thundered, and the faithful knights heroically rushed to shield their mistress. The stunned girl painfully tried to understand the essence of the madness that had occurred. Meanwhile, ominous figures in hoods emerged from the thick smoke. The guard confirmed that the elite mages had come specifically for her head. But the princess ordered an immediate investigation into who dared to order her murder. The guard immediately obeyed, promising to carry out the order at all costs. A powerful explosion thundered, and the warriors selflessly rushed into the thick of the battle. The princess closed her eyes in horror, finding herself in the epicenter of a suffocating cloud of dust. And then she realized that the mysterious attackers had vanished into thin air without a trace. Suddenly, Estio emerged majestically from the smoke, stunning everyone with his sudden appearance. The girl begged for help from a guy whom she considered completely incapable of fighting. But in fact, one of the enemies stood frozen in horror. The partner shouted furiously, demanding that he immediately drop everything and leave as quickly as possible. But the killer's feet were firmly rooted to the floor, completely refusing to obey him. Estio pierced his enemy with an icy gaze, his eyes glowing a magical blue. The killer fell into a stupor, completely unable to understand the reasons for the sudden paralysis of his legs. The cowardly partner decided to abandon his own and was the first to shamefully run away. Suddenly, the red-haired mercenary realized the destructive power of just a second's glance. There was a dull thud, and one of the enemies fell dead to the floor. Hyun-sung guiltily admitted that he simply miscalculated his strength and went too far. Meanwhile, Neju proudly showed everyone his personal prisoner. Ashuri swooped down from the sky, delivering another living package to his friends. And then the heroes finally surrounded the group of frightened and defeated mercenaries. The prisoner cried out in despair, begging to be killed quickly instead of undergoing a long interrogation. But Estio only politely ordered all the guests to finally sit down in an icy voice. The mercenary realized in horror that his body had completely betrayed him. He painfully wondered what unknown force was holding his every movement. Estio commanded the criminals to lay down their weapons and surrender without a fight. Suddenly, the killer's limbs began to rise obediently upwards against his will. The princess sincerely thanked her rescuers, acknowledging that the hunt was not over. The girl sadly confirmed that the conspirators still pose a huge threat. Meanwhile, she firmly decided to ask the heroes for help again. The princess begged for cooperation until the main villain was caught. Estio seriously clarified whether this request was merely an official order. But Marissa officially requested support precisely as the first princess of Arconia. It turned out that the magical guild Palagon consisted entirely of the most powerful wizards. And then it became clear the guild was doing all of Lucian's dirty work. The princess painfully realized the truth of the crown prince's plans to exterminate her family. But she understood that the current evidence was not enough to accuse her brother. Marissa led the squad into the garden, asking her friends to wait for her for a bit. The heroes looked around in amazement at the luxurious glass dome and magnificent halls of the estate. Asher exclaimed joyfully that the other mercenaries never returned here. Tsuki remembered the rumors about Ignis's close relationship with the Emperor. The girl brushed it off, calling their relationship just a simple exchange of boring documentation. However, the Vice Guildmaster had previously personally confirmed his secret meeting with the Emperor. The green-haired boy in uniform grumbled that he was in charge of all external relations. Suddenly, Estio was called, and he quickly turned around in this bright hall. Suddenly, the princess suspected that he had deliberately arranged this large debt. She asked directly if this service would be a protection for his guild. In fact, Estio only briefly objected, denying any selfish motives. He just wanted to help and asked her not to blame herself anymore. And then she realized that before she had only seen him as a powerful weapon. The guy turned out to be very human and did not look like an evil dragon at all. The princess was tormented by doubts about whether it was worth drawing him into these intrigues at all. Among the ordinary potted plants, that very crystal flower suddenly sparkled. Parker immediately remembered that this was exactly the flower their cactus was worried about. The plant looked lifeless, although externally it appeared to be quite healthy and whole. The green-haired man and Neju were dubious, not seeing any obvious differences in the flower. Suddenly, Estio himself finally joined this puzzled company. The heroes met each other's eyes, trying to understand the reason for such a strange and sudden commotion. Estio promised to sort everything out, once again delighting his loyal friends. Neju was worried that their fragile crystal flower might have caught a terrible infection. The guy only confirmed Parker's suspicions, noting that the plant was indeed in very bad shape. It turned out that the magic sprout was dying and it was almost impossible to save it. A heavy silence hung in the air, because no one wanted to lose a friend. Parker was amazed that Estio easily recognized the symptoms of plant wilting. The green-haired boy added sadly that flowers always die silently. Parker suggested that returning home brought the sprout a little happiness. Suddenly, the dying flower gloomily admitted that it did not feel any joy at all. The plant bitterly asked who would be happy about their imminent death. And yet the little one did not regret that she had managed to return home. In the silence, a mysterious voice sincerely thanked Estio for his concern. And then it seemed to the green-haired man that the fragile flower moved slightly. Meanwhile, the maid conveyed the princess's invitation to a gala dinner. In fact, the sumptuous table with food exceeded expectations. The fair-haired hostess cordially invited everyone to sit down at the festive table as soon as possible. Parker was very surprised by her words, because the reception looked truly royal. Meanwhile, the princess admitted that Estio had helped her without any benefit. She smiled brightly and told the guests to simply enjoy this wonderful meal. The whole group headed towards the food, and Neju carefully held the cactus close to him. And then Parker thought that she did not look like a cowardly emperor at all. Estio suddenly broke the silence, formally addressing the kind girl. The hostess asked with interest if he wanted to tell her something important. She even became worried and suggested that the guy move to a more comfortable seat. Suddenly, the princess froze, staring wide-eyed at her mysterious guest. The princess asked point-blank why Estio always had a stony face. She immediately hesitated and apologized for her tactless curiosity. The guy distantly assured that her words did not hurt him at all. And then the thickest, most awkward silence hung between the heroes. The girl gracefully handed the guests a glass of an unusual golden drink. She called on everyone to empty their cups to celebrate their resounding victory. Parker was delighted by the taste, and the hostess named the main ingredient. The rare tantalum flower bloomed only once every 10 years. Legend said that this nectar could literally resurrect the entire world. But in fact, it was a poison that could stupefy the dragon. Suddenly, Parker spat out the wine with relish, almost spilling it on the festive tablecloth. The poor guy choked and in a panic asked again about this poisonous drug. Meanwhile, the princess chuckled, calling the drink completely safe for people. The flower could no longer intoxicate the dragons, because they had disappeared without a trace. In fact, Parker was covered in sweat from such gruesome details. Estio sat motionless while the others heatedly discussed the properties of the nectar. Then the cat suddenly warned him that drinking it was still dangerous. And then the princess took the initiative, reminding him of his important message. The boy finally admitted that their precious crystal flower was starting to die. The hostess froze in surprise because the sprout seemed to be full of strength. Estio admitted that the life of this flower lasts only a year. The princess reflected on the endless cycle of eternal flowering and withering. She quickly assured that she had not meant to give a plant that was obviously dying. Suddenly, the guy explained that the flower itself had really asked to be returned. The hostess froze in shock, Not believing her ears at what she heard, Estio confirmed the sprout's desire to see his beloved princess one last time. And then she was amazed by the hero's ability to hear the thoughts of simple plants. The girl asked in amazement if flowers could really experience truly strong feelings. Meanwhile, Estio explained that plants remember sincere care very well. In fact, Parker was deeply moved by these revelations. The princess bitterly regretted that no one had revealed the truth to her earlier. The girl jumped up, wanting to immediately see her dying crystal flower. Her friends only silently watched her sudden and rapid departure. Meanwhile, Neju sniffed, catching some suspiciously strange smell. Cactus waved his hand ironically, urging his furry friend to quickly catch up with the others. And then Neju realized that this specific aroma was familiar to him. The princess remembered how she received this luxurious greenhouse for her 5th birthday. Gradually, simple gardening turned into a truly deep passion for her. She sincerely believed that the life of a plant depends on the love invested. The girl considered her caring touches to be the best medicine in the world. The girl realized that plants are actually able to recognize her. The princess smiled bitterly, calling herself truly stupid and blind. She hugged the pot tenderly, dreaming of meeting them next year. Suddenly, the plant whispered the name of its dear owner, Marisa. Neju suddenly shouted that a large fire had started somewhere nearby. Everyone froze in horror as the acrid smell of burning filled the greenhouse. A fire flared up at the entrance, and the heroes rushed to extinguish the furious flames. The green-haired boy asked in panic if things were really that bad. Then she remembered that there was only one way out of this glass captivity. Parker gloomily ordered everyone to leave this dangerous place immediately. The group ran down the light-flooded corridor of the greenhouse. Suddenly, the exit was cut off by a wall of furious flame. A deafening explosion shook the building, turning everything around into ashes. The green-haired guy shielded Marisa from the flying debris. He asked anxiously if everyone was safe, ordering them to stay behind. And then he realized that the fire was not an accident. Amidst the thick smoke, the figure of a silent maid suddenly appeared. The girl joyfully called out to Penji, unaware of the mortal danger. Marisa rushed towards her, clutching the flower tightly to her chest. But in fact, the maid attacked her with powerful hidden magic. Marisa desperately shouted for Penji to stop right at the blazing entrance. Parker told the princess directly that there were traitors among her people. The girl bitterly confirmed that in the palace everyone survives as best they can. The group realized the trap and began to assess the level of magical protection. Marisa whispered with bated breath that the protection here was the most powerful. Suddenly, Parker furiously struck the sword straight at the magical barrier. The green-haired boy admitted that his wooden dolls were useless in the fire. The swordsman understood that he could destroy everything, but he hesitated to strike. And then Parker suddenly had an idea and abruptly changed tactics. He slyly asked if it was time for them to finally water the flowers. Marisa remembered the pond and found the only way to save her skins. Finally, the heroes left this hell and were able to catch their breath a little from the heat. The boy suggested simply breaking down the door since there was no magical protection on it. Suddenly, Parker gloomily ordered the princess to look carefully out the greenhouse window. The girl turned around sharply, wondering what other surprise this evening had in store for her. The swordsman explained that this chaos was the result of her blind faith in the Emperor. Meanwhile, Neju was afraid for Estio, who suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. In reality, Estio was suffering from a fever, suspecting the insidious poisoned wine. Parker called out to his friend in alarm, but he was already barely conscious from the pain. And then Marisa froze, struck by the Duke's sudden politeness to an ordinary guy. Estio was sweating with tension as he conveyed the strange message from the flowers to the princess. Marisa was stunned, not understanding what was happening at that moment. Straight from the pot, tender words of love for a dear person poured out. And then she realized that she was hearing not one voice, but several. The falling leaf confirmed that the plants had known her for a long time and intimately. It turns out they were hanging on her every word, even during her long sleep. A startled Marisa tried to ask Estio if he could hear it too. He only confirmed that absolutely all of her greenery suddenly began to speak. Estio admitted with difficulty that control over other people's voices had been completely lost. Garden promised to protect Marisa in gratitude for her many years of kindness. The astonished young man cried out, noticing the branches rapidly growing in all directions. The stifling heat finally subsided, and coolness reigned inside the dome. The fire outside finally died down, and the terrifying roar of battle instantly died down. The excited cries of the guards looking for their princess were heard behind the doors. The warriors burst inside with a roar, announcing the arrival of long-awaited help. Marissa turned around and meekly confirmed that she was okay. Suddenly, the girl froze, feeling a strange touch on her skin. She stared at the dress in bewilderment, noticing the ash settling on top. Black flakes filled the air as the princess looked around in confusion. The invisible protectors whispered again that they would protect her and everything would be fine. Marissa realized that it was her plants that had put out the raging flames around her. The girl could not hold back her tears and sincerely thanked her silent protectors. She hugged the withering flower to herself, sorrowfully whispering words of regret. The princess regretted that she had not learned about their feelings much earlier. The dying plant finally admitted that it was happy to be next to her. Marissa bitterly repented because she didn't even give the poor thing a name. The flower trembled when it heard the long-awaited mention of a personal name from its owner. The girl decided to name her faithful friend Perla, which meant jewel. Suddenly, a stranger promised Marissa that he could save her favorite flower. The astonished princess turned around sharply, not believing in the possibility of such a miracle. The mysterious hooded guest promised to save the flower in a new guise. Marissa nodded desperately, begging for help for her dying friend. Little Pearl had completely withered away, clinging to life with her last strength. Meanwhile, the emperor mercilessly executed the servants because of the fire that occurred. The bloody guillotine confirmed that no one would look for the true culprit. Marissa realized that her father was simply watching the brutal struggle between the heirs. The girl bitterly doubted whether such an indifferent ruler was worthy of being called a man. She dreamed of a state where the voice of the people really matters. The princess seriously considered whether her native empire lived up to these ideals. And then Estio carefully called out to his mistress, tearing her out of her heavy thoughts. Marissa paused, finally deciding to voice her boldest decision yet. She announced at the top of her voice that from now on she was aiming straight for the imperial throne. The girl sternly asked Estio if he was ready to join this mess. Meanwhile, the carriage rolled away, finally depriving the princess of the support of powerful allies. Looking after them, she became despondent because these guys could have really strengthened her. Someone suspiciously asked why she allowed valuable fighters to simply disappear. Marissa explained that she had no intention of forcibly holding back those who were eager to go home. But then she shook herself, reminding everyone that there was a huge amount of great plans ahead. The princess called out to Pearl, who suddenly turned into a cute little girl in a dress. The little girl beamed contentedly, confirming her readiness to follow her mistress. The carriage bounced heavily, carrying the heroes further and further down the hillside. The black cat grumbled and reprimanded his fellow traveler, finally demanding the long-awaited silence. Tsuka advised not to fuss, considering silence to be the best and most faithful assistant. The companions were amazed by the cat's unexpectedly sharp and very deep voice. Estio was slowly going mad from endlessly reading other people's thoughts. The poor fellow slumped against the beast, having completely lost control of his strength. The exhausted guy was breathing heavily, literally burning from an unbearable internal heat. The huge beast announced its imminent arrival at the capital's main gates. The young man, with the last of his strength, clarified the need to continue their journey on foot. Finally, the noisy crowd swallowed up the travelers, hiding them among the ordinary townspeople. Estio dreamed of escaping into the wilderness, just to avoid the surging crowd. The young man quietly called his faithful furry companion Neja by name. He asked the little animal to lead him to the guild office blindly. The guy was desperately afraid of accidentally meeting the gaze of any passerby. Little Neju gently urged his friend to trust his instincts completely. Soon, a solid building with a beautiful stained glass window appeared in front of them. A cheerful red-haired guild member greeted the returning guests joyfully from the doorway. She asked Parker to quickly confirm the successful completion of their recent request. The girl was clearly nervous, getting ready to report some important news to the leader. She asked suspiciously if everything was okay with Estio's eyes. The red-haired employee became seriously concerned and suggested calling an experienced doctor immediately. Estio abruptly refused, insisting that he had no need for treatment. The girl warned that restoring damaged vision could take a long time. Meanwhile, she asked if the guy had a suitable bandage. The assistant flew off to get some bandages, promising to sort everything out right away. Soon, Estio put on the bandage and finally inquired about the progress of the search. The employee reported that the elusive Isaac actually lives within the capital. She decided to pass on a detailed report to another participant in this shady movement. The girl handed over a secret note, asking that it be given to the leader personally later. The mysterious hooded figure silently took the document and nodded in agreement. SDO dryly concluded that the guild's latest request could finally be considered officially completed. Skylar provided the leader with important additional information regarding the movements of the dangerous Shuhanan. It has become known that the target plans to visit the papal curia in the near future. Skylar reported on the sudden and very strange resignation of the current Pope Ezekiel. Marissa found it strange that the enemy hadn't tried to eliminate their guild first. The girl promised to keep the guys informed by sending new reports via courier service. Parker beamed contentedly as he finished writing his detailed report on the work he had done. But then the young man suddenly turned pale and literally lost the power of speech. He looked like a man who had seen a ghost, causing his companion to smile bitterly. The company grimly acknowledged that they were about to meet a disgusting character. Estio was tormented, not knowing when his abilities would finally return to normal. He was seriously afraid of being stuck in this terrible and incomprehensible state forever. Meanwhile, the bodyguard volunteered to find Isaac in place of his exhausted boss. He told his friend to rest and gather strength until the victorious end. Estio tried to argue, since this matter was his personal request. The companion reminded him that he was just covering his back and followed him. The mysterious guest decided to deal with Shuhanan, giving the guys complete freedom of action. And then Estio asked Suku to quickly lead them straight to the target. The odd-eyed cat calmly confirmed that the team was fully prepared for the sortie. Finally, the travelers froze in front of the dilapidated door, realizing that they were in the right place. Parker was surprised that the fifth prince did not take any care of his instrument. The bodyguard knocked politely on the dilapidated door, attracting the attention of the owners. Parker shouted loudly that they had come on an important request from little Leon. And then an exhausted old man looked out suspiciously from the crack in the door. The guests explained that they were looking for Isaac for his red-haired son. The owner, wearing dirty bandages, sullenly invited the company to quickly enter inside. The friends stepped cautiously into the gloomy and very neglected room. Suddenly, Estio smelled the sharp metallic smell of blood in the air. The young man anxiously asked whether this unfortunate man was even alive. The old man grimly confirmed that the poor fellow was still clinging to life. Parker was horrified by the wounds, and the old man confirmed the complete lack of medical assistance. The owner called the slums a dump and hastened to leave the guests alone. Estio leaned over the bed and clarified the identity of Leon's exhausted father. Isaac, with the last of his strength, inquired about the health of his little red-haired son. The young man lied about the boy's well-being, hiding the bitter truth from the dying man. The poor man coughed up blood, thanking the travelers for the long-awaited good news. Estio offered the dying man to convey any important and secret message to his son. Wheezing in pain, the man asked to simply inform Leon of his death. He ordered to tell the truth about his honest service to the Lubarzan family. Isaac's last regret was the time he did not spend with his son. A dying man in bandages asked to convey words of his great love to his son. Tears streamed from his eyes as he whispered his last words of gratitude. And then his hand slid lifelessly, marking the end of a long journey. Meanwhile, a huge furry animal sat on a chain at the gate. The trio of vagabonds immediately noticed the guest, who had not been seen there for a very long time. These scoundrels brazenly decided to steal and resell a rare creature at a profit. The poor guy just looked around in confusion, not realizing that he was being followed. He scratched the back of his head in bewilderment when someone's ominous shadow covered him. Suddenly, one of the bandits loomed over his future victim. The villain grinned predatorily, triumphant that the shaggy little animal had finally been caught. Neju politely apologized to the bandit for accidentally breaking his club. Suddenly, he realized his strength while looking at the fragments of the tree. The frightened robber screamed because the furry animal turned out to be a real monster. His accomplices were dumbfounded when they heard that this creature could speak. Meanwhile, greed quickly overcame fear of this rare prey. Neju just blinked his eyes in bewilderment while they were calculating his price. And then the villains anticipated a huge mountain of gold for the talking beast. In fact, the animal simply politely wanted to return the stick to the thief. Another attempt to attack ended for the thief with only crunching and pain. As a result, the bandit ran away in terror while Neju called him. Neju screamed in panic that he was not a monster. The poor fellow looked completely broken after these cruel and hurtful words. The robbers noticed with a grin that the beast understood human speech. They cynically offered Neju to eat his accomplice as a gift. The animal answered dejectedly that he was not a monster at all and did not eat people. He roared in anger, remembering Estio's words about his good nature. Suddenly, a bottle with a strange liquid flew at Neju's head. The villains cheered, celebrating their accurate hit on target. The leader anticipated how a strong sleeping pill would quickly knock out this dangerous beast. Meanwhile, Neju let out an ominous roar, losing control of himself. The bandits froze in horror, realizing that they had seriously screwed up with their potion. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shook the air, drowning out the screams of the frightened thieves. The huge monster loomed over the little people, barely containing its primal rage. And then Estio jumped out, shouting his friend's name in panic. The guy carefully approached the beast, frozen over a fresh bloodstain. Estio gently reassured Neju, assuring him that all the offenders had already fled. The beast trembled with disgust, because the bandits cynically threw the corpse of their partner to him. Neju complained of a burning pain and a sudden loss of control. Estio touched his friend tenderly, apologizing sincerely for leaving him alone. And finally, Neju was surprised to see Estio without his usual headband. Estio fiddled with the bandage, realizing he still needed it. And then he decided to return, habitually hiding his eyes with black cloth. The hero strode away decisively, his cloak fluttering dramatically behind him. After some time, the action moved to the walls of a majestic and ancient castle. 10 days later, Estio was still trying to control his new powers. He firmly promised himself that he would definitely learn to control this chaos. The guy sat silently on the bed, immersed in his difficult thoughts. He was angry because of his powerlessness and seriously thought about the need for training. The only expert on such secrets turned out to be a certain master named Shuhanan. Meanwhile, Kaya warned that this old man fiercely hated black-haired people. Estio wondered why the enemy would kill people instead of returning to the dragons. The hero desperately needed a master who could control this inner chaos. Suddenly, a beautiful stranger in a golden robe appeared before him. She admitted that she entered silently and secretly watched him. The guest inquired about the absence of friends, promising their quick and unexpected appearance. She was angry at Estio's loneliness when the companions appeared at the door. The stern guildmaster reproached the girl for her irresponsibility and demanded valuable information. The beauty offered a choice of bad or good news about Shuhanan. Estio asked the mentor to begin her report with positive aspects. She confirmed that the enemy had fallen silent, finally laying claim to the throne. Estio's friends received the news of the enemy's calm with obvious relief. The guest warned that the new status would make Shuhanan virtually untouchable. Meanwhile, the assistant was perplexed by the danger of an ordinary person in power. And then the beauty stunned everyone with the news that Shuhanan was a real dragon. The poor guy fell into a stupor, refusing to believe the crazy words about the lizard. The frightened boy waved his hands, preferring to remain in ignorance. Estio remained calm, demanding that the bad news be announced as soon as possible. The hero was handed a mysterious scroll covered in ominous purple symbols. The guy studied the text carefully until his eyes filled with genuine surprise. It turned out that Shuhanan had learned about the Black Dragon and was eager to meet him in person. The friends learned that Shuhanan had learned about the Black Dragon and was looking for Estio. Estio studied the chilling letter about the bloody altar and the hour of God's grace. The warrior was indignant that this was an impudent demand and not at all a simple request. Meanwhile, the little cactus walked away while everyone was racking their brains. The girl explained that the pillar of light would mark the coming to power of the new pope. And then the companion realized that Shuhanan wanted to take Estio after the coronation. She seriously warned that the enemy was ready to destroy the entire guild for the sake of their goal. The beauty bitterly recalled the golden dragon's ancient hatred of the black dragon. Suddenly, silence reigned in the room and the heroes plunged into dark thoughts. But in fact, the young man in uniform was afraid of the upcoming bloody ritual. The swordsman convinced his companion that believers are forbidden to kill and shed blood. Kaya suspected that Shuhanan would prefer to finish off Estio quietly. The warrior admitted in his heart that he did not understand the logic of the mad golden dragon. Estio reassured his friends that he had time and suddenly turned to Kaya. The young man gloomily declared that he would leave the guild if the conflict was not resolved. Kaya objected that the guild was strong and he didn't have to leave at all. Estio clutched the letter tightly and refused to put his comrades at risk. He had long longed to meet Shuhanan in person, despite his hatred. Remembering the dangerous lizard, the guy again asked not to let the guild down. As a result, he officially asked the guild leader to expel him immediately. Estio wondered gloomily if he had disappointed Kaya with his decision. But in reality, she only smiled at the usual human malice. The The guy remembered her old vow to always protect him from harm. Suddenly she exhaled and calmly let him go to the meeting. Estio froze in complete shock from such unexpected support. Kaya confirmed that his friends would accept any of his choices without further ado. She reminded that the status of guild leader is not just a sound. The girl poked him in the chest, demanding that he live up to his high position. Meanwhile, the swordsman was delighted with the sudden leave until the Pope's coronation. Kaya snapped that the fighters were free for now and the mission was officially completed. The swordsman jokingly took offense at Kaya for wanting to get rid of him. Kaya gently called Estio back to headquarters and smiled warmly. Estio closed his eyes contentedly and nodded silently in response to the proposal. The winged guy noted with slight sadness the imminent end of the hot summer. The swordsman followed and started a lively conversation about the delights of autumn. Suddenly, he enthusiastically reminded us of the bright holiday of leaf fall. The warrior admitted that even in dangerous lands there are quiet places. The companion sang joyfully, anticipating the colors of autumn, while his partner was only surprised. The winged youth picked up the topic and remembered the leaf fall in the settlement. Ahead of the hero's gaze, only a harsh mountain range towered. The green-haired man enthusiastically described the riot of autumn colors and the taste of sweet fruits. Estio suddenly asked if his companion dreamed of returning to his family. The friend honestly admitted that he considers only their common guild to be his home. Meanwhile, he warmly invited his comrades to join him sometime. Little Neju was eager to set out, despite his friend's doubts about his abilities. It turned out that the goal of the hike was a dizzying peak that pierced straight into the clouds. Finally, the company reached a village located on the very border with Rainville. Suddenly, a sharp shout of their guild's name made everyone freeze. A gang of children ran out from the shadows of the houses towards the detachment with a joyful cry. The boy clung to Estio, hoping to hear at least something about his father. Leon happily boasted about his behavior and asked hopefully about his father. Estio hesitated and didn't know how to start this incredibly difficult conversation. And then he saw the boy's shining eyes full of sincere faith. The little boy worriedly asked if his older friend had damaged his eyes. Then Estio crouched down in front of Leon and gently took him by the shoulders. The guy spoke because he needed to tell one bitter truth, but in fact, the conversation turned to the sad fate of his father. The whole group froze in heavy silence in the middle of this quiet meadow. Meanwhile, the image of a wounded man in bandages appeared before my eyes. Suddenly, someone's weak hand fell powerlessly onto the edge of the bed. The adults couldn't hold back their tears when they heard the truth about the death of their loved one. The older boys also burst into tears, unable to hide their bitter sadness. Leanne froze, and large drops of tears rolled down his childish cheeks. Estio sincerely apologized for bringing such unbearably difficult news. Suddenly, the boy asked what exactly his older friend was asking for forgiveness for. Through tears, the child thanked him for his honesty and the promise he had once kept. The guy silently experienced this moment, feeling the full weight of his difficult duty. And then his name was called, distracting him from his dark and oppressive thoughts. Later, friends noticed that he was still restless. Estio admitted that he was very afraid that he would only be met with burning resentment in response. Estio admitted that he brought news of death but received only gratitude. The friend explained that the boy simply longed for some news about his father. He confidently added that there was no point in the child being angry with Estio. But in reality, people are used to taking out their anger on others. Meanwhile, the guy reported that complete chaos reigned at headquarters. Kaya spoke seriously about the brutal struggle for power in the imperial family. The leader was inundated with requests from the conflicting parties, the prince and princess. Estio nodded silently, taking note of another important detail. The girl reminded that Shuhanen's coronation is scheduled only for the beginning of winter. Finally, Kaya said goodbye and hurried to finish her numerous chores. Kaya dashed off on business, leaving Estio to sort through the huge piles of letters. Parker hauled in a mountain of mail, counting a total of 88 important requests. Estio gloomily ordered that everything sent by the troubled imperial family be thrown out. After a rigorous sorting, only 9 useful letters remained in the trash. The guy wearily grabbed his head from the amount of accumulated work. The companion was sincerely amazed by the hero's desire to start plowing right from the doorway. Friends vied with each other to talk about rest, because everyone was pretty exhausted from the journey. The guys unanimously suggested that instead of doing homework, they should finally go on a proper vacation. And then Estio suddenly called out to his partner, causing him to become quite frightened. But instead of work, the young man suddenly wanted to know the exact location of the local kitchen. The guy was genuinely surprised and asked what was wrong with the guild chefs. The companion suggested simply ordering food, but Estio immediately interrupted him. Suddenly, the young man handed over a piece of paper and announced this as their new assignment. Parker was extremely surprised by the rare request for help directly from the kitchen staff. He excitedly asked if the leader was really going to accept this strange order. Estio confirmed that he does not want to refuse support to his loyal guildmates. Parker was inspired by the work, but Estio forbade him from taking part in it. The companion fell into a complete stupor and loudly expressed indignation at such an unfair decision. Meanwhile, Estio reassured his friend with the proximity of the kitchen and the absence of any danger. The guy burst into tears, feeling abandoned even in such a simple matter. Estio sent the others to rest and Parker on a well-deserved vacation. Parker admitted he was tired and finally decided to take care of himself. Meanwhile, the evening twilight was slowly thickening over the guild headquarters. The companion smugly reasoned about the correctness of his decision to stay. It suddenly turned out that furry friends were not allowed into the kitchen. Estio confirmed that his comrade was right and confidently walked down the corridor. The heroes deliberately chose a quiet time so that no one would interfere with their work. Suddenly, someone's furious and loud scream was heard from behind the closed doors. Someone behind the wall angrily refused to call the cooking normal food. The chef yelled furiously at his subordinates, causing a real uproar in the kitchen. Estio sensed something was wrong and put on a blindfold right before entering. The guy sincerely hoped that they hadn't been called for this stupid quarrel. The enraged customer furiously demanded the chef and his hellishly spicy mess. The frightened chefs only apologized for a minor mistake during cooking. The screamer screamed that because of their spices, the man ended up straight in the hospital. And then the hero realized that the blonde's face was burning from the pepper. Suddenly, a thug appeared in front of them and announced himself as the head chef. The visitor fell into a stupor, looking at the powerful shadow of his new opponent. Suddenly, the second cook, with a stern face, also asserted his rights. The poor blonde found himself squeezed between two mountains of muscle in chefs' hats. Estio immediately realized that the request was specifically about these chefs. The chefs shouted angrily at each other, accusing their competitor of cheating. The amazed blonde simply asked if they were twins. In response, they both simultaneously roared that they had always been only children. Suddenly, the pink-haired boy noticed Estio and his partner at the door. The little boy's face instantly lit up with hope at the sight of potential help. He rushed towards them as fast as he could, recognizing them as leaders. Overwhelmed with relief, the poor man suddenly burst into tears right in front of the guests. Estio's partner comforted the crybaby while he described all the chaos. In the end, he told the guy to get it together and lay everything out in order. The kid said that a monster doppelganger from the magic department burst into the kitchen. This mirror monster easily took the form of anyone it encountered. After the transformation, it became completely impossible to distinguish between a monster and a human. The double was just harmlessly playing with food to attract attention. The cook was jubilant, because without the help of the heroes, they would not have managed. Yanbiran appeared and suggested a radical solution: simply kill both chefs. Estio's partner warmly greeted the lady they hadn't seen for a long time. The girl asked sarcastically why an outsider was wandering around the guild headquarters. She called serving some mysterious boy a waste of resources. Estio's companion merely laughed it off as the warrior walked away haughtily. Estio's partner chuckled, trying to cool the ardor of the stern and dangerous Ran. The unfortunate cook froze at the sight of a sharp blade pointed at him. Ran announced that she had arrived on orders from the mages to deal with the impudent monster. The girl pinned them both against the wall, demanding that they immediately confess who was real. The doubles went into hysterics, pointing fingers at each other and screaming. Then the warrior gloomily decided that it would be easier to finish off both madmen. The cook screamed in panic that their request was not intended for her at all. They pointed at Estio, recognizing the boy with the armband as their savior. Ran looked at the hero with disdain, surprised by the choice of such a leader. She wondered if his eyes were damaged under that ridiculous mask. Estio only briefly replied that he had his own personal reasons. Ran was amazed at how he was going to distinguish them blindly. Meanwhile, the warrior woman made fun of his vaunted ability to read souls. And then the guy simply asked the cooks to extend their hands to him. The doubles froze in confusion, not understanding the meaning of this request. At that moment, the tension in the kitchen reached its peak. Finally, both men simultaneously touched the palms of the mysterious young man. Ran just snorted, considering it an ordinary and useless touch. Estio concentrated as hard as he could, letting other people's emotions pass through him. Suddenly, a desperate cry for recognition as a chef rang out in my head. Estio studied the cook carefully, trying to get a sense of his true nature. Suddenly, he felt only cold emptiness instead of living human warmth. The cooks vied with each other to beg him to reveal the truth, and Ran was eager for his verdict. And then the guy gloomily stated that now everything had become clear to him. Estio identified the real Chiz among two absolutely identical-looking men, but he promised to reveal the details only upon arrival to the magical researchers. He stated that the monster should simply be returned home instead of a bloody massacre, and Ran only gnashed her teeth furiously, cursing this upstart in her thoughts. The guild building greeted them with a simply unreal number of guards armed to the teeth. Estio's companion wondered in amazement what terrible secrets were hidden behind these walls. The guards at the gate greeted the leader respectfully and asked him the purpose of his visit. Estio replied dryly that he had returned the found monster doppelganger to the magic department. The guard directed the group to the leader, whose chambers were located in a deep basement. The company moved down the magical staircase past slabs of luxurious video marble. Meanwhile, a magic observation ball hovered silently above their heads. Ron explained that this gadget transmits images directly to the reconnaissance console. The young man inquired about the spy's identity, but he was safely hidden behind the signal. And then Estio realized that the unknown observer was watching them. As it turned out, the guy had noticed these eyes on the ceiling since the very entrance. He added ironically that he was used to this kind of thing in his personal residence. Estio noted that the local video marbles look much larger and more beautiful. The voice thanked him for the compliment and suddenly called the hero Duke Hargar. The smiling lady in glasses apologized for her overly formal address. But in fact, the first appeal turned out to be the most accurate. The lady laughed and admitted that she had never studied boring etiquette. Suddenly, she screamed with joy, not believing her sudden happiness. It was a great honor for Schuenberg to finally meet the legendary leader. The head of the department simply introduced herself as Shuang and formally introduced herself to Estio. It turned out that Shuang had been secretly watching them all this time. The crazy fan was eager to run a couple of tests on the guy as soon as possible. Estio felt a surge of intense awkwardness from Shuang's overly violent reaction. The scientist happily thanked Ron, although the warrior continued to be demonstratively angry at everyone. Shuang sincerely didn't understand why these two hated each other so fiercely. The fellow traveler in green decided to clarify whether Shuang had really ordered the capture of the double. The girl was seriously afraid that the violent Ran would leave the poor guy in the lurch. The partner confirmed that without Estio's intervention, rivers of blood would have flowed in the kitchen. Shuang pompously adjusted her glasses, declaring that it was basically impossible to kill this spirit. It turned out that this double is a unique spirit, generated by the very matter of the world. Estio's friend asked suspiciously if they were conducting forbidden experiments here. Xuan only sighed dreamily, admitting that they were still a long way from such technologies. Xuan stumbled upon this mirror by chance during her magical tests. Suddenly, a brazen double jumped out of the mirror and alarmed the entire laboratory. Estio finally understood the reason for his failure to read the creature's mind. The scientist offered to take the prisoner, and the guy clarified his unenviable future fate. Xuan explained that the spirit cannot be killed and must be sealed back. It turned out that the spirits of the material world are always firmly attached to their things. The cunning researcher decided to simply take advantage of this weakness to capture the spirit. She planned to stage a broken mirror to lure the spirit out of its hiding place. Estio's companion was genuinely surprised by such harsh and even vile methods of intimidation. Xuan retorted that this was how she protected people from the doppelganger's endless pranks. The scientist dreamed of reviving the master through a contract with a suitable person. She strongly advised him to return home before it was completely destroyed. The cook looked nervous and was seriously concerned for the safety of his home. The guy in gloves closed his eyes tiredly, trying to digest the madness that was happening. A black liquid, frighteningly unlike a human body, swayed on the tiles. The man studied the slime with disgust, doubting the success of imprisoning the creature. The researchers hesitated, and some even suggested putting an end to this radically. Meanwhile, Ran objected, deciding to test the theory despite all the risks. She gripped the glowing weapon fiercely, not wanting to give the creature a chance. And then the girl rushed into battle, equating the harmful spirit with a monster. The scientist clutched the mirror in panic as he watched the terrifying transformation. The guy loudly demanded to wait, trying to interrupt the dangerous moment. The scientist froze in confusion, struck by the sudden change in the situation. Ran braced herself for the blow, clutching her bizarre weapon tightly. Everyone was shocked when her hair and eyes suddenly turned jet black. The reflection revealed the true nature, and the warrior clenched her teeth in rage. The woman finally realized who her companion really was. The hero remembered the secret of Yenbiran's name, which she carefully guarded. A fierce determination to finish off the enemy flashed in her eyes. The battle pole rushed forward with lightning speed, cutting through space with a powerful thrust. The boy screamed desperately, trying to reach Mubion in the heat of battle. Ran clashed furiously with the warrior, blocking the powerful attack with her staff. The enemy sarcastically noted her strength and accused her of betraying her comrades. The girl realized in horror that no one should know her secret. She was tormented by the thought of her survival and the concealment of the truth. Those around her immediately recognized her as a native of Haedong by her dark skin. Suddenly, she gripped the pole tighter, cursing her past indecision. Ran burst into a scream in rage, placing all the blame on her opponent. Her companion sensed her wild fear, without understanding the reasons for such a reaction. And then the hero strictly ordered Chuan to completely forget what he had seen today. Estio convinced everyone that they had only seen a spirit, not Ran. His eyes flashed dangerously blue, erasing unnecessary details from his memory. Chuan instantly went limp and sank into the imposed magical sleep. Everyone fell to the floor when the boy called out Yenbiran's name. The girl, in a rage, told him never to say that name again. Estio assured her that their secret was now completely safe. Even the hovering sphere of observation no longer frightened the self-confident hero. The guy pompously offered to kill him if he lied about anything. Meanwhile, the heroes froze in heavy silence, waiting for the next move. And then Ran realized that he had seen right through her from the start. Ran guessed that the guy erased everyone's memory because of her secret. Estio confirmed this, but did not explain his long silence. The girl understood that he could easily blackmail her with this secret. She burst into a scream, demanding clear reasons for his strange nobility. Meanwhile, the hero simply replied that the heart does not need extra reasons. Ran burst into tears, admitting that she simply couldn't stand such straight types. The next second, she jumped up and ran away shamefully. The comrade asked if it was time for the guy to stop this senseless pursuit. The little girl was tormented by questions about whether people really hated her for her very essence. Looking at the black shadow, she seriously doubted the meaning of her appearance. Estio promised that one day someone would definitely come for the spirit. The guy firmly believed in the value of every life in this world. A month later, a request came for a mission to distant Turk. The team discussed the dangerous journey into the vast southern desert. The hero wanted to finally close the case of the spirit from the mirror. The little cactus was stunned, because Turk turned out to be his home. The baby was beaming with happiness, dreaming of seeing his mother sooner. Friends were surprised that even plants are not alien to the concept of family. He spoke enthusiastically about his countless brothers and sisters. The companion in the cloak warned about the hardships of the long journey. The hooded girl sadly admitted that she could not go on the journey. Suddenly, the confident steps of a new contender were heard on the wooden floor. To everyone's surprise, Ran appeared before them as their new partner. The companion reminded Estio of his promise to never work together again. But Ran insisted that she had volunteered for this dangerous squad herself. She added decisively that she was obliged to repay her old debt as soon as possible. The girl shouted that she felt more comfortable controlling someone who knew her secret. Estio silently studied the impudent guest, considering this unexpected and daring proposal. Suddenly, he dryly snapped that he categorically refused her services. The guy coldly explained that his team was fully staffed and no newcomers were needed. Estio told her to leave, promising to keep the secret, but Ran only became angry. He reasonably asked why he would take someone he didn't trust onto the team. The girl clenched her teeth in rage at such offensive and harsh words. However, she suddenly drooped and quietly admitted her past wrongdoing. Ran repented for attacking the animals and promised not to harm anyone again. She insistently reminded him that he too must keep his word. The guy agreed to accept her, but set one very important condition. Estio called the animals full-fledged companions, and not just useful pets. The warrior forced out the unfamiliar word comrades with great difficulty. The leader gave the command to move forward, and the team stepped into the shimmering portal in unison. Estio promised to sort things out faster, and his companion sincerely believed in him. With hope in her eyes, she asked him to be sure to take care of himself. Meanwhile, the question arose about camels to cross the sands. The squad stomped around in the heat, discussing the equipment kindly provided by the guild. The partner asked if the winged courier had ever been to the desert before. He regretfully admitted the uselessness of his wings due to frequent storms. Suddenly, the boy became worried that the trip would become a torment for Neju. He was worried because the animal's homeland is distant snow-capped mountains. Neju flexed his muscles, a reminder of his half-human nature. And then they offered him a shave, which completely embarrassed the poor guy. The guy suggested finding out the goals, when suddenly he was interrupted by an unexpected confession. The companion confidently stated that she had crossed these dangerous deserts many times in the past. He doubted her words, but the girl dryly referred to work. And then he asked why such a strong warrior needed assignments at all. The beauty snapped back, advising the curious hero not to meddle in her affairs. He immediately feigned indifference, which irritated her even more. Meanwhile, the leader dragged the group to get their things, interrupting this stupid argument. The swordsman lazily explained that he simply wanted to dispel his excruciating boredom. But in fact, he put his arm around her, insisting on the importance of revelations. And finally, he ingratiatingly reminded us of the ease of killing a complete stranger. The swordsman sarcastically suggested that her hand would tremble from someone's tearful story. The equipment was collected, but there was one last important detail before leaving. The group heatedly discussed ways to navigate the vast and dangerous desert. And then the warrior declared the need to find an experienced astrologer guide. The friends were surprised, considering star reading a useless and questionable skill for a hike. Suddenly, the guy reminded me of the strict prohibition of fortune-telling on imperial lands. The companion explained that astrology is considered legal shamanism even for imperialists. The team was stumped, trying to grasp the fine line between schools of magic. Meanwhile, only the masters of the stars could find an oasis among the dead sands. Maps and compasses are useless here due to the constantly changing flows of mana. The green-haired boy was genuinely amazed at the possibility of a sudden change in magical flows. In addition, the insidious mirages of Turk constantly slipped frightening illusions to travelers. And everywhere in the sands, whole hordes of bloodthirsty and hungry monsters prowled. The girl confirmed that they definitely wouldn't survive without an experienced astrologer. The team became despondent, not knowing how to get out of this hopeless situation. Suddenly, my companion suggested the surest way, to follow the caravan. She explained that traders always hire mercenaries to protect them from robbers. And then the boy realized that they could take on a security order. The warrior approved the deal, which promised them the safest possible passage to their destination. In the end, everyone unanimously supported the plan and prepared for the long journey. The group entered a bustling marketplace filled with stalls and bustle. The merchants were frantically calling for mercenaries, searching among the crowd for masters of ice magic. The heroes looked around, noticing that most of those present were ordinary merchants. People in the crowd began to whisper, recognizing the guests as members of the powerful Ignis Guild. The black uniform with the phoenix symbol immediately confirmed their high elite status. The companions discussed the choice of guild, amazed by the unprecedented number of people gathered around. The blindfolded boy listened warily to the hum of voices. Suddenly, a little barefoot girl quietly crept across the sand with bare feet. The little girl was genuinely surprised not to find a guiding star in her adopted brother. It turns out that a unique star at birth determines the fate and path of each person. The girl was surprised, because her family's mercenaries always had stars. The little girl asked her older brother directly why his star had disappeared somewhere. The swordsman immediately skeptically labeled the young stranger a small and cunning swindler. Suddenly, she called his star ugly, foreshadowing nothing but suffering. The swordsman panicked, demanding that at least the beauty in her be found immediately. He flatly refused to believe in the inferiority of his great future path. Meanwhile, the girl mistook the winged companion for a kind guardian angel of people. The guy just smiled sheepishly, clarifying his true status as an ordinary avian. In reality, avians are just people equipped with a pair of large wings. And then the little girl sincerely admired his bright soul and gentle help. An old man appeared and laughingly called the girl a real star contractor. He led Alzanib by the hand, walking away from the surprised group. Meanwhile, the old man introduced himself as Russell, an influential leader of the local Porom merchants. Estio responded by officially identifying himself as the leader of the elite Ignis Guild. Russell became seriously agitated when he heard about his interlocutor's high status. And then he realized that he had met the legendary newcomer who read hearts. It turned out that his niece Alzenib was a very experienced guide through the Dead Sands. The companions were puzzled, confusing the contractor's rare gift with ordinary fortune-telling by the stars. But in fact, such people hear a direct whisper from distant luminaries. They made a sacred pact with the spirits, becoming incredibly valuable allies. Russell gently stroked his niece, who had predicted a meeting with these special people. Estio asked directly if the merchant leader had come here to hire mercenaries. The old man became noticeably nervous, admitting that they had already hired security. Suddenly, a bold attack interrupted them, calling the guys from Ignis scum. An old acquaintance came out to them leisurely, clearly delighted at this chance meeting. The crowd around instantly recognized the aliens as members of the once famous Ballista Guild. The guy laughed ironically as he told about the shameful ruin and escape of his master. His companions only sadly confirmed that they were now just free mercenaries. Estio dryly admitted that he had not expected to see the three of them again, and he shouted in response that fate brought them together suspiciously often. Jose asked sympathetically if the swordsman from Ignis had damaged his eyes. He confirmed his loss of vision, causing his former competitors to feel genuine pity. Estio's companion was furiously angry, listening to the caustic taunts about falling to the bottom. Jose, horrified, asked why the swordsman had gotten involved with this terrible woman. She angrily ordered the mercenaries to shut up and not open their mouths at all. Estio clarified whether the ballistae were indeed now guarding the Poroman trade caravan. Jose confirmed the deal by boasting about his new hazardous duty rates. Suddenly, Russell shouted in panic that he did not have such sums. Estio was surprised why the leader of the rich merchants suddenly pretended to be poor. Estio offered to go as mercenaries with a caravan to the village of the Turkish tribe. Russell whined about lack of money, but the swordsman immediately refused payment. The old man began to doubt, because the selflessness of the Ignis elite looked extremely suspicious. The group only confirmed their desire to reach the distant village as quickly as possible. The merchant agreed, slyly reminding him that traders never make promises for free. And then he started talking about commercial losses for the sake of huge profits. The leader promised a share of the proceeds after the successful completion of the expedition. Camels passed by, but they were clearly not intended for the heroes. Avian was amazed when the old man sharply pointed his finger into the distance. Russell stated categorically that this would be their new transport. Suddenly, a giant scorpion appeared, shocking everyone with its wild appearance. The companion was in real shock, because it didn't look like horses at all. Russell just laughed, assuring them that over time they would definitely become friends with the monsters. Estio felt the powerful back, marveling at the strength of the natural armor of this huge creature. And then he realized that the crab liked him, suddenly feeling a mental response. Suddenly, the boys realized that calling this giant just an animal was the height of stupidity. Meanwhile, the master of the sands loomed before the group, a titanic and menacing desert crab. The swordsman only asked in confusion if they really would have to ride on a crab. The companions wondered how the sea creature survived in the desert, looking so frighteningly strange. In the end, Estio got a blue beauty with a dark shell and a comfortable saddle. But in fact, the cunning Russell had his eye on a green and extremely hairy crab. The boy grumbled that he had never ridden a crab before. The old man told me to just hold on, but the saddle treacherously tilted to the side, and then the giant claw sank into the hot sand with a roar. The rider sarcastically asked about his education, since crabs usually walk sideways. The giant towered over them, ready to set off on its journey across the desert. But he cried out when he saw that this specimen went straight ahead. The girl calmly called it a different species, causing him to merely nod. The turquoise-haired teacher sternly asked if everyone had completed the loading. He immediately confirmed to the leader that he felt quite well, and in response, I received the brightest and most sincere smile. He flinched at the unexpected question about whether he was afraid. The leader began to fuss, admitting that she, too, was terrified of driving blind. The girl cheerfully invited him to keep the tiny baby Neju company. Suddenly, a dark whisper appeared in my head, insistently asking me not to leave. The huge claw gently picked up the guy, confessing its sympathy and inviting him for a ride. The little girl explained that this blue giant Poco belongs to her. And then she stunned him with the news that he didn't have a star. Alzenib, confused, asked what this strange brand even meant. The companion patiently explained that every person is born with their own unique star. It turns out that the stars change brightness depending on the heart and predict troubles. The emptiness instead of a star frightened him, reminding him of the icy breath of death. He asked sullenly if she was afraid to be near him. The little girl smiled, because her faithful crab Poco kept bad people away. At the night fire, she politely asked the name of their mysterious Mr. Angel. The leader introduced herself as Bernie Parker, asking to be identified only by her last name. It turns out that the avians have their own quirks. The name of the village always comes first. The elders themselves named the babies, making the name Parker a symbol of her origins. Suddenly, among the sounds of the feast, he clearly heard someone's short meow. A black cat appeared in the light of the fire, appearing literally out of nowhere. And then he sensed a catch, realizing that the situation was becoming too strange. The companion questioned him about why he was pursuing the guy without being a member of the guild. And then the hero asked why they were coddling the little one like a child. He justified himself with rumors about a greenhorn who had recently joined their ranks. In his eyes, the guy looked like a weakling without a drop of magic or skill. But suddenly it dawned on him how this useless youth had gotten the token in the first place. The sudden realization made him literally freeze in shock. The poor guy jumped up, suspecting the newcomer of connections with the elite and nepotism. His friend simply slapped him and told him to go to bed quickly. After a couple of days, their grueling journey began to gradually come to an end. By the fire, he grumbled that he hadn't met any monsters in the desert. The old man chuckled that most monsters couldn't be noticed even up close. Bernie asked, puzzled, why they were so hard to see. It turns out that creatures like worms and scorpions are always hiding under the sand. Meanwhile, the most dangerous enemies were named as ghosts from the blue sand. The traveler explained that the blue sand was just an old legend, but in reality, this mystical mirage appears completely suddenly. And then it became clear that death awaited those who entered this territory. Suddenly, Bernie asked if the merchant had seen this phenomenon personally. He admitted that the ocean of blue sand once scared him to death. He warned that only the stars could help one avoid this deadly trap. And then Bernie realized in horror that in front of them was that very blue desert. She swallowed nervously, realizing the proximity of this deadly and beautiful trap. Suddenly she screamed, noticing the blue glow of sand advancing on the camp. The merchant, in a panic, ordered everyone to immediately get away from this haze. And at that moment, a giant scorpion burst out of the sand, blocking the fugitive's path. The mercenary warned about a pack of monsters, which Bernie managed to completely miss. The warrior gripped the glowing spear tighter, realizing that the predator had been tracking them for a long time. She suddenly rushed into the attack, ordering the others to immediately raise the entire camp. The girl furiously challenged the creatures to battle, preparing to pierce their strong shells. With one powerful blow, she fell upon the enemy, not giving him time to recover. She brought the full force of the spear down on the glowing blue sand. The warrior quickly dealt with the monsters, leaving them lying motionless. The old man screamed hysterically, calling on everyone to immediately stop fighting and leave. Bernie was puzzled why Mubyung didn't want to help the fighting lady. The guy calmly remarked that he had no reason to interfere. But in reality, he just wanted to admire the warrior's skill. The mercenary made a final powerful attack, crushing the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, the blue sand had already begun to surround them from behind. The merchant realized in horror that they were surrounded on all sides. The death trap snapped shut, leaving the squad alone in the desert. The little girl clutched her uncle's sleeve in horror, sensing an imminent catastrophe. The old man screamed hysterically, begging the mercenaries to immediately put up magical shields. The blonde doubted the plan, but the squad had no other choice. The merchant explained that only magic could hold back the onslaught of the deadly sand. The mercenary was surprised to learn that she would have to hold the defense for a whole day. Suddenly she burst into a scream, not feeling such endurance. Meanwhile, the merchant convinced her because there was no other choice. The crabs obediently buried themselves in the sand while the people huddled together. And then the girl clutched her staff, preparing for a grueling magical battle. She understood that touching the blue sand would mean death for her. The mercenary warned the boy that it would be impossible to pass through the activated shield. Meanwhile, the swordsman in green promised to drag the obstinate warrior back as soon as possible. The fellow traveler was surprised by the huge number of cool specialists in this group. But in fact, he was very interested in what made this guy unique. Suddenly, the swordsman announced that he had successfully brought one impudent person back. The leader was simply amazed that they had managed to quarrel in such a moment. It turned out that the warrior was furious about her hopelessly damaged hair. The guy laughed it off as an accident, but the girl responded by promising to turn him into a corpse. In the end, he put her down on the ground in a conciliatory manner and asked her not to be angry. He considered salvation more important than his hair, but all he got was a rude order to shut up. Suddenly, the magic staff flared up, erecting a shining dome around the people. A huge barrier reliably protected the squad from the attacking scorpions and sand. Suddenly, a powerful blow from the monster's tail caused the magical barrier to crack. Bernie screamed in panic about the cracks, but Mubyung told her to calm down. The old man hugged the girl tightly, assuring her that the monsters would soon disappear shamefully. Suddenly, the predators began to literally crumble to dust under the glow. And then the blue threat began to rapidly retreat, leaving only emptiness. The shocked girl wondered about the reasons, and Mubyung ironically suggested the plague. The boy stepped forward boldly, ignoring Bernie's frightened pleas not to take any risks. He smiled confidently, although his partner was still shaking violently. The companion suggested that they simply fly away, but the guy was seriously worried about the other guys. The friend joked about the living ladder, realizing the impossibility of his brilliant plan. Meanwhile, Estio sensed something was wrong and instantly tensed with a bad feeling. Jose became nervous because of the strange sounds in the deadly blue sand. The hero confirmed that there would be no way back through the magic shield. He was warned of the risk, but he suddenly reached for the dangerous border. And then he resolutely lowered his palm straight into the mysterious blue haze. Witnesses screamed in panic as they watched Mr. Estio's insane act. Eyewitnesses were stunned, because the guy survived contact with the cursed sand. Finally, Estio realized that this whole curse story was complete nonsense. Estio studied his hands in surprise as the surviving crowd screamed in shock. The onlookers in the shadows were making noise, amazed that he had not crumbled to dust. The blue-haired companion seethed when the leader tried to simply walk away. The entire team rushed after him, demanding that such dangerous maneuvers be discussed first. Estio paused guiltily and briefly apologized to his loyal comrades. The friend gave the leader a severe dressing down for his secrecy and lack of trust. Meanwhile, the girl was perplexed as to how these blockheads could trust so blindly. She thought gloomily about the fact that there was no one to trust in this world. Those around were still trembling, remembering the terrible rumors about the curse of blue dust. And then Estio revealed the truth, saying that it was not sand at all. Estio stunned everyone with the news that the deadly sand was tiny insects. The companion carefully examined the glowing bug frozen right on his finger. And then the tiny wings confirmed the leader's words about the true nature of the threat. The friend finally realized why Estio had risked so much outside the shield. The leader explained that beetles don't particularly like to think, scaring the little cactus. Suddenly, Mr. Ahura woke up and joyfully recognized the curse as that of old acquaintances. Cactus stated authoritatively that they were merely beneficial exfoliating insects. The kid explained that these cuties were simply cleaning the desert by eating all sorts of dead things. Ahuru sincerely did not understand why his friends had such distorted faces. The crowd of survivors began to whisper, wondering if it was finally possible to turn off the magical shield. The man and child were genuinely puzzled as to why the strange bugs weren't bothering them. Cactus authoritatively noted that these creatures are sometimes too lazy even to eat. The eyewitness was delighted by the news, but was stunned by the plant speaking from the pot. Estio explained that the insects attacked only because they were overcome with wild terror. In moments of panic, the survival instinct forced them to blindly attack everything living in sight. The guy peered into the glowing particles, sensing some hidden secret behind them. Mubian kindly asked the leader not to overdo it and to take care of his health. The blue-haired merry fellow noisily celebrated getting rid of this damned blue dust. The comrades exchanged barbs, rejoicing that the deadly nightmare in the desert was finally over. Suddenly, one brave man from the crowd demanded to confess where such knowledge came from. The prosecutor was outraged at how quickly the guy neutralized this insidious phenomenon. There were whispers in the crowd that the whole situation looked extremely suspicious. The man firmly stated that he no longer intended to listen to lies. Suddenly, he accused Estio of studying necromancy, which is prohibited by law. Meanwhile, necromancers were considered sinners who brought death through magic. However, an unfamiliar voice called these bold accusations complete nonsense. The companion coldly explained that the person in front of them was the leader of the Ignis Guild. She shamed the impudent man for attacking a man respected by the crown. The man turned pale and realized in horror his fatal mistake. Now he saw that Estio was wearing expensive clothes with powerful charms. The prosecutor turned cold, realizing his monstrous mistake and unconfirmed guess. He smiled nervously, his voice trembling as he clarified the status of the great leader of Ignis. Estio silently presented the sparkling brooch, finally confirming his high status. The leader asked dryly about his doubts, finally crushing the will of the impudent poor fellow. The companion seethed with rage, demanding that the boss harshly stop this nonsense. She indignantly scolded Estio, who didn't care about stupid gossip. The angry girl shouted that insulting the leader would dishonor the entire guild. And then she told me to my face that Ignis must not be tarnished. Mubian became nervous and suggested that they quickly send the glowing bugs away, but the guy snapped that the insects now simply have nowhere to return to. Estio noted gloomily that their departure would not save the frightened insects. He confirmed that the beetles around continued to suffer from intense fear. Meanwhile, one of the merchants delicately interrupted their difficult conversation. The crowd prayed for protection all the way to the village of the mysterious Turk tribe. Estio hesitantly suggested reaching the settlement first due to the unstable power. The little companion humbly promised Altanib to look after him again. Suddenly he walked away, hearing echoes of someone else's primal horror. The hero sincerely regretted that he could not help all the suffering souls. But in fact, they safely reached the vibrant settlement. The grateful merchant from Parima fervently swore eternal loyalty to his saviors. The merchant shook Estio's hand firmly in a sign of sincere gratitude. The girl reminded us of the need to quickly cross the dangerous side of the desert. As a parting gift, the old man handed the hero a mysterious sparkling sphere. Estio accepted the valuable gift, preparing to continue his long journey. Meanwhile, the voice of the stars warned the guy about the influence of powerful forces. The hero thanked her for the warning and asked Al-Sanib to be careful. The happy merchants waved cheerfully after their saviors. Soon, a sun-drenched city lay before the friends in the middle of the sands. The companion asked a local thug about the location of the Ignis Guild headquarters. The big man laughed heartily, noting the surprising timing of the guest's appearance. The giant happily grabbed Jose and dragged everyone to sign up for the guild. The big guy was curious if they were new employees of this local branch. Estio switched on the mode of rigid directness and stopped any unnecessary questions. The fellow traveler just laughed, enjoying such honesty from our serious hero. Meanwhile, Jose was surprised, considering this city an ordinary thoroughfare. The interlocutor explained that visiting traders and real guests are two different things. And then Estio gave out a database of the unique goals of each visitor. The man was stunned, because it was as if the guy had read his thoughts and soul. Jose asked why the hell the whole city was suddenly rushing to submit applications. Suddenly the thug hinted at something epic which alarmed all the locals. The big guy declared himself the city representative, which puzzled poor Jose quite a bit. The merry fellow introduced himself as Kelvin Turk and proudly confirmed his high status. The man allowed himself to be called Lord, although the imperial titles frankly amused him. Estio was amazed by the friendliness of the locals and his luck in finding the road. Meanwhile, Kelvin inquired about their knowledge of the mysterious sand in the desert. The satellites confirmed the encounter with the sand, causing the Lord to become quite worried. And then Estio added that they simply got out of the trap themselves. The Lord literally jumped in shock after hearing the news about the living nature of the curse. He wondered how the boys had managed to touch death and stay alive. Jose boasted about his leader, confirming the impeccable reputation of the great Ignis Guild. The hero complained about the blue sand and the strange tactics of the enraged monsters. His companion confirmed that the monsters seemed to attack according to a clear plan. The angry lord complained that the stubborn townspeople did not believe him at all. He decided not to whine, but to submit an official application to the guild. Meanwhile, the Ignis Guild took on any more or less feasible job. Soon, the company finally reached the majestic building of the branch in Turka. They were met by little Jinya, the manager of the guild branch in the city of Turk. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly, declaring the similarity of her abilities with the leader himself. But in reality, she had a masterful knack for charging her voice with powerful emotions. The team froze when they heard about the rare and dangerous gift of assimilating feelings. The leader was amazed, because he had never met people with such a gift before. But Jinya shook her head, acknowledging the weakness of her modest skills. The girl sincerely admired the guest's strength, considering his talents unsurpassed. And then the young man darkened, dryly taking into account her confession. Meanwhile, the comrade suggested moving quickly to the details of the request itself. Jinya formally addressed the Lord, wanting to finally hear the essence of the task. The man asked to investigate the mystery of the blue sand and strange insects. He laughed merrily, anticipating how he would delight his townspeople with this news. The manager was surprised why they didn't need help exterminating the monsters. The Lord proudly declared that Turk's warriors would be able to defend the house themselves. At parting, the Lord cheerfully promised personal assistance in any possible troubles. The company hastened to leave, leaving the noisy ruler finally alone. The assistant swallowed nervously, finding the local leader's behavior completely out of the ordinary. The guy's gaze fell on the mysterious mirror that held a sleeping spirit inside. Jinya warned that the dangerous double was sleeping and demanded complete silence. The leader sincerely wished the prisoner of the mirror to one day find freedom and happiness. But in fact, he already knew the perfect place for a hiding place. Jinya mentioned the ancient temple, although the furnishings there were extremely lousy. Among the endless dunes, the very same dilapidated building of the ancient temple appeared. Meanwhile, the blue sands and monsters have already begun to lay siege to this place. Jinya lamented that because of the monsters, people had completely forgotten the way to the temple. The hero immediately realized why the local lord was so desperately inviting them to visit. Apparently, that big guy really was desperate for new faces in town. It turned out that the girl had already conducted reconnaissance and dug up a ton of information about the anomaly. The companion was outraged that the guildmaster was brazenly bending the rules for the sake of this mission. Jinya only confirmed that she had received a special order to find out everything about the desert. And then the guys realized that they had been sent by the same person. The friend cursed silently, feeling like a pathetic pawn in a big game. Later, night fell, but the boy still couldn't close his eyes. But in fact, he had planned a sortie and quietly left his bed. The hero's path was blocked by a mysterious black cat who inquired about the purpose of his expedition. The young man froze for a moment, not expecting to encounter a talking-tailed obstacle. He simply replied dryly that it was completely unimportant. The boy walked away decisively, leaving the strange cat behind in the semi-darkness. But suddenly a voice from behind warned him of the mortal danger ahead. The leader turned around, suspecting his companion of long and secret surveillance. His comrade calmly explained that he was simply doing his duty. Meanwhile, the cat sarcastically remarked that he was only dragging his tail around. The green-haired boy tried to joke, but the naughty cat immediately rejected the nickname Blackie. The furry skeptic just yawned, confirming that security was still at its best. The companion noted that the desert is a lousy place for night walks. Estio admitted that sometimes a swarm of thoughts prevents his body from sleeping. The green-haired man told how on such nights he used to simply go hunting. The cat asked again about hunting with disbelief, not sharing human oddities. But what the guy really meant was a bloody massacre with monsters. Wherever the swordsman went, battles helped him throw everything out of his head. Suddenly, the companion asked Estio about the strange guesses after the meeting in the desert. He seriously admitted that someone could skillfully conduct the bloodthirsty creatures. In the end, both of them realized that these sands were much more dangerous than they had previously seemed. Meanwhile, the treacherous desert was preparing new, not the most pleasant surprises for the heroes. A sharp cry cut through the silence of the warehouse. Someone suddenly discovered the uninvited guests. The boys froze, noticing a strange, prickly cactus sticking out right from around the corner. The little cactus kicked up angrily, mistaking the guys in the dark for dangerous monsters. The prickly bully asked sarcastically if the three of them were planning to start a fight. The green-haired man calmly waved it off, calling their secret foray a simple night stroll. Estio suddenly asked his prickly interlocutor if he dreamed of returning home. The young man admitted that the journey to Galatia was hardly a voluntary decision. He looked closely at the baby, asking again about his desire to return. The cactus shook violently, assuring everyone around that an unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred. The plant began to doubt its family ties, believing that human love was something completely different. The baby opened up about how mom took them out, ripe, from the warm earth. The first thing he remembered was the hateful heat and deathly silence. But by chance, the cactus managed to travel around the world thanks to kind people. The poor guy had no idea where his brothers and beloved mom had ended up. At this time, the cart stubbornly made its way through the endless hot dunes. Estio nodded understandingly. Since the little one had no desire to return to his roots, Thorn gently pressed himself against his hand, confessing his sympathy for his savior. The companion ironically asked where Mr. Cactus was going alone in the dark. The proud rascal snorted that he had simply gone out to look for Estio, who had suddenly disappeared. The hero thanked his faithful friend, but forbade him to walk in dangerous solitude. Estio asked the cactus to wake someone else up in the future or wait for his return. The boy solemnly promised to always return to his little friend as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the company set off on a journey to escape the night cold. Soon, Estio decided to set out for the mysterious desert temple at dawn. He admitted that he wanted to know the reason for the sand insect's frightening fear. The prickly little fellow suddenly screamed out his fierce hatred for the little bugs. The friends silently continued their difficult journey through the night desert. Morning came, and the heroes once again found themselves at the threshold of the majestic branch. Jinya was upset that she hadn't had time to prepare for the foray into the temple, but she quickly organized a suitable means of transportation for the team. The team set out on their journey riding on giant desert crabs. Mubian ironically suggested to his dissatisfied companion that she get off if she was uncomfortable. The swordsman confidently declared that his strength would be quite sufficient for protection. Suddenly, the girl got angry and grabbed the monster's reins herself. Mubian relaxed, only lazily asking his companion to drive much more carefully. But in fact, she intended to make the guy deeply regret it. Meanwhile, the caravan of huge creatures stubbornly moved through the sands. The white monster Neju hugged the cactus, sincerely sympathizing with the poor crab. And then Estio decisively ordered the team to move only forward. Soon, the majestic walls of an ancient temple appeared before the travelers. A dilapidated, headless statue silently greeted guests in this abandoned place. The leader's companion asked doubtfully whether these were the ruins of an ancient temple. The guy looked around and gloomily admitted that he didn't feel the presence of people at all. Even the desert crabs were scared to death by the heavy atmosphere of this strange place. He suggested setting up a guild recruitment and thoroughly inspecting the entire suspicious area. The leader stepped decisively into the frightening darkness of the huge doorway between the columns. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed through the darkness, completely engulfing the hero's figure. The team entered, realizing that there was a complete lack of any trace of human activity here. And then the leader withdrew into himself, ignoring his surroundings and remaining silent. The alarmed partner called out to the leader, trying to pull him out of his deep, gloomy thoughts. Suddenly, desperate cries for salvation and a home began to sound in the leader's head. The partner timidly touched the hero's shoulder, trying to break his strange stupor. Suddenly, the leader rushed deeper, assuring everyone that he could hear the voices of people. The group began to descend a gloomy staircase, shrouded in dense ancient vegetation. The companions admired the grandeur of the temple, built by their ancestors without any magical help. Meanwhile, the girl became worried about the way back, doubting the commander's words. But in fact, the leader was absolutely sure that people were nearby. The guy confirmed that he could clearly hear voices coming straight from the darkness. From the frightening depths of the stairwell, ghostly cries for help were heard again. The companion became seriously alarmed by her leader's frighteningly heightened senses. Parker was horrified by the leader's frightening evolution as he pointed to the altar. The leader confidently pointed to an ancient platform covered with a red cloth. The group discussed the macabre customs of the ancients who sacrificed animals to the gods. The companion in green asked if such wild rituals were still practiced. The girl explained that previously, sacrifices were made with every prayer to the gods. Suddenly, the swordsman mentioned the terrible records of human sacrifices. Parker was horrified by stories of corpses in the dungeons. She naively hoped that it was just an ordinary funeral. The swordsman described living people sealed in coffins with magic powder. And then Parker screamed at the top of her voice, looking for survivors from the guild. Parker's mind suddenly filled with words about a god hearing someone's prayers. The girl happily confirmed that she, too, clearly heard voices from underground. The leader dropped to his knees, trying to find the exact source of the muffled noise. Putting his ear to the cold stones, he became aware of the absolute emptiness of the floor. Parker was horrified to wonder how the people had gotten trapped down there in the first place. Suddenly, the leader discovered a hidden handle right above the image of the tree. A moment later, the heavy slab moved away, revealing a dark passage to the group. A frightened figure in a light hood suddenly appeared from the opened hatch. The rescued man thanked the group fervently, acknowledging the nearness of a painful death from thirst. The fugitive explained that they were trapped because of the beetle attack. The leader suddenly asked the rescued man if they had that same blue sand with them. The frightened prisoner only desperately repeated about the need to immediately escape from here. Suddenly, he confessed that this temple was the residence of deadly creatures. The commander fell silent gloomily, pondering the meaning of the word about the enemy's mysterious lair. And then he finally realized the reason for the constant buzzing of insects in the ruins. Meanwhile, the green-clad swordsman discovered a hidden door just behind the altar. The rescued ones trembled in horror, begging not to touch the sealed room of the ancient gods. But the leader cold-bloodedly opened the entrance, spitting on all sacred prohibitions and legends. The fugitives were simply speechless with shock, looking at the frightening determination of this guy. There was indeed blue sand behind the door, causing the survivors to scream in delight. Parker asked if they would leave the survivors behind and was told they would. The leader froze in the shining opening, preparing to enter the mysterious dungeon. Inside, it turned out to be lighter than during the day, like in a fairy tale crystal cave. The hero doubted whether it was worth recklessly moving forward after completing the goal. Suddenly, he proposed a radical solution to burn down this terrible place. The group discussed how fire in the tunnels would greatly reduce the insect population. The companion reminded that these creatures eat people and there is no time to waste. But in fact, these monsters used to be quite peaceful creatures. And then he realized that he had to find out the reason for their frightening transformation. The partner clarified the plan, although the leader himself was not completely sure. He decided that he would only know the truth if he decided to go inside. The leader gave his companions permission not to follow him into the dangerous darkness. She wondered why the docile creatures suddenly turned into terrible monsters. The heroine angrily demanded to find out what exactly had changed the insects' hearts. She desperately cried out for help, causing the leader to turn to look at her in surprise. But in reality, the guy doubted the value of his current abilities. Suddenly, the entire team froze, blinded by the incredible sight right in front of them. Suddenly, a colossal mountain of pure shining gold appeared before them. The winged companion screamed in delight, anticipating a life of unreal wealth. But the swordsman quickly cooled his ardor, reminding him of the palace's rights to the relics. Parker was puzzled as to where so much gold came from in God's temple. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, thinking about the strangeness of the treasure in the secret place. Suddenly, he jokingly suggested that beetles were born from gold. Meanwhile, he noticed that there were no insects near the treasures. And then he realized that the creepy bugs were afraid of the glitter of gold. The companion suggested that they had found an old secret storage facility. The swordsman chuckled as he explained to his friend that priests also needed to live. Suddenly, his companion called his words blasphemy due to her lack of faith. She asked ironically if he really believed in God now. The guy explained that the religion of nobles is decided even before their birth. The swordsman honestly admitted that he believed in divine intervention. The leader suddenly froze, amazed by the strange picture that opened up before him. Suddenly, the word about the box sounded clearly in his head. He sat down and told his companion that the beetles were whispering about a certain box. Parker, taken aback, asked in confusion what exactly the leader meant. Meanwhile, an elegant chest containing a huge stone appeared before them. And then the hero noticed that the behavior of the insects around him had changed dramatically. The chest swung open, blinding the team with bright light and golden radiance. But the seasoned warrior objected, claiming that it was not gold at all. In fact, inside lay the legendary scale of the mighty yellow dragon. The swordsman asked the cactus about the scales of that very yellow dragon. The shining artifact, unlike the fish scales, possessed the most powerful magical power. Ahuru confirmed that the dragons created magic and filled each scale with it. Meanwhile, the swordsman inquired about specific examples of the effects of this ancient magic. And then Parker was horrified by the thought of turning peaceful creatures into enemies. Cactus cheerfully confirmed the hero's guess about the dark side of this artifact. The swordsman annoyedly admitted that the yellow dragon was once again to blame for everything. To save the situation, Ahuru suggested simply breaking the damned scale. Amazed, Parker asked her little companion about the source of his incredible knowledge. In fact, Ahura inherited all these memories from his mother. Suddenly, the cactus told about a mother who lived in the age of dragons. She personally communicated with the lizards and learned their innermost secrets. And then he realized that the acuminates were united in their memories. It turned out that only a true dragon is capable of defeating another formidable beast. Meanwhile, it became clear that only Estio could handle the task. The guy resolutely agreed, but his tailed companion suddenly expressed a sharp protest. The cat warned of danger because dragon scales are not simple things. She noted ironically that this legendary armor was suspiciously easy to break. It turned out that Estio had received a request to investigate matters in the Turkic desert. In the end, the companion suggested that he simply reveal the truth and go away. The guy decided to take a risk because this blue sand was simply mowing down everyone. The cat noticed that even the unfortunate insects were forced to commit terrible evil. Meanwhile, Tsuki asked if he would really put himself in harm's way because of some bugs. Estio snapped that he couldn't ignore the trouble since he was nearby. The tailed one honestly admitted that she was simply wildly worried about his skin. And then he warmly thanked his friend for her sincere support. But there was a hitch. The guy had no idea how to break this thing. While he was puffing over the artifact, the girl caught the leader in an awkward moment. Suddenly, the cat commanded him to finally use his hidden power. Only Estio doubted that his power would really help in this situation. Tsuki clarified that she meant his special mental ability. But the guy doubted it because he only read living hearts. The tailed one insisted on her own, telling him to just take a risk. Suddenly, the artifact in Estio's hands flashed with a blinding light. His companion was stunned when he destroyed the scales of the legendary yellow dragon. Meanwhile, the warrior waited for the insect's magic to instantly dissipate. And then he suddenly froze, feeling some strange tension. Suddenly, the whole team had a very bad feeling about something. The green-haired girl panicked and prayed for the hero to stop this chaos. The young man replied that he needed time to gain complete control. The heroine fell into a wild panic, not understanding how to clear up this chaos. Suddenly, Estio fell asleep, submitting to the will of the magical artifact. He was greatly amazed at the oblivion, feeling how his consciousness was rapidly fading. Meanwhile, a voice was heard in the darkness, tenderly greeting the sleeping youth. Estio recalled these sounds, trying to recognize old acquaintances in them. And then they called him Shuhanan, completely confusing the poor fellow. It turned out that Ro Aran from the mysterious Black Clan was standing in front of him. The boy lazily asked again about her strange origin, showing no fear. The girl was genuinely delighted at the opportunity to finally make friends among her peers. Estio realized that the dragon scales had pulled him into someone else's memories. The blonde muttered resentfully that he was no longer a child. Ro Aran just teased him because he looked tiny. Shuhanan admitted that he adopted a cute appearance for the sake of people. The curious girl bombarded him with questions about the new world. But the guy snapped that he couldn't stand humanity. Meanwhile, he added that he came purely for fun. And then Ro Aran suddenly heard her name being called. The little girl promised to come back to listen to new stories. The guy snorted after her, calling his acquaintance terribly annoying. But in reality, they were just having a fun time. The children lay carefree in the grass, admiring the delicate flowers. Shuhanan asked his friend why she liked people so much. She just smiled warmly, calling humanity truly sweet. Meanwhile, Shuhanan remembered the mental powers of the Black Clan. Ro Aran confirmed that she could hear his heartbeat perfectly well. It turned out she knew every word he wanted to say. And then she asked him directly about his love for humanity. Shuhanan instantly blushed deeply at such an unexpected question. The guy admitted that he fell in love with them only for her sake. Finally, Ro Aran decided to explain the reason for her tender feelings. Ro Aran explained to her friend that they were born to be mediators of this world. Blacks were full of love for all living things from birth. Meanwhile, they literally shared each other's thoughts and deep emotions. And then she was sincerely surprised how it was possible not to love people at all. After all, even an ordinary lotus flower seemed incredibly cute to her. Suddenly, Shuhanan returned, stepping onto the grass again after a long time. The friend happily asked why he had made her wait so long. However, Shuhanan looked unusually gloomy and was clearly not telling the whole story. He dryly conveyed the Lord's order to never approach people again. It turned out that all the dragons decided to leave this world forever. The map confirmed that they too were soon to leave these lands. And then Shuhanan gloomily ordered her to stop loving people forever. The girl apologized and flatly refused to leave, deciding to stay at home. Suddenly, the guy shouted out his stubborn girlfriend's name in a rage. Poor Ro Aran flinched violently at his sudden and powerful roar. Meanwhile, he immediately cooled down and awkwardly asked her for forgiveness. He promised to stay by her side if she was determined not to leave. Then he insistently demanded one very important oath from her. She swore that none of them would leave here alone. Estio realized that these fragments of memory were not yet enough for understanding. Estio wondered why Ro Aran had so brazenly broken her old promise. It turned out that the blacks were born only to love all living things. The hero stood frozen in the darkness, painfully trying to understand the true meaning of love. Suddenly he realized the hatred in him was kindled by the ugliness of those around him. Meanwhile, the guy admitted that he is still wildly afraid of strength. He smiled sadly, wondering if he would become as bright. And then the whole team finally woke up, coming to their senses. The cat gently asked if her owner had truly had a good dream. The tailed one ironically noted that she didn't know about the dreams of the other guys. And the cactus squeaked with delight that he had finally met his mother in his dream. Rang still hasn't woken up, remaining in an abnormally deep sleep. The man in green suggested waiting a little longer for her to wake up. Meanwhile, concerns were raised that they were just wasting their time. Estio asked Neju to carefully carry his sleeping companion on his back. The white monster agreed, but doubted that the girl would like such an idea. Then the swordsman in green himself lifted his ally to carry her forward. Just before leaving, Estio suddenly voiced a special request to his friends. He insistently asked them not to tell anyone in the village about the treasure. The companion sincerely did not understand the motives and wanted to know the reason for the secrecy. But in fact, Estio remembered an important conversation between children from the past. In his dream, the boy saw strange fragments of the yellow dragon's memories. He guessed that the ancient temple occupied a special place in his memory. The hero didn't want to touch anything there without the owner's permission. And finally, he decided to leave a magic mirror with a spirit in the temple. After some time, the friend swore to keep his secret sacredly. The mission was a success, as the leader finally fully harnessed his power. He assured his companions that now his power would no longer harm anyone. But there was a problem. Miss Rang still hadn't woken up. It was simply impossible to drag her through the portal in such a state. Suddenly, the hero decided to personally enter her dream to save her. His companions doubted the idea, but the guy still decided to take the risk. The nasty cactus grumbled that Rang despised all non-humans in the world. The prickly friend remembered how many animals she had managed to kill before. Estio ironically clarified the presence of a nose in the plant that smelled the blood. Meanwhile, the guy called on Ahura to shut up and stop this argument. He admitted that the girl would not change even after their rescue. But deep down, the hero considered what happened to be only his fault. The black cat kindly invited his friend to go into this dream together. Estio nodded briefly, accepting the help of his faithful furry companion. Finally, he touched the sleeping woman's forehead, starting the dangerous process of immersion. Magical energy flared under the boy's palm, starting a complex mental connection. The radiance instantly engulfed the heroes, finally transporting them into the world of dreams. And then Estio found himself in a quiet bamboo forest. It turned out that even a cat can't simply track down its owner here. Meanwhile, the furry companion explained that the search would have to be done only by intuition. But suddenly the hero had an idea and decided to apply his folk ingenuity. The boy deftly broke off a bamboo stalk to use as a pointer. He concentrated, hoping for luck in this strange way of searching. Eventually, a fallen branch showed them the way deeper into the dense thicket. When the cat questioned him, Estio calmly replied that he had gained wisdom from books. The cat explained that in the dream world, even strange methods work perfectly. However, Estio reminded that this requires the desire of the owner of the dream himself. Suddenly, the furry companion declared that the guy himself was capable of controlling his dreams. The hero realized that his new ability now seemed frighteningly obvious. In his thoughts, he wondered what he was becoming and who dragons were. The guy withdrew so deeply into himself that he completely stopped hearing his friend. And then the cat let out a loud cry, causing Estio to flinch in surprise. The pet was outraged by his inattention and asked what he was thinking about. But in fact, a little girl in a bright dress appeared in front. Estio froze, stunned by this sudden encounter in the middle of the bamboo forest. Little Birang looked around in confusion among the tall bamboo stalks. Estio froze, amazed by the sight of such a young and innocent version of the warrior. He picked up the yellow ball, guessing the purpose of her long search. But the girl passed by without noticing her toy. Suddenly, the little one took off and quickly disappeared into the thicket. There she came across a wounded tiger and politely greeted it. The cat explained that this beast was a powerful divine being. Birang was genuinely concerned when she noticed the deep, bloody wounds on the predator. She stroked the animal sympathetically, asking about its severe pain. Birang invited the tiger to her home, promising to heal all his wounds. The divine beast only silently looked at his savior with a wise gaze. Soon, Mr. White Tiger slowly walked away, leaving the girl alone. Adult Rang bitterly admitted that she should have left him there. The girl blamed herself for the pain her clan had experienced because of the beast. She bitterly regretted trusting the mysterious divine being. Meanwhile, Rang asked Estio to simply call her by her first name. The guy explained his visit by his girlfriend's long sleep and genuine concern. The beauty coldly asked the guest to leave, not wanting his intrusive care. However, Estio firmly stated that he felt personally responsible for her fate. The hero sincerely apologized for trapping the girl in this endless nightmare. Rang defiantly asked who had decided that she wanted to leave. She looked at her past self, beaming with pure happiness. Suddenly, little Birang joyfully threw herself into the arms of her beloved mother. The girl asked him how many times he thought she had had a nightmare. That damned beast from the forest destroyed her entire happy family. She cursed furiously the beast that couldn't even protect the king. And then the house was engulfed in flames while the divine tiger simply watched. The girl was the only survivor in that terrible and bloody ashes. The king's army soon arrived, but instead of helping, it brought only grief. Her family was declared traitors for kidnapping a divine being from the palace. The Rang family was unfairly branded as traitors without even hearing their justification. And while this madness was happening, the damned beast only watched indifferently. He simply stood by while the girl's relatives were cold-bloodedly slaughtered right before his eyes. That's why this false dream seemed like a real paradise to her. She suddenly smiled sincerely and quietly thanked Estio for this moment. The guy froze in confusion, not knowing how to react to such a change. Meanwhile, the cat reasonably noted that the gods do not kill animals without reason. Estio offered to help again, but the angry warrior rudely cut him off. Rang, in a rage, cursed the mad country and the creatures she did not understand. And then the hero resolutely grabbed her hand, forbidding her to surrender to death. Estio prayed sincerely that Birang would choose life over oblivion. The image of her mother, begging her to survive, surfaced in the girl's memory. Suddenly, the guy promised to find Tiger and punish all the traitors. He squeezed her palms tightly, asking her to never run away again. Birang stood frozen in stupor from such sincere and important words. The hero called her to meet the king and tell him about her sorrow. The beauty still had doubts, not understanding the true motives of this leader. But in reality, Estio simply wanted to help with all his heart. Finally, the girl trusted him and asked him to wake her up quickly. And then both suddenly woke up in reality to the screams of their friends. Estio suggested that his friends take a rest before returning to headquarters tomorrow. Miss Rang suddenly became embarrassed and quietly thanked her savior. Her companions were wildly surprised by her politeness, jokingly mentioning her imminent death. The girl remembered the leader's promise to meet with the white tiger for her. However, the cursed divine beast only desired power over all people. A friend in green remarked that she simply needed more support. Meanwhile, there was an unexpected knock on the door, interrupting their quiet conversation. A courier burst into the room with an official and urgent order from the master. Estio looked suspiciously at the card with the laconic inscription of the mysterious sender. The action moves to Ravito Castle, the main headquarters of the powerful Ignis Guild. The silver-haired girl joyfully greeted the leader, literally beaming with genuine happiness. She praised the boys for the desert, while they suspected her of treachery. The beauty confirmed with a laugh that she had dropped them off in that wilderness on purpose. The hero became nervous when he heard congratulations on his sudden strengthening. The empire became unsettled as the princes and princess began an open war. The court was divided into camps, and some heirs even formed a secret alliance. It seems the emperor's patience has run out and he is no longer willing to tolerate this. The green-clad swordsman sarcastically suggested what the ruler's next move would be. To stop the internal squabbles, he will simply blame someone else. In reality, the first target in a major war will be the Eastern continent. The friends wondered whether they would have to fight because of their obligations to the palace. The turquoise-haired guy became worried. Was it really time for even the office workers to pack their things? But the foreman stunned everyone by deciding to send the ordinary clerks on vacation. She's just uncomfortable working in a crowd because she's constantly anxious. The silver-haired girl seriously asked the leader not to get involved in the war under any circumstances. The young man nodded understandingly, realizing that it was better not to act heroically now. She suggested that he too go somewhere far away for a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the girl narrowed her eyes slyly, preparing another surprise. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand tightly, causing him to feel shocked. The leader was completely at a loss, not understanding the true motives of his unpredictable ally. The silver-haired girl thanked Mubian and told him to return to protecting those in need. But the faithful guard insisted that his place was next to the true lord. Meanwhile, Higara ordered the leader to act boldly, promising to always be nearby. Finally, the Duke promised to return to the team at the first opportunity. The stern Miss Rang also got ready to go, leaving the turquoise-haired man completely perplexed. She decided to prepare for war and reminded the leader of his promise. The girl added that she would follow him without delay at any moment. When everyone had left, the friends curiously asked the leader about his plans. And then the master whispered about the island of Iliya, which hides the secret of its origin. She smiled mysteriously and added that the final choice was his. Estio set his sights on Iliya, and Parker happily invited himself into the dangerous company. The guy asked if his friend really wanted to spend his vacation like that. Parker beamed as he confessed his long-held dream of seeing the island. The long walk through the forest vividly reminded them of the beginning of their first adventure. The leader apologized for the delay, but Parker considered it a great part of the holiday. Meanwhile, it began to get dark rapidly, painting the sky in crimson tones. The friends began looking for a place to stay for the night, but their furry companions suddenly interrupted them. The pet warned Estio in fear about a very strange noise ahead. A groan came from the forest thicket, as if a huge monster had been wounded somewhere. Estio ordered Parker to scout the area, and he immediately spread his wings. Parker circled above the forest, looking from above for the source of the suspicious noise. And then he noticed something frightening, and his face changed dramatically. He shouted to the commander about a hole 30 meters to the north. At the bottom lay a wounded unicorn, bleeding in the rays of the sunset. The friends surrounded the poor man, realizing that this was the work of a hunter. Parker didn't have any medicine, so Estio asked for something spicy. Suddenly, the faithful companion snatched up the dagger and handed it to the leader. The hero decisively slashed the blade across his palm without making a sound. The wounded animal began to greedily lick the drops of blood from his palm. Estio looked wearily at the stars, finishing the ritual for the day. The unicorn came to his senses, surprised by the complete absence of pain after the wounds. Neju let out a joyful cry when he noticed that their new acquaintance had finally woken up. The poor thing was terrified, mistaking the white fluffy thing for a dangerous forest predator. She jumped to the side, preferring death to a new meeting with people. The forest was filled with the unicorn's shrill cry, which scared the good Neju to death. Sitting by the fire, Estio tried to understand the reason for such a violent reaction. The leader reassured his friend, attributing the beast's fear to the horror he had recently experienced. Suddenly, the unicorn froze, recognizing this calm voice from the past. She feverishly recalled where she had heard these intonations many years ago. Estio gently extended his hand, promising to heal and protect the unfortunate creature. The unicorn, with tears in her eyes, asked her savior who he was. Estio introduced himself, and the beast smelled a painfully familiar scent. In gratitude for saving her, she gently touched his hand. Meanwhile, the motley company inspired in her a feeling of deep trust. She remembered the cruel hunters who hated all other creatures. Neju philosophically noted that this hostility was always mutual. But in fact, he himself used to be a monster. The unicorn was surprised by such revelations, but was forced to agree. And then Estio ordered everyone to rest before the dawn rush. The strange allies fell asleep by the fire under the cover of the quiet night. Suddenly, someone's voice asked Estio why he was still awake. The guy admitted to insomnia and turned the question to Tsuki's cat. He naively believed that this place in the forest was completely safe. However, the tailed grumbler skeptically stated that ideal shelters do not exist. Meanwhile, Tsuki advised him to finally stop blindly trusting everyone. Estio quietly called her name, causing the cat to look genuinely surprised. He remembered the legendary dragon Shuhanen's hatred of people. And then Kai's threat to one day destroy the world came to mind. The young man stroked his companion affectionately, but she sensed another reason for her anxiety. Estio looked very gloomy because bad premonitions were bothering him greatly. Estio was tormented by the question of whether the mysterious Ro Aran had actually died. Meanwhile, he wondered if she had betrayed her ally Shuhanen. There were many thoughts, but the cat advised me to simply read someone else's mind. Suddenly, Tsuki realized that the guy was planning something truly crazy. The hero was determined to meet that maddened dragon in person. The cat asked about the plan of action after such a dangerous mind reading. It seems Estio didn't have a plan, but his friend warned him about the danger. She grumbled, advising him to stop blindly empathizing with all creatures. The tailed one suddenly caught herself thinking that she, too, sympathized with the leader. The group walked forward cheerfully, because now the unicorn was definitely with them. The unicorn was amazed at how quickly her deep wounds from yesterday had healed. Estio decided to remain silent, not knowing how to explain the power of his blood. Parker naively asked about the finish, but was immediately disappointed. They still had 5 huge peaks to overcome before reaching their goal. Meanwhile, Neju was completely horrified by this prospect. But Parker cheerfully declared that he knew one very clever way. The group emerged onto a forest path, bathed in the bright light of the morning sun. Suddenly, the unicorn sharply increased her speed, preparing to jump. She called on everyone to soar into the sky, literally lifting themselves off the ground. Parker doubted his success, but the unicorn confidently promised to help her friends. The blue unicorn gratefully asked Estio if he could repay him for his help. Suddenly, the boy became alert, hearing the distinct clatter of hooves in the silence. Estio heard a growing noise and informed his friends of someone's imminent approach. The little fluffy thing with the cactus screamed joyfully, pointing its finger straight at the sky. A whole squad of unicorns gracefully swooped down from the fluffy clouds onto the ground. The golden Pegasus landed, and the blue mare immediately recognized him as the elder. The elder sternly remarked that the birds had warned him about human hunting, but the rescued woman stood up for her friends, begging them to take them to Elio Island. And then the leader abruptly cut off that people were forbidden from entering their territory. She objected hotly, because it was these people who had saved her life today. The elder asked doubtfully whether people had really saved her life. The leader did not smell blood and was amazed at the complete absence of wounds. She confirmed that the guy instantly healed her fatal injury with magic. The Pegasi began to whisper, because only the creator of their race could heal something like this. And then the true essence of Estio, the great dragon, was reflected in the leader's pupil. The amazed elder came closer and asked what the man's name was. The young man calmly stated his name, enduring the golden Pegasus's heavy gaze. Suddenly the leader froze, finally realizing the scale of the personality of the hero standing before him. The great beast bowed humbly, welcoming Estio as the last heir to the higher powers. The traveler's gaze fell upon a legendary floating island, literally teeming with magical creatures. The elder was surprised by the guest's reaction, explaining that he often receives flying creatures. The fellow traveler enthusiastically admitted that city life had made him unaccustomed to miracles. Suddenly, the unicorn looked intently at Estio, recognizing his exceptional interest. The proud beast whispered that he was the heir of the legendary dragon, heightening the intrigue. The elder pulled Estio aside, amazed at his completely human appearance. In fact, this sparkling pond served as a cradle for unicorns. The leader dreamed of showing the holy place to Lady Ro-Arin, who saved the lives of the heavenly steeds. And then Estio coldly snapped that he was not that lady at all. The elder bowed respectfully, hailing the youth as the true heir of the great black dragon. Meanwhile, Estio grimly muttered that he had not chosen this title. The ancient pond contained the powerful mana of the great yellow dragon. The magical waters were constantly nourished by the dazzling light of the heavenly sun. Estio finally understood how Pegasi were born in this sacred place. The elder bitterly admitted that the reserves of magical energy had completely depleted. As it turned out, it was the black dragon's mana that always gave life to the Pegasi. The elder lamented that after the lady's departure, there was no one to give mana to. The leader prayed that Estio would share his personal magic with the pond. However, the guide dryly replied that he could not fulfill this request. Estio explained that his connection with the dragon was structured completely differently, and then he suddenly dropped a strange black stone into the sparkling water. The elder did not argue and humbly accepted the young man's refusal. Suddenly, Estio asked if they were talking about Lord Shuhanan. Kirin was surprised because the Lord had never spoken about this man. It turned out that Shuhanan wanted to destroy everything that was dear to Lady Ro-Arin. Estio asked the reason, but the elder only remembered the Lord as once kind. The golden Pegasus introduced himself and asked to be called simply Kirin. Estio asked point blank if the Lord had really killed his beloved. Kirin laughed indignantly, cursing the human passion for vile gossip. In fact, their hearts were one. If one dies, both will perish. And then Estio realized, if the Lord was alive, then the lady was alive too. Kirin admitted that he could feel the closed eyes of his creator, Lady Ro-Arin. But her heart was still beating, which left Estio stunned. Pegasus said that dragons pass their hearts to their heir before they die. He immediately sensed in Estio the aura of a lady who had lived through many generations. The guy grabbed his chest in shock, trying to digest this crazy revelation. Could he really be the very heir who beats to the rhythm of Ro-Arin's heart? The dates didn't match. The lady had died 1,000 years ago. Estio was 19 years old. And then he froze. How many centuries had he spent inside the egg? Kirin explained that it was not the Lord who had killed the lady, but human betrayal. Estio grimly muttered that now it was vitally important for him to think everything through. Kirin decided to leave the guy alone with his heavy thoughts and flew away. The black cat looked intently at Estio, quietly calling his name. The cat kindly asked him not to cry, sincerely sympathizing with his grief. Estio burst into tears, unable to contain the overwhelming emotions and bitter tears. And then he realized that she had always been there and protected him. Estio sniffled while his companion urged him to calm down quickly. The cat rubbed anxiously against his legs, again checking on the condition of its owner. Suddenly the idyll was interrupted, and the heroes sensed something was wrong in the sky. Estio turned around sharply, hearing the clang of metal and the cries of wounded animals. The hunters brazenly attacked the herd, capturing the unicorns in crude iron shackles. The aggressive blonde ordered his men to catch only small unicorns. He allowed large animals to be mercilessly killed, regardless of losses. A sharp explosion made the heroes look around in horror. Estio's companion was amazed to see wingless riders in the sky. The frightened unicorn panicked and pointed to a new danger in the clouds. It turned out that the avians were treacherously helping people chain up magical creatures. The frightened cactus warned that this was far from the worst disaster. The knight bared his teeth, revealing the symbol of the sacred palace itself on his cloak. The friends immediately realized that the detachment had arrived on direct orders from the bishop. The stern captain ordered the soldiers to silently carry out the will of their master. The commander ordered Lipe to magically amplify his voice for a loud announcement. The blond man loudly declared Elio to be the territory of the Empire and the sacred palace. Meanwhile, the blue mare furiously objected that there were no owners here. Suddenly, the knight swung his sword, considering any disagreement an act of blasphemy. He glared madly, promising the heretics inevitable and cruel reprisals. The warrior then delivered a sharp blow, releasing destructive magical energy. And then a powerful lightning bolt literally incinerated a piece of the sacred island. One of the knights became frightened and asked if the captain wanted to destroy everything. In fact, this attack has already destroyed half of Elio's territory. The unicorn shuddered as he realized the utter vileness of the sacred palace's methods. The knight seriously doubted whether the current chaos on the island should be considered an uprising. Estio's companion waved his arms desperately, begging the aggressors to stop the attack immediately. The boy cried out that Elio was the last refuge for poor creatures. He implored the invaders not to turn the sacred heavenly island into a battlefield. The wounded hunter, in a rage, ordered the wild creatures to get out of the way as quickly as possible. The sudden flash made the young man close his eyes and cover his face with his hands in horror. His eyes reflected genuine shock at the realization of the bloody massacre that had begun. The deadly arrow pierced the flesh, and the blue unicorn fell to the ground with a scream. The boy rushed towards the wounded mare in despair, breaking the silence with a loud cry. The captain scolded the hunter, but he justified himself by citing the victim's accidental jump under fire. The blond man in armor cursed that he had dragged these hunters along with him in vain. Suddenly, he realized with horror that his body no longer obeyed him. A gloomy brunette appeared in the middle of the clearing, and a cat and a unicorn stood frozen next to him. A shadow enveloped the boy as he coldly decided the fate of the captives. The companion suggested simply erasing their memories and letting them all go their separate ways. But he gloomily retorted that half measures would definitely not solve their problem. His gaze grew heavy as he casually suggested simply killing everyone. The girl shuddered with fear, not recognizing her former friend in this monster. He only quietly apologized to Parker, looking up at the serene blue sky. And then the guy turned away, completely confused in his search for his truth. The enormous Shuhanan loomed over the floating island, jealously guarding his domain. Meanwhile, he clenched his fist, cursing the use of animals for anger. Estio assured that the unicorn would survive thanks to his own magical blood. The wounded animal only quietly whispered the name of its savior in response. And then, at Estio's command, the unicorn began to rise hesitantly. The boy gently touched the muzzle, asking for advice about the fate of the impudent hunters. He promised to fulfill any wish of the beast, as long as it was satisfied. The observer noted that this boy had frighteningly strong mental abilities. Meanwhile, his fiery gaze reminded the knight of the bishop's eerie aura. And in the sky flew the guild commander Ignis, wanted by the mysterious church leader. The red-haired girl remembered the rumors that the stranger could look into other people's hearts. And then she realized that this dangerous monster was definitely not human. But in fact, the guy was frighteningly reminiscent of that same creepy bishop. The partner tried to laugh it off, but the captain's words rang too true. Suddenly, the pink-haired man turned pale, realizing the seriousness of their lousy situation. The blonde finally felt that the damned numbness had passed and he was free. Meanwhile, the commander ordered the immediate activation of the destructive combat form of the stigmata. The girl plunged into a bright glow, releasing the power of her magical blade. The knight drew his sword, deciding to first draw blood from the insolent foreigners. And then the floating island shook from the first crushing blow. The powerful explosion left Estio and his companions barely able to stand on their feet. Suddenly, through the veil of smoke, the girl saw something truly terrible. It turned out that only the unfortunate hunters perished in this massacre. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice addressed the leader of the Ignis Guild with pathos. Ruberius arrogantly declared that he had simply decided to speed up this protracted process. The Holy Knight introduced himself as the island's defender, sent by order of the new bishop. Estio immediately realized that without an official ceremony, the bishop had no power. And then the guy realized that in front of him were the faithful followers of Shuhanan. The mighty guard stood frozen with his sword drawn, awaiting his opponent's next move. And then Ruberi laughed loudly, sincerely amazed at the young commander's intelligence. Ruberius decided to kill the heir so that he would not interfere with the new bishop. He rushed into the attack with delight, wanting to quickly shed someone else's blood. Suddenly, the Holy Knight was taken aback, as his deadly attack was easily repelled. Meanwhile, a huge black tiger named Tsuki jumped out to protect his master. The blonde almost fell off his feet from the wild power of this beast. He was genuinely amazed that the sacred blade did not even wound this monster. Tsuki let out such a deafening roar that everyone around him had their ears covered. A powerful push threw Ruberius back, causing him to retreat in disgrace. And then the knight grinned, appreciating the fact that the boy had such a cool guard. Then Estio stroked the tiger, quietly asking him to slow down a little. Tsuki was outraged by the attempt to kill the owner, but Estio only calmed the predator. The tigress was perplexed by the guy's calmness, because the scoundrel wanted his blood. Estio confidently stated that it was impossible to hurt him, causing Tsuki to become wary. The guy mysteriously explained that it was not about reading someone else's heart. It turned out that he was able to look into the very wounded soul of the enemy sword. Suddenly, Lipa began to transform, leaving the Holy Knight completely confused. An angry Ruberius shouted that he had not ordered the sword to take on human form. The red-haired warrior looked closely at the stranger and asked his name. He briefly introduced himself to Estio, maintaining an absolute and icy calm on his face. Meanwhile, the guy promised that he would not cause the warrior any harm. The defeated knight, in a rage, ordered Lipek to return to him immediately. But the impudent sword girl flatly refused to obey her former master. Meanwhile, Estio was sincerely perplexed as to why she had suddenly chosen his side. Taking a closer look, he noticed that the warrior's appearance was frighteningly reminiscent of Ro-Aran. The beauty admitted that she feels the same ancient dragon aura in the guy. It turned out that Shuanan and Ro-Aran were once connected by a special closeness. And then Estio realized with a shudder the truth about his true origin. Lost in thought, he simply ordered the Holy Knights to leave immediately. Ruberi was taken aback when the boy confirmed that he would not take his life. Estio dryly retorted that the cause of his anger was long dead. Estio was sincerely glad that all his loved ones were finally safe. Then he ordered that the news of his imminent visit be conveyed to Shuhanan. The guy decisively added that he had accumulated a lot of pressing questions for the keeper. A couple of weeks later, the heroes settled into a quiet and cozy mansion. The green-haired man grumbled that their well-deserved rest had once again been brazenly interrupted by the news. The newspapers wrote about wars and the complete chaos going on everywhere. The friend decided to stay here until the long-awaited return of his old acquaintance. Estio silently brought a fresh batch of his culinary experiments on a tray. The strange black cookies were steaming, hinting at vigorous activity in the kitchen. The young man crunched on the treat with gusto, confirming that he had not been idle. The companion asked if Estio was worried about Sermubian. The young man shrugged his shoulders calmly, as if to say that there was no reason to panic yet. A friend recalled his words about the absence of bad news as a sign. Estio devoured the cookies, not doubting his ally's well-being for a moment. Suddenly, an insistent knock on the window unceremoniously broke into the cozy silence. The companion jumped in surprise, wondering if his comrade had heard the sound. He peered warily through the glass, looking out for an intruder outside. Meanwhile, his facial expression changed to a grimace of pure horror. And then a gloomy cemetery of angels by the tree appeared before my eyes. A winged figure lurked among the tombstones, evoking thoughts of the sinister. The messenger brought an urgent message from the master to the guild commander. He sympathetically noted that the hero's vacation had been unusually difficult. The boy announced the start of the Great Light Pillar ceremony in the new year. Estio lay in bed, pondering the terrifying power of the new bishop. It turned out that the priest's influence was now almost equal to the power of the emperor himself. The young man was puzzled why he received the invitation instead of the ruler. He was tormented by the question of whether Shuhanan knew about his true nature. He realized with a stern expression that the keeper still didn't know about Ro-Aran's death. Estio tried in vain to understand the true motives of this strange invitation. Tsuki quietly whispered that she had a very bad feeling. Tsuki persistently dissuaded Estio from this crazy and extremely dangerous undertaking. However, the guy firmly decided that he had to go to the very end. And then the cat sadly admitted her powerlessness to protect her best friend. Estio gently picked up Tsuki, promising to cope with all the difficulties on his own. He gently hugged his partner, asking her not to worry anymore. But in fact, Tsuki silently sensed the imminent approach of a terrible storm. The last day of the year arrived, painting the sky in the bloody tones of sunset. Meanwhile, loyal comrades were already waiting for the team at the huge gates. The turquoise-haired guy happily waved his hand, greeting his dear commander. Estio was genuinely surprised to unexpectedly meet his old friend Kai before the final. The white-haired beauty warmly welcomed Estio after a very long separation. Estio nodded politely in response, although he clearly felt a slight tension. And then Kai admitted that he would not abandon his friend before an important meeting. The girl noticed the lack of security and resolutely offered to help along the way. Suddenly, Kai hesitated awkwardly, acknowledging the obvious benefits of such company. The guy made comical excuses because he was actually really scared. Meanwhile, the companion turned to Estio, getting into a serious mood. In the distance, a majestic palace appeared, where the fates of many people were decided today. She swore to accompany the hero and protect him from any danger. But in fact, the girl was afraid of a trick even at the official ceremony. Estio decided not to tell his companion about his connection with Shuhanan for now. They hadn't seen each other for 19 years, so the guy ordered everyone to move out. As he approached the hall, Estio began to be tormented by doubts about his old friend. The guy thought gloomily that his ally might no longer need him at all. The team finally saw Elysium, striking the imagination with its divine radiance. Kai looked around, genuinely surprised by the frightening absence of people in the hall. This time, everything looked different, causing the friends to become seriously wary. The companion immediately realized that something bad had clearly happened in the palace. The protective candles dimmed, opening the way for the servants of the treacherous new bishop. Meanwhile, the detachment moved forward cautiously, expecting a sudden attack from the enemy. Suddenly, the guy heard a terrible howl in the middle of a frightening dead silence. The guy was scared of the monster Shuhanan, but his companion only laughed cheerfully. The girl ironically noted that it was just a cute little dog. The guy was completely taken aback by such a strange definition of a predator. But in fact, the monster was already grinning and drooling hungry, viscous saliva. The shadow of a huge beast howled ominously against the clear, starry sky. Before them appeared the majestic Nebesius, the legendary guardian of this ancient shrine. Neju enthusiastically compared the horned giant to a beautiful and fabulous unicorn. Meanwhile, to the guy, this guard looked more like an enraged and dangerous bear. The heavenly protector rushed swiftly along the columns, guarding this holy place. The companion confidently stated that this beast would not attack without reason. Meanwhile, the guy nervously asked if his friends were really sure of this. Suddenly, the monster growled ominously, flashing its red, furious eyes. And then the guy in panic shouted that he was surrendering immediately. But in reality, the beast only roared deafeningly, frightening everyone around. Estio asked the powerful being to finally speak to him personally. He promised to establish communication so that they could hear each other. The guard explained that he had come to accompany them at the request of Saint Yggdrasil. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, but was surprised by the strange interests of the great saint. Nebesius snapped that he obeyed only the will of Saint Yggdrasil. Estio clarified whether Shuhanan will indeed become the next pope. The guard confirmed the dragon's right, hinting at the youth's strength. Suddenly, the beast forbade his faithful companions to accompany the leader to the saint. The boy and Neju clung to the hero in horror, refusing to let him go. Nebesius snapped that without this meeting, Estio would not see his dragon. It turned out that the saint personally looked after Shuhanan, choosing him as her main favorite. And then Tsuki stepped forward, insistently sending the owner to an important conversation. The cat kindly told her friend to convince the saint, promising to meet the dragon together. The eyes of the devoted Tsuki reflected the friends who remained to wait for their brave leader. The boy and Neju also became quiet, deciding to wait faithfully for Estio's return. Estio boldly stepped into the unknown to meet his ultimate destiny. Suddenly, the conductor lit up, turning into a graceful and fluffy creature. The boy, riding on a transformed beast, rushed into the divine temple like a whirlwind. The charming stranger in white thanked him for the long-awaited visit. She introduced herself as the daughter of a saint who kept the great name Yggdrasil. The girl sincerely admitted to Estio that she had long dreamed of this meeting. The hero thanked Have, affectionately stroking the animal's soft mane. Estio immediately asked if she was going to interfere with his mission, but the beauty assured him that she herself longed for his meeting with the dragon. After all, only the last of the Black Clan can pacify the raging soul. Have folded her palms and began her dark tale of Mr. Shuhanan. As it suddenly turned out, when they met, the dragon had already gone completely mad. The distraught Shuhanan cut himself with wounds, unable to contain his wild rage. Holy water healed the flesh but proved powerless against the tormented soul. The girl only grieved silently, unable to stop this bloody nightmare. Meanwhile, she was determined to follow the last of the Golden Clan, even if this path leads to the complete destruction of all living humanity. Estio sincerely did not understand why he was the one who was able to stop this madness. But in fact, the dragon Shuhanan loved not Have at all, but Roran. The beauty hopefully asked Estio to listen to her sad confession to the end. Shuhanan did not witness the last moments of his faithful friend Roran's life. While the dragons were flying away to their world, Roran suddenly disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, greedy people treacherously betrayed Roran for the sake of his great power. Suddenly, a brutal hunt for the legendary and unsuspecting dragon began. The madmen believed that the heart of the black dragon would give them absolute power. Seeing the trophies in the hands of the heroes, Shuhanan instantly lost his mind. Have still didn't understand how such a powerful defender lost. And then Shuhanan, maddened by grief, began to furiously destroy all living things. His relatives tried to take him away by force, binding him with heavy and strong magical chains. But Shuhanan tore through the steel and fell down just before the gate closed. The guard reported that Shuhanan was slowly dying from his old wounds. Estio froze in shock upon learning of his friend's imminent death. The girl tearfully begged the hero to finally give the dragon the long-awaited peace. The guy resolutely agreed to help, at least for the sake of saving this world. Suddenly he realized that he had to give Roran's heart to Shuhanan. Estio hoped that this confession would at least slightly calm the dragon's anger. In fact, Tsuki was already lying in a pool of blood. Estio's eyes widened in wild horror at the sight of his wounded partner. The boy screamed the cat's name in despair, not believing his eyes. Meanwhile, the hero rushed to help his friend as fast as he could. Estio looked with cold blood at the mountain of bodies of the knights he had slain. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to the guy, causing him to turn around sharply. Guildmaster Ignis stood in the way, clearly expecting this meeting. The enemy mockingly thanked the guy for coming himself. Estio looked with horror at the lifeless body of his little friend. The tortured white animal begged its owner with all its might to run away quickly. Kai desperately blamed herself for the failure of her defense due to the surprise attack. Meanwhile, the enemy's flames turned her faithful dolls into rubble. The exhausted girl staggered, almost losing consciousness in the arms of her assistant. Estio told his comrade to rest, but she stubbornly rushed into battle. Estio's eyes flashed azure as he told his ally to finally rest. Exhausted, Kai tried to object, but consciousness treacherously left her body. The girl finally fell into a deep oblivion under the supervision of her faithful assistant. Meanwhile, the head of the guild mockingly inquired about the impressions of the meeting with Yggdrasil. The blonde spoke contemptuously about the holy woman who allegedly told Estio all sorts of nonsense. The enemy warned that escaping now would only create new serious problems for the guy. And then he laughingly threatened Estio with divine punishment for breaking his oath. The hero's face darkened when he asked the scoundrel again about the coming retribution. Ignis suddenly stopped short, feeling the chilling gaze of an enraged opponent on himself. Estio instantly used mind control, forcing the scum to pay for what they had done. Ignis realized with horror that his body no longer obeyed him. Estio furiously demanded an explanation as to why the enemies had attacked his loved ones. The guild leader was amazed at how incredibly the boy's strength had grown. The hero coldly retorted that this was only fair retribution for their crimes. With burning eyes, he ordered the enemy to accept his fate. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a commanding voice came, ordering Estio to stop immediately. The talking cactus Ahuru spoke out against the senseless killing of these people. Shocked, Ignis realized that this was no ordinary plant. Ahuru suggested first hearing the reasons for the attack, despite the understandable hatred. The wise cactus asked if Estio was sure he would not regret the massacre. Estio froze for a moment, lost in his dark and heavy thoughts. The guy bitterly admitted that he had already begun to sincerely regret what he had done. He blamed himself for his frivolous belief in the yellow dragon's peacefulness. Remembering Tsuki, The hero realized that his sympathy was just a clumsy gesture. Thoughts that he should not have left the post tormented his soul. Estio lamented that he had brought his friends to this dangerous place at all. Enraged, he ordered Ahur to be silent and not to try to stop him anymore. Meanwhile, the cactus reminded him of his duty to the guardians and the future meeting. Suddenly, Ahuru joyfully announced that surprisingly everyone remained alive. A friend urged Estio to calm down and soberly assess the situation. Estio asked again with hope in his voice if they were really alive. Ahuru confidently promised to quickly get everyone back on their feet with his flowering magic. The wise cactus asked the hero what his next step would be. The guy firmly decided that the first thing he needed to do was treat the victims. The hero ordered the defeated knights to sit down and not make any unnecessary movements. Under a gentle rain of petals, the wounded friends fell into a healing sleep. Soon, a bag with medicines and necessary bandages appeared on the floor. The little black companion also received his portion of help and fell asleep peacefully. Estio casually dropped the name Rubri F. Saint as he began his interrogation. Then he sternly asked the blonde what exact order he had received from Shuhanan. Estio pressed Ruberi hard, demanding that he finally tell the whole truth without concealment. The prisoner admitted that the order was not to kill, but to eliminate witnesses. The guy sincerely did not understand why Shuhanan was targeting his close associates. Estio coldly warned that he would not rise to the challenge. Ruberi responded by reminding the boy of his own desire to meet the gentleman. The hero decided to stay and protect his comrades until they fully recovered. Estio turned to Kai with concern, inquiring about her current condition. The girl confirmed with a smile that thanks to the healing cactus, her wounds had healed. The proud Ahuru solemnly demanded that henceforth he be called exclusively the Great Healer. Estio looked sadly at his sleeping pet, reproaching himself for his weak defense. Estio apologized to his injured friends with genuine pain in his eyes. Suddenly, the room was filled with a bright divine light, descending straight from the heavens. A powerful column of energy pierced the clouds, signaling the arrival of a higher power. Kai wished the hero good luck, realizing that the time had come for the decisive meeting. However, the guy flatly refused to leave, considering the protection of his comrades to be the most important thing. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin appeared, assuring the heroes of complete safety. She offered to immediately move the wounded companions with her divine power. The magic instantly transported everyone to the guild headquarters, away from danger. Finally, the saint bestowed upon Estio a powerful blessing of protection for the coming battle. Now, with a light heart, the hero confidently walked up the heavenly staircase. Estio resolutely threw open the massive doors leading to the Supreme Lord's chambers. The hall was filled with the sounds of the organ, and a mysterious blond man stood by the stained glass window. The stranger froze in the rays of light, not hurrying to turn to the guest who had entered. Estio was confused, wondering if this calm man was Shuhanan. The surrounding silence and the stillness of the figure created an eerie feeling of an inanimate presence. Suddenly there was a sharp crack, and the golden columns of the organ became covered with deep cracks. The blonde turned slowly, looking at Estio with a cold and distant gaze of golden eyes. The guy involuntarily shuddered, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the owner of the castle. The man said Roran's name doubtfully, looking closely at the boy's face. Shuhanan ironically suggested that he was looking at another illusion in a new outfit. Shuhanan spoke mysteriously about the eternal pursuit of darkness by blinding light. He begged the ghostly image of Roran to stay by his side, even if only for a little while. Suddenly the man touched the boy's face, causing him to flinch in surprise. The owner of the castle cried out in shock, realizing the reality of the young man standing before him. Estio hastened to introduce himself and asked directly if he really saw Shuhanan. The blonde's face darkened, finally convinced that it was not his beloved in front of him. However, he continued to feel a strange and frightening presence of Roran in the boy. Estio felt someone else's pain and anger literally transmitted to him through touch. Fragments of someone else's memory of unbearable loneliness and death flashed before my eyes. Shuhanan's desperate inner voice demanded that he immediately return the one that had been lost. Shuhanan wheezed in a frenzy that he could hear Roran's heartbeat in the boy. He madly accused the young man of killing the dragon to get her heart. Grinding his teeth, the blonde imagined how the impudent man had sewn this sacred treasure into himself. The castle's lord reeled, realizing the betrayal of the human race that Roran loved so much. He fell into the deepest despair, seeing no point in living in the empty world. Suddenly, Shuhanan drew his gleaming blade, preparing to do something irreparable. Estio froze in horror, unable to believe the madness that was happening. The hero suddenly rushed forward, desperately trying to stop the man who was distraught with grief. The guy literally thrust the holy sword at Shuhanan, causing him to be taken aback by surprise. The blonde was stunned, shocked that it was not the guardian who dared to touch the great artifact. Estio promised to return the dragon's heart to Shuhanan as his only legitimate companion. The hero sincerely asked the man not to torment himself with this suffering any longer. The boy hoped that this gift would at least slightly ease someone else's sadness. Meanwhile, the little black friend watched what was happening with sadness. Estio lamented that he had no time left to say goodbye. The shocked Shuhanan could not understand the true reasons for the young man's actions. Suddenly, a bright scarlet sphere slowly left the guy's body, illuminating the hall. The man looked in fascination at the shining heart of Roran in his hands. It turned out that only blood relatives of a dragon can carry the heart of a dragon. The bloody holy sword fell limply from the hands of its owner, who was deeply shocked. The blonde looked at the scarlet sphere in his hands, mesmerized. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as blood spurted out. Someone noted with amazement that the guy looked like a spitting image of Roran. The same smiling girl immediately appeared before my mind's eye. Meanwhile, the bleeding youth finally sank into oblivion. Falling rapidly into the abyss, he sincerely believed in his death. And then, through the death throes of delirium, a very strange sound broke through. It turned out that it was a girl crying, bitterly apologizing to the dying Roran. As he faded, the boy regretfully admitted that he was breaking his promise. But in fact, the maiden firmly swore to protect this child. The girl was ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of this radiance. She sincerely dreamed of seeing her dear child grow up. As she said goodbye, the maiden wished the baby great happiness with a warm smile. Suddenly, a panicking blonde man threw the doors open with a bang. He was mentally amazed at Shuhanan's sudden and destructive rage. The guy didn't understand what was happening because he himself had sacrificed Roran's heart. But instead, a tiny dragon ended up in his hands. The black baby just blinked his huge golden eyes in surprise. The blonde hugged the poor guy to himself with relief, apologizing tenderly. And the reborn hero realized in horror his new form. The cheerful blonde asked with a smile if the baby was surprised. The savior noticed that the baby was in his true form for the first time. The guy assumed that there was simply no one to teach the poor guy properly. Having laid the dragon on the bed, he explained the reason for such a radical transformation. After gently stroking the baby, the boy advised communicating exclusively through telepathy. However, the reborn one himself did not mentally understand how he had remained alive at all. It turned out that after breaking off the connection with the girl, the hero was left with his own heart. Sternly holding out his little finger, the blonde made him promise to avoid recklessness. As he left, the guy enthusiastically promised to teach the recovered kid some cool magic. And the little dragon, looking after the savior, continued to be mentally tormented by bitter doubts. The baby was mentally amazed by such unexpected care from the stranger. Turning around, the blonde man called him his and Roran's son with a smile. And then a slight, thoughtful sadness flashed across the savior's gaze. The guy sympathetically inquired about the lonely dragon's difficult past. However, he immediately and delicately allowed the tired Shuhanan to rest. Suddenly, the baby telepathically expressed a desire to return to the guild. Taking hold of the door handle, the guy gently put this conversation aside. Finally, the blonde warmly asked the baby to call him Dad. The reborn hero was simply stunned by such a sudden statement. Meanwhile, the Lord was respectfully informed about the arriving guests. As he walked, the fair-haired ruler irritably ordered the knight to turn away the uninvited guests. However, the agitated guard hesitated uncertainly, trying to object to his master. The blonde turned around in surprise, realizing that the stubborn men were looking for the rescued child. The knight confirmed that the visitors flatly refused to leave without this meeting. With an anticipatory grin, the pontiff ordered that Estio's allies be brought to him immediately. Soon, a very motley company appeared before the ruler seated on the throne. The dark-haired Moven bowed politely while Neju and the black cat waited. Straightening up, the serious guest firmly declared his intention to see Estio. But the arrogant pontiff coldly rejected the request, remembering the yellow dragon Shuhanan. And then the guy indignantly burst out, demanding an explanation of his friend's fate. The pontiff arrogantly rebuked the boy, reproaching him for losing contact with his friend. The lord caustically ridiculed the very essence of such useless defense. The stinging accusation of pathos only made the brunette frown angrily. Gritting his teeth, Muvin stubbornly declared the master's complete safety, and then he obediently knelt down, begging to know about Estio's condition. The fair-haired lord only smiled ironically at the guest's blind trust. The guy was well aware of the ruler's absolute power over other people's lives. The companions logically reasoned that otherwise the audience simply would not have taken place. Intrigued by the motley company, the ruler thoughtfully drummed his fingers in agreement. Suddenly, Muvin turned around in complete shock, and then the pontiff unexpectedly changed his anger to mercy. Having stood up, the bishop condescendingly put forward one tough condition to the guests. Meanwhile, 10 days later, Estio looked at his hands in surprise. The brunette noted his return to human form with obvious relief. However, when he asked to return to the guild, he received a sharp refusal. The fair-haired lord handed him a plate of fruit with slight irritation. Estio stubbornly stood his ground, reminding him of his waiting allies. In response, the pontiff caustically compared them to the traitor Yong Biran. Kneeling down, the ruler kindly invited the boy to go to the world of dragons. He squeezed his hands gently, describing a beautiful star where dragons live in harmony. Estio acknowledged the seductiveness of his world, but still refused. The lord bitterly reproached the boy for intending to abandon him like Roran. The brunette sadly admitted that he always wanted the impossible. He remembered with bitterness all the lost things, blaming himself. However, the boy then looked warmly at the memories of his friends. The young man, with a gentle smile, called the pontiff pope for the first time, explaining his choice. The stunned blonde lord froze, tears of happiness welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, the pontiff stood up abruptly and turned away, hiding his emotions. Relenting, the father promised to allow the boy to meet with his allies. Estio realized with shock and joy that his friends were already here. Estio smiled warmly, looking forward to the long-awaited meeting with his friends. And suddenly, a loud, joyful cry was heard from the street, calling for the leader. The door swung open and the guy was attacked by his entire noisy group, hugging him. Bursting into tears, the green-haired youth emotionally recalled their miraculous healing. Estio smiled guiltily, apologizing to the cat fawning at his feet, and then, with genuine surprise, he noticed the dark-haired Muvin among them. He smiled reservedly, citing his unfailing protective instinct. The tearful green-haired boy hugged his leader tightly again. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in complete shock, noticing someone behind him. The pontiff himself stood at the door, calmly watching this touching scene. Suddenly, an oppressive and rather awkward silence fell over the living room. The green-haired man curiously asked the leader about his relationship with the holiness. And then the guy realized that both powerful dragons had suddenly become friends. Suddenly, the blonde hugged the leader and declared Shuhanan his father. The whole trio was simply stunned by this sudden statement. Without wasting any time, the boy quickly released a carrier pigeon out the window. He immediately explained to his comrade that he had sent an urgent report to the chief. The bird carried the shocking news that the evil dragon turned out to be the father. After all, the guild was created against a terrible monster, and not against the boss. But in fact, the guys were genuinely surprised by the long-awaited appearance of the guest. The green-haired man admitted with a smile that they had been humbly awaiting an audience. However, the high priest suddenly put forward one strict condition to them. To see Estia, the heroes had to master divine magic. The green-haired man was surprised, because they were not even close to being priests. But the Lord explained that any guardian is capable of harnessing the holy power, and he appointed Knight Commander Rubery as his mentor. He bowed politely, apologizing politely for his recent rudeness. And then the furry giant screamed in rage, recognizing Estia's offender. The knight stood there in panic, realizing his inevitable failure. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy mercilessly knocked the villain off his feet. The Lord angrily barked that he had not ordered Estia to be crippled. Meanwhile, the defeated knight coughed pitifully in clouds of dust. Justifying himself, he croaked that he had taken the hero for an impudent enemy. The priest coldly scolded his subordinate, and the fluffy one fearfully hugged the cactus. And then the ruler, with a predatory squint, suddenly changed the conditions. His commanding finger pointed menacingly straight at the stunned boy. This poor fellow was about to engage in a duel with the guilty knight. The stakes were high. Victory would bring a meeting, and defeat would mean complete submission. This was the only and absolutely uncompromising way to the goal. The wounded hero realized with annoyance that he was completely losing the fight. The boy admired the power of the knight, who fought without a sword using only magic. This incredible divine power literally glowed around the mighty warrior. Grinning through the blood, the hero looked forward to mastering this power himself. In the end, he admitted defeat and agreed to fulfill the conditions set. The Lord nodded with satisfaction, cementing their unbreakable agreement. Now the heroes faced harsh training under the guidance of the Temple Knights. Until then, the doors of Elysium will remain closed to them. Later, the boy admitted that he understood Shuhanen's motives in protecting his son. The boys decided that they needed magic specifically to protect Estia. Besides, leaving quickly would have deprived them of the chance to have a normal conversation. Soon, a majestic temple complex appeared before the heroes. Hearing the word house, the guys stared ahead in confusion. A warm image of loving parents immediately came to mind. The hero still could not comprehend the discovery of his native harbor. It turns out that the formidable Shuhanen sincerely loved his long-awaited son. The little dragon then wondered with hope whether they would take him back. Meanwhile, long months of hard training flew by unnoticed. One day, the bishop, in ceremonial attire, walked majestically down the corridor. And then a noticeably changed guy in a light cassock called out to him. The young man timidly called the priest father, to which he responded joyfully. The priest noted the young man's early awakening and prepared to deliver important news. As it turned out, the crown prince of the state died suddenly. According to official reports, the poor fellow died from severe wounds after the war. This shocking truth was supposed to be announced publicly today. Noticing the boy's depression, the bishop gently inquired about his attitude towards the deceased. Meanwhile, Princess Marissa now became the rightful heir to the throne. The boy nervously crumpled the fabric, wondering if it would bring her happiness. Dark suspicions arose in his mind about the reasons for this death, but he was sincerely glad that the princess at least remained alive. The bishop ruffled his hair in a fatherly manner, asking him not to get worked up. The priest assured his son that his loved ones were no longer in any danger. The bishop promised to return from the funeral in 3 days, instructing them to wait obediently. Suddenly, he asked the assistant standing next to him to turn away for a minute. The confused servant obediently froze, holding the mysterious red box in his hands. The priest, with a warm smile, carefully placed a luxurious pendant around the boy's neck. Having thanked him for the gift, the young man suddenly hesitantly called the powerful priest Dad. The guy asked him point blank how long he was going to pretend to be a pontiff. After all, before, my father hated this world so much that he passionately dreamed of destroying it. The bishop remembered with bitterness how he wanted to burn everything for the sake of his deceased beloved. But for the sake of his newfound son, he is ready to do absolutely anything. Estio looked at the shining artifact in surprise, wondering about his father's hidden motives. Sighing, the guy decided to usefully while away the time and visit his loyal allies. Suddenly, Lipe jumped joyfully right from the roof onto him. The girl enthusiastically announced that she would now be his personal bodyguard. Estio was surprised, immediately assuming that she, too, had been sent by her overprotective father. But Lipa admitted with a wide smile that she simply loved him madly. Jumping joyfully around the guy, she chatted about how happy their owner was. The girl remembered the times when the ruler, out of grief, forgot even about his creations. But now he constantly remembers them and talks about his son incessantly. Lipa bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Estio for her father's miraculous transformation. Suddenly, the guy asked in surprise if they had really come to the cemetery. The red-haired companion only gasped mysteriously, looking slyly at the puzzled young man. As it turned out, a creepy old cemetery of fallen angels lay before them. Estio stared at the overgrown ruins in shock, not believing his ears. There stood a statue of a wingless angel that had long ago fallen to the ground. But the girl hastened to explain that this was just a beautiful atmospheric prop. Meanwhile, the hero serenely enjoyed the peace under the canopy of falling feathers. And then something strange suddenly fell onto his open palm. To his surprise, he found a helpless pink bird in his hand. The blonde knight who came up from behind gloomily stated that this was an extremely bad omen. The blonde explained that it was a red crow, a terrible harbinger of misfortune. The evil bird itself, in hysterics, begged Estio for salvation. The knight covered his ears in disgust, wincing from the piercing squeak of the damned creature. And then the young man froze, listening attentively to the desperate cry of the bird. He gently touched the beak, urging the scared-to-death baby to calm down. Estio kindly promised to take the rescued baby to a completely safe place. Hearing this, the little bird immediately stopped crying with timid hope. Having learned about the plans to take the bird into the guild, the blonde was quite surprised. In a panic, he demanded that the creature be immediately killed for the safety of people. But Estio coldly retorted that swords were not given for killing. Estio stood up for the bird because it had never cursed anyone in its life. The guy boldly declared that he should be killed first for his dangerous abilities. The interlocutor immediately deflated, guiltily admitting his mistake and submissively bowing his head. Captain Rubri reported that the allies had completed their training and were leaving for home today. Meanwhile, the group was resting in the temple dormitory before the long journey. Suddenly, the talking cactus began to vehemently express its longing for Estio. However, the guy simply threw his prickly friend aside, not appreciating the impulse. Cactus lamented his rejected feelings, but Estio only made awkward excuses. He then carefully picked up the pink bird, deciding to take the red crow back to the guild. The friends surrounded the chick, wondering if this cutie really brought only misfortune. Estio understood the risks, but was determined to keep the bird. However, his imagination failed him, and he simply named his pet bird. The team immediately perked up, deciding to come up with a more worthy name for the poor thing. Everyone huddled together, heatedly discussing the best options for the chick. In the end, we settled on Lero, a cute shortening of Red Crow. Even the black cat lazily opened an eye, approving of the new choice of friends. As the carriage sped off, rumors began to spread about Father Estio's departure. The furry friend happily rushed to hug me, anticipating his imminent return home. Several days passed, during which the heroes managed to discuss many plans. Suddenly, a serious blonde man blocked their path and asked where they were going. The blonde felt hurt that Estio started talking about leaving right after the meeting. The guy thanked him for everything, deciding that he had been there long enough. But the interlocutor sternly reminded him that he and the defenders still had a lot to learn. Estio countered that he planned to improve step by step without extending his vacation. The blonde came closer, calling him a chick that still needed protection. He insisted, remembering the times when Estio was all alone, and then he poked his finger into the guy's chest, reproaching him for his weak self-preservation. Dark memories of the first meeting and the act that almost cost his life surfaced. The blonde asked if Estio understood that his pain was felt by his protectors as well. Then he turned away coldly, adding as a parting shot that no one had said anything about it. Estio clenched his fists, vowing not to take any more risks and to trust the defenders. The blonde still had doubts, fearing a repetition of that terrible situation. But the boy was determined to return to his father, considering this place his home. He saw in this man someone he could always come to. The interlocutor was silent for a moment, choosing the words for an important answer. Suddenly he smiled softly, admitting that he simply couldn't refuse Estio. The man sent him out into the world, telling him to return when things got really tough. And then he hugged the guy tightly, promising to wait for him here faithfully. Roran watched his strong child set off on a new journey. Estio finally arrived at the Ignis Guild headquarters, where he was greeted with a mountain of work. Estio was stunned by the mountain of 726 new applications. He was glad that at least the clients' names and requests were indicated in advance. The team was horrified to realize the titanic amount of paperwork that awaited them. The leader was amazed at how quickly rumors of his abilities spread throughout the world. Suddenly, the guy's gaze stopped on one letter. The search could be stopped. The servant reminded them that it was time to hit the road and clarified the direction of the next trip. Before leaving, Estio prepared a special food with a camouflage spell for Lero. It was the best protection he could give his little companion. The bird instantly changed its color to a dull brown, becoming similar to a sparrow. The guy promised that she would finally be safe in the guild garden. Lero became sad, afraid that Estio was leaving her because of some mistake. This timid look made the guy freeze for a moment from the overwhelming feelings. He remembered that as a child, he himself had looked at the world in the same lonely way. Estio gently assured the bird that he simply wanted to ensure its complete safety. He promised Lero that he would definitely return to her as soon as he fulfilled the request. The boy decided that this name would become his main promise to his little friend. Lero chirped joyfully, sincerely thanking her savior for his kindness and care. Estio soon reached the Galatian branch of the headquarters of the prosperous Ignis Guild. There he was enthusiastically greeted by joyful employees who had long been awaiting the arrival of their leader. Estio thanked Rosalie and Hawk for taking on the case. Estio sealed the alliance with a firm handshake, expressing his willingness to assist Hawk in his business. However, the joy of the meeting was overshadowed by suddenly arising problems with the last important request. Hawk admitted guiltily that the animals prepared for dispatch to headquarters had disappeared without a trace. The team was shocked. unable to understand how the entire list could disappear at once. The manager lamented that he had missed the moment and apologized for his annoying slowness. Everyone gathered in the living room, realizing that more stringent security measures should have been taken. A mysterious monster was raging in the region, destroying livestock and undermining the local economy. No one could have imagined that this disaster would affect the guild so soon. The friends suspected something was wrong, because the actions of the unknown predator seemed suspiciously deliberate and methodical. The absence of any traces suggested the intervention of a very high-level magician. If an animal had been at work, there would have been bloody traces of the struggle. It is strange that only cattle suffered, but no one touched people. Hawk sighed heavily because there were too many questions in this complicated case. Estio decided to start immediately, flatly refusing to rest after the long journey. Rosalie handed the leader the latest report, promising to update him as things progressed. The guy delved into studying the papers, realizing that the situation had become critical. Hawk pointed to the map. Shark Road needed to be checked first. The only eyewitnesses who managed to survive the mysterious incident were there. The team arrived on site expecting to see a wide variety of animals in cages. However, the assistant was surprised to notice only barking dogs around. Suddenly, an old man swung a stick at the uninvited guests in a rage. The assistant covered her head with her hands in fear, not understanding the reason for such aggression. Fortunately, the grandfather quickly cooled down, realizing that the people in front of him were from the guild. Estio got straight to the point, asking about Ignis's remaining animals. The old man lamented that the damned monster had almost completely destroyed this place. According to him, the guard dogs survived only because they were too noisy. Estio confirmed his suspicions that some of the animals had survived. Grandfather said that he was now watching the remaining 6 like a hawk. The leader asked to show them and promised to catch the monster at any cost. An adorable red panda in a cage was amazed that a person could understand her speech. Estio gently interrupted the panda's chatter as he had an important question. The guy wanted to find out something much more significant from the surviving animal. He asked the panda directly if she had seen who had stolen the animals. The animal froze for a moment, remembering the details of that eerie and strange visit. Suddenly, the panda burst into tears, burying her face in the bars of her cramped cage. Movin rudely told her not to whine, and Estio reproached him for his frightening behavior. The guy was upset, deciding that now they would never be able to find out anything. Suddenly, a mysterious voice was heard, repeating something about a mysterious bright star. The majestic Sphinx revealed that the attacker carried with him a star that shone in the dark. The team was completely confused, wondering what new mystery had stood in their way. The guy immediately figured out the Sphinx, and she slyly suggested starting the game. The very first riddle turned out to be a brazen threat to devour the intruder. The hero retorted that the Sphinx was in a cage and had no such intentions. The creature flew into a rage, considering the logical answer to be a brazen deception. The guy calmly clarified exactly what he had done wrong. The Sphinx, in impotent rage, only gnashed her teeth at such a defeat. A deal is worth more than money. The captive began to tell a story about a mysterious bright star. She remembered how dangerous attackers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The cloaked figures were incredibly strong, and their faces were hidden by fabric. The air was thick with the smell of medicine as they brought in the shining star. It turned out that other mysterious creatures were trapped alive inside this star. The guy's companion froze in shock, not understanding how the stars ended up there. The Sphinx nodded firmly, confirming that they were indeed holding the star in their hands. The team discussed what they heard with skepticism, as it was simply impossible for a person to hold onto a star. The green-haired boy was completely confused, feeling how the story was becoming more and more mysterious. Then the main character suggested that the Sphinx look into her memory for everyone. The creature was surprised by such strength of people, but obediently allowed to look at its memories. The guy concentrated, and a bright flash marked the beginning of a dive into someone else's past. Silhouettes in blue clothes appeared before my eyes, slowly walking along the cells. He assumed they were wizards, one of whom was carrying a strange cube. That same cube from the Sphinx's memory was not yet glowing suspiciously. Suddenly, the artifact in the magician's hand flashed with a blinding heavenly light. Kai was amazed that the Empire really had technology to store space. The girl who appeared in the golden cloak called this mysterious object a box. She broke into a sly smile as she greeted the leader after a long separation. It turns out that this is the official name of the artifact, given by the magical community for its shape. There is a huge space hidden inside, but keeping living things there is strictly prohibited. Kai asked his interlocutor point-blank how she knew such details. After all, this cube is the result of secret research by Imperial magicians and the Guild. The girl's face darkened, remembering the theft of several artifacts from the palace itself. The Guild asked the leader for help, because those thieves were hunting rare animals. The boys realized that their real mission was to catch the thief of that very box. Enemies will definitely come back for the loot, but now they need the perfect bait. The girl suggested putting out something truly valuable to lure them in for sure. A unicorn would be suitable, but finding such a rare creature is almost impossible these days. And then Neju spoke up, as if offering herself as a candidate for the role of bait. The team went into action, actively spreading rumors among local residents and traders. Leaflets about the capture of a rare talking white monkey were distributed throughout the city. The green-haired boy became nervous, afraid that the plan with the bait might fail. Kai confidently stated that the thieves would come even if they realized it was a trap. Estio peered out from the next cage while Neju snored peacefully on the floor. He was looking forward to the appearance of the enemy, because for a smart goal, you can ask for more. Suddenly, a long shadow slid across the floor, heralding the visit of an uninvited guest. And then Estio felt a foreign presence, realizing that they were already here. The main character became wary because only one thief came instead of two. A mysterious silhouette, completely hidden by a black cloak, walked slowly down the corridor. The stranger approached the sleeping Neju, unaware of the ambush. He was already reaching for the magic box to get his hands on the rare loot. Meanwhile, Estio jumped out of the shadows, giving a loud command to attack. With one powerful movement, he struck, determined not to give the criminal a chance. The thief gasped in pain as Estio's precise strike sent him flying backwards. Estio threatened the captive with violence, demanding immediate answers about the animal thefts. Hidden under the hood was a red-haired guy who only grinned cheekily at the hero. Suddenly, a mysterious hand with purple signs touched the black cube. The girl noticed that it was a modified version of the box for living beings. She warned that the palace would mobilize the Order of Knights for such experiments. The thief burst into mad laughter, declaring a secret conspiracy with the imperial court. Estio screamed in rage, refusing to believe such a betrayal of the authorities. All this time, Estio kept a close eye on the chaos in this world. He looked over Neju carefully, ironically asking his enemy about his abilities. Suddenly, Estio felt something was wrong and turned sharply towards the strange noise. Some madman screamed about the greatness of the Empire, warning Estio of the danger. A blinding light filled the hall as the magic cube finally went out of control.